So says, tell me. So this guy came, and he went ahead and he gave a shit. I will say again, one of the most important things that if someone's going to pass the law, one of the most important things they have to do is what? Make sure that what they're saying is clear, understood. Obviously, this guy came, and obviously, see how people can make a mistake, especially emerging audience between May Bateson and May Son, especially if their primary water source was mountains. So this was like a perfect storm that resulted in this erroneous practice of these townspeople. So Rebbe sees this, and Rebbe has, you know what? No one passes halacha without wishes from the Rebbe. You have to get permission. So this is the concept ultimately, right? That's why even for Yoda, right? That's why if you even manage it to the header, right? When these Rabbanim come down from Eretz Yisrael to Babel, they have to get permission to pass the halacha. Incredible, incredible. Tanchum, right? Rabbi Ami, Ikla Lafata. So this is what happens. So Tanchum, the son of Rabbi Abi, went to Tafar, the place, like this place, Tafar. Sorry, Chata, that is a Makom place. Darish Lulu, he does the following idea. Mutter will so speak in the basic. You're allowed to go ahead and scald rain on Pesach. Okay, let's talk about this. Mutter will so actually says, really, I can't do that. That's called Rishlos. Rishlos Ma'atanai, the Kosam Nachat. That's the road, and she on the females, oil the Kosam Nachat. So remember again, if you have a wheat, you have wheat. So you want to be able to separate again the kernels from the chaff. So one of the ways the Chinese used to do this was soak it for a couple of moments. So you just make a little bit juicer, and then pound off the chaff and extrapolate. So the son of the son of Rabbi Ami, asked him that she could do this even on Pesach. Now, I wasn't finishing this. So generally, again, rain and water on Pesach is a no-no. Right, it's a big no-no. Right, that's what's like, we don't make matzah on Pesach. Right, you can't make matzah on Pesach. I have one second, matzah on Pesach. You're right. But there's a concern that if you get it wrong, what can happen? Has to show the comments on Pesach, which is obviously very severe. So here, coming along and saying that halacha and stuff, you could soak the wheat in the water because again, this is only done for a couple of moments before it was taken out. There's no conversation. So Amrullah, the second him, Rav Rebbe, me doing sure, keep the halacha, the second him, one second, right, the money is here. There's a great stuff in this place. Why are you passing halacha? Like the money, right? The new source here. Because of the time, you're coming on your halacha b'makom rabot. So the people give a little bit of most of the time for. They're not necessarily going ahead and disputing what it is that he said. But what they're asking is the process. You're right. There's either it's his Rebbe and he's very from this place. So by the time you learn, Hamid Ayor Allah Makom Rabot, the Talmud is given, not pass Allah from presence of Israel. And the people Ayor Allah Kimero, follows parsos, Kineged Nachane Yisrael. Unless of course the Rebbe 3 parsos away. Why 3 parsos? That is the size of the Jewish encampment in the deserts. And the rule, Lav Adatai. Sorry, I didn't know. So had I known, I would confident. I wasn't now again. What is this doing here? What is it doing? So again, it's all part of the same sugya. So before passing halacha, you need permission from your Rebbe. And if there's someone greater than you in the proximity, do not have. To invest it into the right moves. And once you invest it into the right moves, you get returns from it. And that's based off who you invest in, or the amount, or when the token comes out. Does that matter? Like the investment, like how's it work? I'm still a little confused on that. I'm still confused. As it is right now, Paris, just think of it right now, like you said, it's 2-0. The thing that everybody should focus on is just getting the boss, right? Because what you'll see is when these like we just see the announcement that there'll be more tokens. When you get the boss level, you'll see, Paris, that we're going to talk to other bosses. And we're going to be like, look, guys, let's get 500 of these, and let's go clear that goal. Okay? Right now, you're only seeing because we're getting, we got like 38, 39 bosses, just over 1,000 people in here. When you're getting thousands of people in here, that's what I'm saying. Everybody in here, you're at ground level, right? We're just starting. So the main focus is everybody to get to your boss level.
this new feature or this announcement that was in the news channel. When that grows out, I think you'll see it's a little more clear, right? I think I got it. I think I got it from how you just explained it. So basically, I know we have to level up and get to a certain level, like to the boss level, to share revenue and things of that nature. But also, I figured out that you have to wait for you have to pump the token, so you have to give out a notice to the token and make sure that we get word out to everybody else about the token, so that it'll pump once we actually start when everything actually starts to launch. So it's kind of the same thing. It's like on this app that I used to be on a lot called Cajun. The token it came out with this TGE not too long ago, and everybody pumped the token, and it was people that stayed and people that left, but the community held the token together because they were talking about it and getting it out there to different people. So this is pretty much along the same basis as it, right? Absolutely. Well, it is in part, right? But I'm just saying that's the really cool thing is Pasture. It's transparent. You literally see that you can only get so many spots, right? So you got your V-Bucks. You get all these people who are getting in balanced, right? Just like you. They get 100 spots, you get 100 spots, Dugout gets 100 spots, Sal gets 100 spots, Roblin gets, we all get 100 spots, right? There's no big whale. That also is double, right? So that's what I mean by transparency. You're seeing everybody get it. You know their X account because you can see it on the exchange. You can click on their profile and say, oh look, Sal posts 80 times a day. She's out there and all making all kinds of noise, right? You're seeing that these are real people. Hold the token, and now, right? This is the group at the army that you're kind of doing this with, right? But the other thing is we got this awesome machine where we can go and make jobs and pump tokens and get paid to pump them, right? And then we're on spaces and we're bosses and we got our meter running now. We're making revenue from the exchange, pumping our tokens, right? That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of fun things to this, right? So yeah, all good. Rabbi, thank you for being so patient. How you doing, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with you?
100%, please do.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. This is the biggest event in global history. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. It's a time capsule or a timeline of human development. If you weren't aware, in the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. If you weren't aware as well, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specific human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person in the future. And when it does, I'm going to make every single person in here, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charity organizations of your own. I am the biggest influencer in the world, and here's why. I'm not live on one YouTube channel. I'm not live on two YouTube channels. I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube channels 24 hours a day and have been for more than 4 years. I even have a ceiling cam. In addition to promoting world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Shark program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. But more than making you rich and more than solving the world's problems, I want you to know that I'm here to support you in all your personal and professional endeavors. I dare you to look at my profile, look at my pinned post, watch my video. It's 1 minute long. It tells you everything that I do. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have the biggest link tree you're ever going to see. If you're interested, please connect with me in my Discord. My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. Most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I want to give people hope. And with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Rabbi. Appreciate you, man. Good show. Hey, Groppler, how you doing, brother? What you up to? I'm just hanging out after a long day of showing. Was it a long day? Chill. That's great. You're a grinder. Yeah. Some stuff that was dug up before that I made a lot of shitty time in the market, but you know, had to just get it out there, stand up, stand Friday, before that I made a lot of shitty time in the market, but you know. I think it was the best one was Tom Jackson. The print is just a cum in my mouth. What? Jesus Christ, it's Florida. You ever reverse? You don't have a shelf, you have an awning. Yeah, it's like Look at him right there in the upper left. There we go. It's nice. It's nice. Not gay. That's the best asses in MLB. That's not gay. That's not gay. Remember this basketball player tractor trailer? All right. That's a big name. Tractor trailer. This guy died, but this guy, I remember we used to go to the games, and I remember like we had good seats, and I would be like, the guy that died, in a big one. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's been a while. He died of big one. Is it like that? Did you lie? That's ridiculous. Oh, dude, it's a big one. You use a propensity too. I got a year free of it because of my credit score. I'm using that one too. But this one doesn't do. Can you pick it up? Are you like long-term cooking anything? You know, I get way down in the future. We might take a lot of, like, say, a mint or something. So much mint. So you mean like, I'm not Spanish, but we'll roll with it. Derp, I come to you on the night of your swap meet to pretend to be Spanish, but Italian at the same time. So it looks like we're having taco fucking meatballs tonight. But what? What the fuck? Anyway, not the right song. Spanish meatballs. Cartel is nice. Cartel cannoli. Cartel cannoli. Cartel cannoli. I was trying. I picked the wrong song. Sorry. You tell the people because I can't. You're a fucking trip. That's perfect. I hope you show it like that every fucking time. Might be a Mexican Italian shit. Some kind of cartel gangster mobster bitches. They coming from Oregon. I would keep my eye out if I was you guys. The art is already cooking, baby. So just get there. But this cooking's gonna be real as a bitch. There's a rumor going around that the world is in fact ready for a decade repetitive. I think they are. Yeah. You know, so, Mexicali. Gangster bitches. We'll see what happens. But yeah, get in touch with Dave, please. I can start a channel with all of us. Sure.
Pleasure to see you as well. When possible, do you mind if I share my project with you?
That's why we're here.
Excellent.
You have anything for the Jumbotron? Would you like to say it for us?
Um, I can post it. I will do so right now and really appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you about what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and you should see in the Jumbotron right now a video that I created that tells you about myself. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. You should know that this is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life timeline, a real life time capsule for the world. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than anybody, which means I'm going to be a very influential person in the future. And when that happens, I want to make sure that you, your friends, your family are all made independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm not live on just one stream. I'm not live on two streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can see my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. In my pinned post, which I appreciate the opportunity to be put in the Jumbotron, you can find my link tree. I dare anybody to look at my link tree, look at my links. I have more social media than anybody else on the internet. You'll never have found someone with more accounts than I have. And I do that for a reason. I want to make sure to get the word out about what I do. But more than just my link tree and more than the video I posted there and my Discord, which I'm live in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, I want you to know that I'm here to support you all, both personally and professionally in your endeavors. I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I would like to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do for any of you, please do not hesitate to reach out. I'd love to help you.
Rabbi, thank you so much. And I see that you hold a Guinness Book of World Records for the most live streaming. So I have a question right now. Are you live streaming our space? Are we somewhere being streamed?
100%. I'm live on YouTube 24/7.
You go to the bathroom on YouTube. How does that work?
Yeah, so I've been banned for doing that. So I've lost some accounts doing that. So usually that has to be from the waist up on Instagram. Sometimes it's on Twitter. Just one of the other alternative sites. And then occasionally I will do it on a GoPro and then essentially just archive that footage. Same with showering. I have to shower from the waist up, essentially, or wear like basically swim trunks. But I do my best to make my life as open to the world as possible. And I think it will be studied from an academic level. Uh, Cooking, cleaning, my behavior, my uh, sleep habits, my eating habits, every aspect of the human body has been archived. And yes, I am not on the officially yet in the Guinness Book World Record site, but I am in talks with them. It's $25,000 to be able to get in there, so I had to get that together, and hopefully sooner rather than later, I'll be able to send you to that website, and you'll be able to see my official world record. So, with that, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with you what I do, and open any other questions that anyone may have.
Can we have them on next Friday? Rush hour. Really, it is rush hour. When Federal Reserve abolished.
Well, it was founded in 1913, renewed in 2013. I don't know an exact date that it's.
Federal Reserve Act 1913 passed the Congress needs to go.
Yeah,
We abolish it.
yeah. Perhaps with cryptocurrency we can get financial freedom from it, but it doesn't have a date necessarily that it will cease. I know that it has a 99-year renewal, so perhaps in the year 2113 or so. And if it can be abolished before then, especially if we can replace it with some type of cryptocurrency blockchain based system, I'm all for it.
You look at a rough child, that's what I'm talking about. We can't wait till 2113, dude. That's a fact. We can't wait till then. Not gonna make it. Is that, but you know what? Bitcoin is the alternative money. It's the alternative banking system. It is the escape from the abuses of the financial system, and I'm sure the rabbi would agree with that. But this is amazing. Life is amazing. Seriously, you truly never know the type of people that you will meet. I have a question for the rabbi.
Go ahead.
Are rabbis celibate?
No, we in fact have large families generally.
Do you know that too? Yeah.
Well, let's just say for the last 4 years, I have voluntarily been celibate, but I think that there's an interesting trade off. Uh, if I make the sacrifice now, perhaps in the future, I will have more money that I know what to do with. I will have the opportunity to perhaps meet the woman of my dreams and have the biggest brood that we would ever want. And nor will they ever need to want for anything. So I'm absolutely fine right now. Prior to my live stream, I had the opportunity to enjoy the company of many different women, amazing women, all beautiful women. So that has allowed me to subside over the course of these last 4 years.
You're going to visit right now, right? You're going to be dripping in Jesus.
Perhaps I already am.
You're a rabbi. Rabbi, I have another question for you. Maybe you said it. It's like kind of, you said a lot. And I was wondering, did you have an end date? I may have missed you saying.
No, I want to do this for the rest of my life. I think that it's really important for someone to be an example of what not only unites us as a people, we're 99.9% the same DNA, and to focus on that which unites us and not that which divides us, but also to study what a human life is like. If this were 100 years ago, perhaps I would be a diarist, someone who would be writing in a diary every night, or a journalist, someone writing in a journal. I just, instead of using a pen and paper, I use a video camera.
I love it. What kind of camera are you using? Curious. I don't know.
Sure, I use 33 different devices.
That's a
Um,
great number.
yeah, so they're all generally just the default cameras in whatever laptops I have. So I have about 10 laptops and Chromebooks that I use, and another 20 or so, 23 or so tablets and handheld devices. And I do have one ceiling cam that I use. I believe it's just like a Logitech 4K camera, wide angle that allows people to view me from above. And then, I should also say that I have a variety of GoPros as well. They're just like your standard GoPros of 4K cameras. So aside from that, I don't have too much more detail on the cameras. But
No, man, that cellular cam sound like it's what the other question was about.
yeah, no, I get that 100%. People ask me that question a lot. So what do you do when you're, you know, need to take care of needs and such? And it's quite a common question I get. So if that's something that was a question that you may have had, I'm pretty open about this. You can go under the covers, and people don't necessarily know what's going on there. So yeah, so anybody. No, absolutely. I'm 39 years. I started this project when I was 35 years old. If you want to know how it started, I am by trade, in addition to rabbi, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And during the pandemic, my job working for Fortune 100 went virtual essentially. And so While working remote, I had the opportunity after work to be able to reignite some hobbies that I had as a youth, and one of which was to golf. And I was a member, am a member of Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And one thing that I wanted to do was always see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And as a kid, I didn't really have that opportunity, but as an adult, especially with an iPhone and all the fancy equipment that we have nowadays, I was able to. And I noticed that sometimes I would hook the ball to the left or slice the ball to the right or whatever it may have been and top the ball. If you're a golfer, you'll know these terms. And I would make jokes to myself because I was on camera and just kind of, jokingly say how I wish the ball would have improved and such. And I thought, you know what? I really want to have a family in the future. And I think this would be really cool if their dad, so to speak, was able to upload this data and kind of keep an archive for them of what they were like before he had met their mom and they were a gleam in his eye. And so every night after work and after the driving range, I would upload all this data to my Google Drive. And it was just taking so long, especially you start to get throttled by ISPs and such. And I recognized that, you know what, it might be in my best interest to take the plunge. I'm not a influencer generally, or I hadn't been, but now most certainly am. And why don't I buy some more laptops and start to create a YouTube channel and start to live stream easier because I won't have to worry so much about essentially recording the data and then uploading it. It will just upload directly to the cloud, essentially, or whatever servers I was using. And I thought, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. And I recall when I was an adolescent, the movie The Truman Show, and I'd seen it since then. And of course, the phenomenon of reality TV and Big Brother and such. And I had already gotten more and more comfortable being on camera because of my work and being on camera virtually working remote for anywhere up to 8 hours. And I was taking classes as well for another 2 or 3 hours. So already more than half of my day was on camera. And I thought, well, if I'm willing to do half the day on camera, well, why not the other half? The other half's pretty easy. It's just mostly when I sleep and probably some other hygiene, brushing my teeth and those kinds of things. And I started in fall of 2021 and thought, oh, it'll be like a month before this goes viral. Somebody streaming their life. And here we are 4 years later. And I don't have an end date. I would like to do this for the rest of my life. I don't think I'm going to have to necessarily the rest of my life for it to go viral. I have gotten fortunate good at promoting it. And the more and more people I tell about this project, the more excited they get. I think it's really great, and I think that people will be able to learn from it. And so you all know that you are the foundational people to what I do. And I really, when I go viral, I want to give the money back to the people, and I want to give it to you. I want to make sure that you never have to work again. And the best way I can guarantee that is I'm saying it on more than 20 different videos. So you hold me to that in the future, God willing. I'm going to go viral. I'm going to be rich, and I'm going to make you all rich. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is like turning into an interview space. I don't want to, have you overspeak. But go ahead. Final question, Goddess. I might have one as well. So go ahead. Goddess and I will offer two final questions for you, sir. Let me get it one. I want to know what's best for my life. I want to know what's best for my joke. Morgan. Joke. Because you turn on something else. Goddess. Yes. My question is one and twofold. I'm really curious about your path with peace and spreading that part and wherever you go, because I see that in your bio. I wondered if you were aware of a woman named the Peace Pilgrim. She's been pretty much her later entire adult life walking for peace, and she didn't have internet. She had just people who journaled and wrote a book about her. I just wondered if you were inspired by anybody in that respect to spread peace.
Most certainly, I ally myself with anyone who has spread peace either now or in the past. Most certainly, there are some people who um, consider what I'm doing to be similar to what John Lennon and Yoko did uh, in the late 80s, essentially They did what was called a bed in peace. If you're familiar with that, they did it in um, Amsterdam and in Montreal, essentially, and allowed the press with cameras to come and just see that they were promoting peace. And what I do is very similar. Much of my day is in bed, and it's surrounded by cameras. So yes, certainly, Gandhi, from a pacifist standpoint, is an inspiration, and anyone who wants to live in a world where you don't put your hands on me, I won't put my hands on you without consent, I feel can be an ally in this. And I do my best to be a motivating factor within my community. I'm only one person, but hopefully in the near future, uh, I will have much more influence over people in the world. And I'd like to end all war everywhere and allow people to start to focus on peace. People used to talk about peace. When I was a kid, there was like an Atoms for Peace movement and nuclear dearmament, and that all went away. And particularly in a post 9/11 world, and I'd like to see that again. I'd like to hear people talk about peace. I know that can make me a target. I'm aware of that, and it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Okay. Final question, Mr. Rabbi. Do you have a crypto product or selling or service? What are you selling, dog?
Yeah. Well, okay. So if you want to be aligned with what who sponsors me, it's a cryptocurrency that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You knew the ticker's Bitcoin. It's one of the OG meme coins. Absolutely. I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming it in their right now, and you should know that I've been live streaming in there for since I met them, since the coin was launched, essentially in May of 2023. I'm wearing their merch right now. My pillows are Scrotos, which are the NFT that help to sponsor the project. My blankets are Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu blankets. I don't know if it's end times, but it is quite interesting that you're aware of the project. In fact, absolutely.
Is that the best way to support you?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's really just to tell your neighbors about me and your friends. That's all. I'm just looking for people to spread the word. But yeah, I'll tell you this: it's not really supporting me, but it's going to make you rich in the future because all this data, for more than half of it, I've been wearing their merch and basically been a walking advertisement for them. And so that's what you want to do is get involved with Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tanini. The community's wonderful. Their Telegram is t.me/HPOS10I. And I would say that if you're interested in learning more about what I do, I have a blog. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's the biggest blog you're ever going to see. It's basically what fascinates me about the world and my discussions with ChatGPT. One thing that I think is really interesting about the project that I've done is that the I've seen the world pre large language models. So I have that recorded, and that's really important to history to see what the world was like before we had ChatGPT and Grok and uh, all of these other platforms. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. We watched it launch in November 30th, 2022, and now we've seen the world since then. And I think it's really exciting that basically I was able to archive that really special time of history. And so, with that, I will follow you all back. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I will feel free to send me a DM. The best thing you can do if you want to connect with me is join my Discord. I'm live in there 24/7. You can watch and sleep. You can connect with me. We can play games together, whatever you want to do. And if you'd like to do an interview, I know I heard some other people discuss that. I would love to do that, and we'll set that up. And just again, thank you so much for allowing me to share what I do. And peace and love to everyone. Thank you.
listening to it on here. It was very, very interesting. It's like I was in like a portal, another realm. So you could see him, you could see him. Yeah, I could see him. You could hear Dirk asking him gems, and you could hear Goddess asking him questions, and he's just on his phone, chit chatting and talking. And yeah, I thought it was interesting. He's like, yeah, I watched him all the time, so I figured I'd come. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, shout out to Rabbi. That's awesome. But yeah, we've been steadily cooking, grinding, going to spaces, connecting. We'll have a hell time, you know. So it's good to meet him.
Shout out to those people. All right, what's my favorite rabbi joke? Specifically about a rabbi or just about Judaism? Professor Henry Abramson. He's got so many. I used to like the just the tips jokes of them more. There's that joke about chocolate covered peanuts. That's not really a Jewish joke. I got a really great joke about garbanzo beans, but I don't know if it's my favorite joke. Okay. I like this one. A priest and a rabbi get to talking, and they start talking about their communities. And the priest says to the rabbi, "You know, Rabbi, I really respect the Jewish people and what you do, and all the study and training that a young man does for a bar mitzvah." And the rabbi says, "You know, I really think it's interesting that your facility has mice, and the priest says, "Oh, why do you think that's interesting?" And he says, "Well, if they were anything like the people who study for bar mitzvah, you wouldn't have an issue with the mice anymore." He says, "Why is that?" The joke is that once a young man reaches bar mitzvah, you never see him again. That's essentially the joke. Joke about a church mouse and a priest and a rabbi and a bar mitzvah. No, this is a real fucking joke. That's your favorite one. It's the one that's coming to my mind right now. The other jokes, they're not about rabbis, they're just about Jews. Alright, so a priest, a rabbi, and a Soviet were discussing how to deal with mice in their respective places of worship. Yo, welcome. How are you, history? The priest and the Trevor responded by saying he saw the family giving them to bar mitzvah, and after that he never saw him again. The Soviet then joked that he took the Holy Science and collected for him, holding half the mice to start and the other half to run around. Yeah, I don't remember that stuff, but I don't remember. Oh yeah, what's the difference between conservative and reform? That's not rabbi joke. Oh, I remember it. It's something like this isn't that's a Jew joke. It's not a rabbi joke. Okay, but what is it? There's a rabbi who's having a to celebrate the first stealth bomber that was financed in part by his shul. But the thing is, he couldn't get the plane off the ground because of all the plaques. That's hilarious. Yeah, there you go. Did you hear one about the synagogue? Confessed that my rabbi gave him a bar mitzvah and he never saw him again. Is it a rabbi joke? Yeah. That's a good one. 352. This is a good one. Maybe Ben Hopkins. That's filthy. There. Alright. What's the tree do? Okay, say it. There are. Alright, there are 6 randoms who are deeply divided on a given subject and a topic. 5 of them want to argue one way, one of them arguing the other. One of the 5 says, we're right. It's just the one guy. There are 6 randoms who are deeply divided on a given subject. 5 of them feel one way, one of them the minority goes the other way. The minority says, if I'm right, the river behind the yeshiva will float backwardly, and the rabbis will watch and see that float backwardly. And the other 5 are not convinced. So the minority rabbi says, if I'm right, the tree in the front will become uprooted. They go to the front, see that the tree has become uprooted. But it still doesn't convince them. So finally, the rabbi in the minority says, if I'm right, then Hashem himself will reinforce my beliefs in all of you right now. And all of a sudden, from above, this voice echoes inside of them all and says, the rabbi in the minority is right, which causes the other 5 rabbis to say, so it's 5 to 2. It's funny, but it's kind of. There she is. Hello, Miss Aquarius. How are you? Are you ready for me?
Yeah, next place I go to sleep.
Yes, ma'am.
How was your day?
It was lovely. I met a lot of really good people, really nice people. How about you?
Had a good day and relax and chill with Papa and go into the children. But
How were they there?
they was good. Not good people. It's better than yay.
That was a great spare. You're welcome.
It's better than socialize and socialize. They have kids and stuff. You're level 70 on socialize now.
I know. I think that was accidental. So, and you helped me with it. So you don't gain, to my knowledge, you don't gain karma or whatever they want to consider it. You don't gain experience points if you just have your camera on. Only when you have your microphone on. And then I accidentally hit the microphone and it was on for like a week. I didn't realize it, and I like last week was like the number 5 uh, person in that Discord server for the amount of experience that I
Oh,
get.
man.
Look at you, Miss Aquarius. That was a big time strike.
Yeah,
That was not good. We're down to Miss Aquarius. This has to be a good one. Oh no, that was not it. Miss Aquarius started off with a gutter, and now look at you.
you don't kiss it.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
You've got a big score, ma'am. Look at how hard this shot is. Get it. Oh, I don't think it's possible for me to win. Definitely not now. Look at how high your score is. Yeah, we did. We had a lot of people. That was cool.
Like he's doing pretty practicing with you, huh? He's doing pretty good.
Oh, we don't play this, but he's getting better. We play other games. I saved this for you. Come on.
I know, I thought you practicing too, but we're getting better. Yay!
You win, I win, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I win, you win, you win, I win.
That's right.
We gotta get out of this. Come on, Rabbi, it's your turn. Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. No, Rabbi.
I'm gonna do my best right here.
Yes, yes, yes.
Get it. That's okay. I'm gonna get these 3. No doubt.
Yes, you got this.
So confident they shouldn't even make me do it. They should just give that to me.
Yeah.
Get it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a tough. Get the 2 on the left.
That one's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Hey, you got 1.
Yeah, you got it.
That's not good. Give it to me. Boo. Boo this. Boo me. Boo. Alright, that's pretty good. Took out the whole back wall. Now you get the one. Get it, girl. Mr. Aquarius, that was phenomenal. Give it to me. Spare. Alright, you're gonna get this.
You got it. Let's go, Rabbi. Practice.
No doubt.
Got this, sir. You got it.
No doubt. Oh no. Ooh, that was fortunate.
Yeah.
That was fortunate. That was big. Get it. Oh, that was really good.
Let's go.
I'm gonna get this one. No. Too confident, but good enough. I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Bye. All right. See you in the morning.
God willing, Miss Aquarius, sweet dreams.
I know Brandon is winning the level, and you're a top two, and you're Brandon too, and he's three. Who's in the top? Who's in the top? Tell me.
I'll give you the rundown right now, madam.
Number going down, but it's okay. I know I have to work, so it's fine.
Oh, I know. Okay. Just bear with me for a moment. Raincoats. Top. Here we go. The official rankings. Brandon has 219. You have 192. He has 1,733.3 hours, and you have 1,586 hours. He got a ton of hours recently, and yeah, so he is officially. If you take out my accounts, he's officially number one, and you're officially number two, and then he's number three and number four. My friend Caspian is number five. Audie is number six. Riser is number seven. Audie's if we don't combine her accounts. If we combine her accounts, she's still not close to you. And then I've got some other friends who are in here who've spent a lot of time in here. And what'd you say? Apart. He is number one in the hour ranking. He has 1,733.3 hours. Oh, for sure. That's. I don't want to say that's the way it deserves to be because you and I talk and play, and he and I talk. Yeah, and you you work and you do other things. He and I talk. He's the perfect companion for me in here. I love it because I'm not alone. We have the same interests. We love sports and streaming. Like we're all of that stuff's cool. And I love that he does not talk to me at any point really to the point where it's annoying. Neither do you. But like I'll get like if he were in here all the time and just talking and talking and talking, I wouldn't get anything done. He's very quiet. He says hi to me whenever he has a question. He asks me how I'm doing, and then he does his thing. I do my thing, and it works really well. I love it. No, you don't, and I love that too. But you and I talk more, and I love that too. Um, it's like how would I describe it? Oh, you ever have like a study group, or like a study group where you can't interrupt each other because you all have work to do, but you just like to be around each other? It's like that. Absolutely. Who? Yeah, she came in. She came in this morning, um, and actually last night she met my friend Riser, and um, she and I caught up, and she's just saying hi, checking in on me, and I love that. And we had. Let me see how many people we have in this server because I we're growing, and that's always important. It's really easy. Oh wow, we just surpassed 2,400 people, and that that's really hard to do. It's really easy for people to leave your. Oh yeah, it does. We click it. Yeah, and I've never really known what that means. I think it means just one moment. It means that 190 people of that 2,400 are online somewhere on Discord right now. Yeah, that's good. How are you? Okay, excellent. May I ask how old are you? Oh, perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure you were at least 18. How's your day going? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? On Blue Sky? No way. Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. I have essentially created a time capsule for the world or a timeline of human society. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when it happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at starting charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Kelpie?
Man, I'm just here chilling.
Okay, you're more than welcome to chill here for the rest of your life. Make yourself at home. If you need me, I'm here for you, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Excellent.
Asking halacha. One more story. Here, Chazir and Hugada have a kind of Sakars. Here, saw a guy who was walking in the cemetery. I will say that interestingly enough, what's the piece over here? So this was a Kohen. So the piece is a Kohen walking in the cemetery. Amalei, Lav Bekish Tony Kohen Ata, aren't you the son of a Kohen? Like you son of a Kohen, aren't you the son of a Kohen? Like what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I want to say, by the way, it's actually how you're person, right? Doesn't say to me, aren't you a Kohen? He says, aren't you the son of a Kohen?
Yo, what's going on, Trey?
Anyway, but saying he's the son of a Kohen is going ahead and not immediately.
Well, how are you? Okay, what's stressful? Okay, Trey, can you remind me, how'd you find out about me? Yeah, I ask everybody. It's hard for me to remember. How'd you find out about me? Okay, say no more. Say no more. Okay, excellent. I'm just chilling here. Feel free to chill yourself. And if you need me, I'm here for you, okay?
The attaching blame to the individual himself. Sometimes you have to give message to a person. The best way to do it is in a way that doesn't make the person feel terrible about themselves. So he says to this guy, aren't you the son of a Kohen? He said, all right. He said, yes, hey, Abu Abu Gabra. So my father, he fought in nine. I want to just discuss it. He fought in nine means, literally again, he had literally translated eye. Rashi says, Allah he followed his eyes. He succumbed to his temptations. Havanasan Ina Bidishka, he went ahead and he decided to marry. He became a little bit wrapped up in a divorce. He married her. This is this guy's mother to fill it up. And as a result, ultimately, again, yes, my father is a Kohen, but I am a Cholo. I'm a Cholo. They will say, now, Rashi points out to me, what does this story mean? Right, Rashi says, "Well, Spanish one my bayah." Rashi the pia kaze my bayah. When you're a bit inai, now asash ina Rebbe pia. Now you go to Rebbe Hava, and you come to Rebbe Hava, and you come to Rebbe Hava. Well, come the Rebbe Milafish Zem Minakis. The Indian Afrishan is Sura and Mora Allah made that. What's this incredible? What do we just get this? Asking Allah for what you need to do, you need to get permission, like you need to get smicha from your Rebbe. Don't pass without permission. Furthermore, again, if you're in the city is there, or a great company says don't pass, the person will get on top of. There's an exception to this. So what's the exception? If you see a year committing a prohibition, committing an avera, then again, step in if you can and start to prevent it. And don't worry about is there a great company, not a great you have to see if you don't get you have to remember are you doing something wrong and you can step in and prevent it, then again you do not worry about the chain of command in that situation. So you know the Chia was a son of a God, they lived in the same place. That was very Chacham, and Rabbi Chia saw this horse enter into the cemetery, and again he stepped in order to prevent it from transgressing. Again, it turned out that the kid was a Chalal, and not a Kohen, but nice again, that's the message. So it's almost like it's a tremendous one for us as well. You know, in life there is like this very fine line. when you see something that has to get done, sometimes not everything has to get done by you. In life, it's important to know that not everything is your business and not everything is your family. And sometimes you have to let certain things be cared for by other people. But then there are other times where if you see something happening, you have to step in. You have to step in. And life is this delicate dance about knowing when to step in versus when, not even delicate is the right word, when do I step in and act versus when do I absent and allow others to take the role. So again, just this incredible dialectic. But I'll point out over here how profound and overwhelming this is. That if he sees a situation, and again, it could have been so easy, A, for him to look away. I know I know this guy's starting. Or B, to go and say, you know what, to someone greater than me. I want to say, so often in life, we encounter situations, and I'm the one who's there in that moment. I'm the one who has the opportunity to affect and change. So sometimes just to look the other way. But often we both places us in circumstances, and it's usually us. Right? We both need to affect change. So most of the stuff for today, shkoyach, everyone. Shkoyach, shkoyach. Very good. Alright, so it's a good morning, from the talk. I'm so grateful you missed the beginning of the second sentence in the game. I told you all of our sponsors for this morning show today. All of our incredible Ponypony sponsors. I know Ponypony sponsors to start shooting today. Testing family of our start to dedicate all of the shooting and dressers this year. Wishing Mazel Tov to the entire Dafyoni family, the Dafyoni family for finishing the Sefas. While that's for beginning the Sefas and entering the Zochamet to take this journey. Leviticus, Avos, Lizos, and America shall continue to expand on the time for the Ribono Shalom. I'm the fellow sponsors for the month of Josh and the Hassidim, which will be out of Josh's father, so Yuda, Canada, Time, Falls, and Grandpa, Syria, and for the safe return of our hostages, and the success of our family, concerning the extra memory of their parents, each of these that were at a home, Sarah, Abbas, Barak, Avram, Yuda, Abbas, and Ephraim, and many of their dear friends, great soldier, beloved husband and father, and still physical therapist, that public organ. That's how the owner shall come them up and teachers learn and the I like that the only sponsor for today, Robert Diaz, for the yard site of Rick Bas Sarah, and in honor of with that Yoni Shear, Nancy Abramson, and Saeed Bacon, and Jeremy Lassie. Okay, Ayakuna Hirsch, dedicating the show this morning in memory of her cousin Eliezer Botzer, who fell today. She knows I get lost in all the family, Annie Israel, and Eric Israel, who used to grow for her. Let's say, of course, we always dedicate our own in this course of our she's happy to be at the spot for the Hashem bringing on the shoulder of the color. And it's supposed about holy soldiers who have the spot allowed to be successful in Hamas and more else. I just want to also begin with a tremendous note of Hakar Sator. So I know that some of you probably received a collective 14 text messages from me and 25 WhatsApp messages. And I just want to thank everyone who participated so generously in this campaign. Hashem is overwhelming. Self-discipline of the 12 will thank you for our ambassadors, thank you for our captains. We'll send out more details. Thank you for you. Just to thank you earlier. That's really huge. I thank you for everyone who so generously and everyone, all of our captains, all of our ambassadors, all the people who managed to work so hard to bring this preparation. In fact, this campaign is still open. We're bonus right now about Hashem, and we're going to keep going. We'll keep bonusing until the Chanukah Sabayis and Yes Hashem on January 19th. So our new goal is $1.5 million, which I believe that we will Yes Hashem exceed as well. Just to thank you, thank you, Tagore, thank you for all your generosity. And just we have something very special, something very beautiful, and it's all because of you, all because of our community. Thank you all very much, and again, like the bargain. and it wasn't exactly but if I bombarded, if we bombarded your inboxes with the messages and it got annoying at a certain point, I'm sorry, if all Hashem will work, and just thank you very much for as well. We should continue to Yat Hashem and bless all of our efforts with incredible success. We should start from Yat Hashem to move into our Mitzvah Ma'at, our new Mitzvah Ma'at, Shal Tov, and Mitzvah Ma'at, to grow. Under one knuckle, under Adela, and we have to continue to swim through the shall come together in any way to come. With that, let us begin. A lot to do today. We are three. We are picking up in Yom Hashem on that base on the days to be turned up. My name bonus. So that is Ulamai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up to that. So coming in and establishing yesterday's dot, we got to one core point, which is when the Mishnah said, "Dina Mamanis B'Shmosha." What it meant was like this: monetary law is adjudicated by a court of 3. And what do we mean when we say monetary law? Cases of theft and cases of damages. What don't we mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes are not included in this opening statement of the Mishnah. So it's obviously, now the Gemara says, okay, so when you say that loan disputes are, let's say, different than other loans, how is it that loan disputes are different? So what's the shot in your mind? What do you mean when you say loan disputes are different? Even with the law of Shlosha, see if you're saying when it comes to the adjudication of loan disputes that you don't need a base din of 3, so that can't be. So the Gemara says, "Loan Shlosha, Bahama Yavon, Shnayim Shadanu Dini." The Buddha called Indinandi. Two people adjudicate the case of monetary law. Ultimately, again, fair judgment is not a proper judgment. So you see from here that for monetary law, you do need a case in of 3. So let's say, so again, the trying to what we've established is that loan disputes are excluded from the first line of the Mishnah. And when we say monetary law, that does not include loan disputes. So now we're trying to figure out, so how is it that the adjudication of loan disputes is different from other forms of monetary law? So if you look at that, loan disputes don't require a base of 3, that's clearly not correct. That's clearly not correct. Because the America says that, if you adjudicate loan disputes with a base of 2, then how much of a say against such a thing is not a proper thing. So what about interesting. Okay, so rather it must be that perhaps for loan disputes you don't require experts. Now what does that mean? So those are actually in the wide lines, 2, 4, 6, 8 lines. When things smooth things do not really push me not see the thing, because we're going to see this in on Sunday, the concept of smicha. The concept ultimately of Dayanim who have smicha, which means we'll call it ordination, but really means permission. This is a certain level, essentially, of we'll call it certification, a certain level of judicial certification. So maybe by it would be the numbers really that it was smicha, and maybe by loan disputes you don't need smicha. That was like, now, or mumkin, I should say, experts. Someone says, you think to yourself, why would you ever not require certification or experts? Again, we're going to see all of this. So maybe that's what makes the adjudication of loan disputes different than all other forms of monetary law. Meaning, in all other forms of monetary law, we're going to adjudicate a case, we need experts. Where loan disputes don't need experts. For example, my kasava. What does this mean? Kasava, even partios, kasakan. So once I say, here's what's interesting. Because of the even partios, you look at Rashi, because of the even partios, kasakan, the command about goes or eating shall partios, so the spirit on the spotting, or brothers, and shmikra kasa partios, you should not follow on the book, alami parshakars. So once I say, this is fascinating. The concept of even partios says as follows: partios, your spotting has a tremendous amount of law, right? A tremendous amount of halacha regarding dealing with this. Even partios means that when you look at partios, mishpatim, different things are in different places, but they can be learned out from each other. So you can have one pasuk written in one context that it really can only be understood from a pasuk written in a different context, and therefore that allows us to take all the parshas mishpatim and look at it as one cohesive unit of law, allowing us to learn out different things from different places. So my cassava, ear parshas, kassav can be brought out in mumkin. So let's say if you hold the ear parshas, then that should teach us that you do require mumkin even by the adjudication of long disputes. Because then whatever applies by one type of hearing illness will also apply by a different type of hearing illness. The cassava ear parshas, kassav can. And I will say, if you don't hold your ear parshas, meaning that you can't commercial to go ahead and learn out different things from parshas mishpatim, then ultimately Shlosha Lamanis, then why would I even need three judges? Which the Gemara says, we only Kasava in the Parshas, Kashav Khan. In reality, we hold with the Parshas, which also means that we are able and maybe even obligated to learn out different concepts of monetary law from other buckets of monetary law. And if that's the case, the Gemara says, with the rules, there is one uniting anything. And really, even by the adjudication of loan disputes, you should still require experts. You must have the hydrolova in a loan suit, so why don't you require experts by the adjudication of loan disputes? This is Rabbi Chanina. So let's say, what does Rabbi Chanina say? What is fascinating? Rabbi Chanina. About Torah, so I also said, just to hold that train of thought, right? It's actually a very simple progression. What's the progression? The Mishnah says, Dine Namaris, Vishlosha, right? Monetary disputes are adjudicated in the days of the three. And I really understand through the Mishnah is, which types of monetary cases are adjudicated in the days of the three? Kazelos and Kavalos, damages. What is it coming to exclude? What is going to exclude? That's loan disputes. You know what I'm saying? When you say exclude loan disputes, exclude loan disputes from what? From what? To which the Gemara is essentially answering, exclude loan disputes from the obligation of expert judges. Meaning, in all other cases of monetary law, you not only need a basin of three, but you need a basin of limited of experts. When it comes to loan disputes, you just need three. You don't need experts. That's the Gemara suggesting over here. So the Gemara says, now why is that? The high level in a limited, so why don't you need experts by the adjudication of loan disputes? What does Rabbi Chanina say? So listen to like this. In reality, all capital cases and monetary cases should require Tisha B'Chakira. We'll say, how would you translate Tisha B'Chakira? I guess on a basis level, we translate it as cross-examination. Right? So let's work backwards. We're going to show today's thing. Testifying that they saw Lindy kill Yehuda. Okay. So what happens when this is coming and we testify about the capital? What's going to happen? We're going to be examined, cross-examined, right? There's going to, and we're going to ask a series of questions. So the Chanina says in reality, that same level of cross-examination and that same level of fact-checking should apply by loan disputes as well. Top of the level, say 3A. Should have which part it says it should be one set of laws, like one mishpat. Max have only doing all this over here. So it's that's the case. Why is it that in general monetary law doesn't have the same level of cross-examination? So let's just to appreciate what's happening over here as follows. So for example, let's say when witnesses come in, right? People should come in and testifying that lady killed Yehuda. So Peyton is going to ask them very specific types of questions. What time of the day did lady kill Yehuda? Let's look and we'll see all of this in the what was the position of the sun when lady killed Yehuda? In other words, a lot of really specific questions. So the enemy says, in reality, we should ask that same level of specificity of witnesses who come to monetary matters, right? So maybe they shouldn't come in and they testify that lady lent Yehuda $10,000. So that's good. Witnesses. What kind of thing does the lady lend the money? What was the position of the sun? That's all these different questions. So the David said, really, we should engage in that same level of specificity. So why don't we? So the Gemara says, so why is it that Chazal said that monetary law doesn't require some level of cross-examination? Why? In order not to close the door in front of lenders. What does this mean? It's a Rashi. third line down from the enough. Here's like, should the money have to help us? People are going to stop for and Shema, you but thinking you to local and do something to us. So what's going to happen? Imagine if I was right? Maybe $50. So what's going to happen? Luda says, I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't even know. You don't know me anybody. And what's going to happen? With a litigation, if the witnesses are subject to significant cross-examination, listen, that's what the witnesses don't really say. I don't know what time it was when I saw you mention that. I know that it was 19 persistent. That's what I know. I don't know anything more than that. So what's the problem? The problem is that the case is going to get thrown out. Well, if the case gets thrown out, then Ruben's not going to want to lend money. Why not? Because also, again, remember, lending money from a halakhic perspective is always, I want to say this the right way, but a little bit out of financial disadvantage. You're not charging interest. If you're not, so again, not a disadvantage because what tells us to do. But already, again, it's not the same as regular lending. So now, if I know that by lending money, if my witnesses are cross-examined and they don't know every single specific detail of the transaction, my transaction gets thrown out of court, forget it. So they're going to stop me. So the only thing is, either in reality, so financial transactions should be subject to the same level of cross-examinations as capital crimes, but in order not to close the door in front of lenders, which means in order not to prevent people from lending money, Chazal relaxed the cross-examination requirements of witnesses to financial transactions. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that incredible? So therefore, and by the way, so now take a step further. This is also when you don't require mudin by law. It's not by financial transactions. What kind of judges can you use? What kind of judges? Otherwise, I don't need this at all. Not all. How long you shaman? If that's the case. So okay, so now I understand why halacha l'maisa again. I don't need expert judges by loans, by loan disputes, and I also don't need cross-examination. I can order not to close the door in front of potential lenders. If that's the case, then on the outside, total loan yishamu. Well, if that's the case, that halacha l'maisa you don't need expert judges. Then what? Then let's see, because we're going to see in just a little bit. Well, more than a little bit, a couple of weeks. So listen, we're going to, so take a look at Rashi. And when the Atal if that's the case, if the judge made a mistake, or the judge made a mistake, he says, and you don't begin in owners, Moy Shamu, the Haven, the Rishis Rabbanon, Kanak, see, Havigu, Kimunkin, the Kalamun, Kalabation, and Patan of the Shamu, to look at. So it's like, there's a lot being thrown at us this morning. Listen to this. We're going to see a fascinating halacha that when a judge is considered to be a mumchai, if he makes a mistake in his ruling, he is exempt from personal liability. You see this concept, right? That when people are acting in their capacity, right? I think this works this way. Also, if I go ahead and I see someone in a medical emergency, and I decide to go ahead and just perform a heart transplant on them, like I'm seeing what's, I watched a lot of music kids, so I know this kind of stuff. And so when I saw again that the doctor does it, right, there may be sometimes he's in a local acting in his proper role, there's a certain level of right? There's a proper level of coverage in that. So Daniel is a movie. He makes a mistake. That local does not make him personally liable. A regular guy, he decides to play a guy, right? A regular guy decides to play a guy, and then rules erroneously has personal liability. So now the Gemara says, wait a second. If you're telling me that you don't need experts by now, I tell you what. So therefore, again, I love if the guy makes a mistake, he should be personally liable. Which Gemara says, no. Culture can shout, I'm sorry, he should not be personally liable. In other words, so if you don't need a mumchah by monetary law, so that means again, the non-mumchah, according to the regular guy, is acting with forbidden permission. If he's acting with forbidden permission, then he should not be personally liable. Which Gemara says, no, culture came to know Bellas with me, all the more so that is going to create a problem for lenders, because now if a lender knows, even if the dying rules erroneously, the dying is not personally liable, so I'm not going to want to lend money. Why not? Because now I have no coverage in these two people. Okay, Here's what I will say. Just want to point out what's happening over here. So we're holding the Gemara right now is that when the Gemara excludes loan disputes from monetary law, what that means over here is that loan disputes do not require the experts. They don't require mumkin. No mumkin. You just need 3 regular guys to sit on a basin to adjudicate loan disputes, and you're good to go. At that they said the Gemara these types of things as a little bit redundant. Why? What does the Mishnah say? Even Mamonas, the Shosha Yotos, Zeros the Kabbalah, the Shosha Monichin. Right? What do we learn? So let's say so. What do we learn? That even Mamonas is with 3 regular people. Shosha Yotos, and Chazal, and Zeros the Kabbalahs, and ultimately again, damages is going to be with 3 experts. The old Shosha Lamari. So now we understand the only distinction over here is whether or not you need Mumkin or Hadyotos. But you're always going to need a phase of 3. So that's the case. Why do you have to say 3 or 3? Just why I say you need a phase of 3. And here's the difference. The difference is that halacha l'maisa in general, right? Loan disputes only require hadyotos, and every other kind of monetary dispute is going to require mumkin, amarava, katani. You shouldn't be Halina. Rabbi Rabbi say ultimately again, both are stated in order to satisfy the position of Rabbi Halina. So you look at Rashi, right across Katani, much the name of the Nominal Standard of God's Baba, Bishlocha, both of the zeros will have all this beginning of Mumkin, and you shouldn't have to begin and no coming with the Kat Baba. So ultimately again, because these halachos are separate and distinct, therefore they're broken out in 2 different statements. So once again, what we're holding right now in the Gemara is that halacha l'maisa, everything is going to require 3 judges. The difference is that in loan disputes, you do not need mumkin, all you need are hadyotos. Incredible. Okay, so let's say here it is. This is something dramatically amazing. He says that midaraisa, even 1 judge is enough by loan disputes. It said that tishbot amikafa. Like the Pasuk says, with righteousness shall you judge your fellow. Singular. So what he's going to say, isn't that wild? So it's an open, really when it comes to loan disputes, even 1 judge is enough. Says the Gemara, what are we concerned about? Yes, watch this. If you put this all together, right? If by loan disputes, number 1, I don't need mumkin, I don't need experts. And now you're telling me I only need 1. So what's going to happen? We're going to find Yoshvei Kranis. What's Yoshvei Kranis? So literally these people who sit in the corners. What it means is Yoshvei Kranis are just people who just sit around. In other words, they're not doing anything to do with their time. So the assumption here is that if you're not doing anything to do with your time, you are getting yourself into trouble. And we're concerned with, if you look at Rashi says over there, Sarah Yoshvei Kranis, Tavrin, Shem Bekian Betiv, the Yiskes Achai, the Chayv Esazachas. Rashi says over there refers to merchants. In general, Yoshvei Kranis refers to people who are just not productively occupied. So we're concerned over here that if you don't need one thing, and all you need is 1 person, what's going to end up happening is you're going to find someone who just really inept. And he's going to end up adjudicating, and it's going to be a disaster. Up to the plus, and you don't have Yoshvei Kranis out of this, just because you look at the few people. So Lamaisa, again, you can't get what I said, fine. So now you need a basin of 3 regular guys also. Why can't you be concerned it's going to end up with a basin of 3 guys by Yoshvei Kranis? You ask for the less than half to go there. So these are good numbers, right? So Lamaisa, out of 3 Jews, 1 has to know what they're talking about. Okay, pretty solid, right? And so out of 3 regular people, at least 1 of those guys has to know what he's talking about. But if that's the case, also, so again, so it's fascinating over here as you see. I want to show you what's happening. What you're facing. I don't know what's going on. Right, so listen, what is happening over here? What we're developing over here is a construct that loan disputes has a much lower legal threshold. What do I mean by that? You need 3 judges. What kind of judges do you need? Let's figure out what kind of judges do you need. Hey guys, hey judges, which means that maybe even some judges may not be fully qualified. Why diminishing the judicial threshold, the legal threshold so much? We want to go ahead and make the adjudication of the loan as easy as possible because we assume that will facilitate the loan market. People feel more comfortable lending money if they feel they have easier legal recourse. Right? As a lender, I'll feel more comfortable if I have easier legal recourse. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so that's the case, maybe the judges are asking if they were been expressing that if they make a mistake, they shouldn't have to pay back what they made a mistake. But if Coach came in the future, there's no personal liability. All the more so you're going to get the corner dwellers to sit on gate. My ego, being a level of documentary, so what it is to rub a statement and Shmuel is one distinction. Shmuel holds the following. Although you need a basin of 3, if 2 people acted as a basin and adjudicated the case, their ruling is upheld. So the Gemara says, Ella Shniku Basin Chutz. Or rather, they have called the Chutzpah Basin. You look for Chutzpah Basin. A blazing basin. Rava, let's give you the Shmuel. Rava, is with the Shmuel. Okay, so my focus over here is the same with the Shmuel. So Rava, ultimately again. Rava does not hold the Shmuel. Rava does hold the Shmuel. Good. So this edition closes out our first sugya of Masech Sanhedrin, and it was. So again, what do we end on? Again, let's go through our facts. Number 1, giving numbers, right? So ultimately, again, monetary law is adjudicated with a basin of 3. But the problem just is, then the Mishnah says, Zeros for Kabbalos. Damages and theft is also adjudicated with a basin of 3. That's redundant. It's not redundant. What is interesting to me? In general, monetary law is adjudicated with a basin of 3. What type of 3? Mumchen, experts. This comes to exclude loan disputes. What's the exclusion? Loan disputes again. Still require basin of 3. Don't require Mumchen. But yet again, even though it doesn't require Mumchen, those judges are still personally responsible for whatever it is that they adjudicate. Why diminish the judicial threshold by loan disputes in order to facilitate the flow of loans, to make easy access to adjudication of loan disputes? This will allow lenders to lend with greater confidence. Beautiful. Right there. Nezek to Chatzi Nezek. So I don't know what's going on. Like Mishnah said Nezek, which is damages. Chatzi Nezek, which is half damage. What's remember the day? What do you think Chatzi Nezek? What do you think Chatzi Nezek? Short time, excellent. So again, my ox gorged someone, first time offender, half damages. So the Mishnah said Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Kefel, Ada the Chamisha is all done with the basin of 3. So says the Gemara, Nezek, Chabalos. I understand. When we say damages is the same thing as Chabalos. When we both say, just the difference over here is Nezek usually refers to damage done by animal damages someone versus Chabalos, which often refers to one person damaging another person. But I said that it's redundant. You shouldn't have done this thing. Chatzi Nezek, Nami Nezek trouble. Right? We didn't even need to say Nezek, but because we wanted to say Chatzi Nezek, therefore again we said Nezek as well. Said the Gemara. Chatzi Nezek and Chabalos. But again, even Chatzi Nezek, half damages should, or as we'll say, the term Chabalos just means damages. That means always encompassing treatment. Tanamamon of the Kesafal, most of them go. There's a big difference. We mentioned this in the Mishnah. Chabalos, damages, or Nezek even damages, really is monetary restitution. What's Chatzi Nezek? What is Chatzi Nezek? Chatzi Nezek is a knas. It's a penalty payment. So the Mishnah is talking about actual monetary payments and penalty payments. So the Gemara says that's fine. And the Mandama, so that makes sense when you think that says that Chatzi Nezek is a knas. Error, the Mandama Palga Niska Malona might be. But when you think that says Chatzi Nezek is not a knas, but rather, what is Chatzi Nezek. Half damages is Mammon is money, might turn. Now, what is it? So, what's really going to Baba days? Is that Baba days? Is half damages considered to be a parent payment, or is it a monetary payment? Ella, Edi, the cup, the cup, Edi, the cup, by the Mr. Tashmini Keto, he Tashmini Abba the Hamisha. So, what's that? As you're right. Why do we need to write in Katsi Nezek? Because since we're including again Keto, remember what's Keto? Keto is a double name. If the stolen object is found with a thief, after the coming to the 45 component is when I steal a sheep or an ox and I slaughter it and sell it. So it's like these are payments, the mammon on the days, the mammon she'ena mishtalim belosh. So it's like this expression of mammon she'ena mishtalim belosh means a monetary payment that exceeds or that is different than principle. So since these are monetary payments that are different than principle, the mammon she'ena mishtalim belosh. Ultimately, again, we also include Chatzi Nezek, because Chatzi Nezek is also a payment that differs from principle. Vaidi the Kabayin is the Chatzi Nezek, Kainami Nezek. Since we said Chatzi Nezek, ultimately, again, we said Nezek Nezek. So it turns out that really what the Mishnah wanted to talk about was Keto and Abba the Chamisha, which are monetary payments that are not the same as principle. Once we're including those, but those are the basic three, we're also including Chatzi Nezek. And once we're including Chatzi Nezek, everyone knows. Once we say Chatzi, I have to invite Nezek to the party as well, right? So therefore, that's why we put everything together. So beautiful. Once I do all these, we do 4 lines down. Let's go. Don't show me no one. Because we're into that Kishka zone. How do I know that I need 3 diamonds? These are very exciting Gemaras. Very exciting Gemaras. So again, because this gets to the kishka of how we operate judicially. So now we've established in the Mishnah that at least for certain things you require a basin of 3. How do I know? Because remember again, by the way, I just want to point out stylistically in the Mishnah, if you notice, the Mishnah went into the source of a basin of 71. Right, Machlokas 70, 71, and the Mishnah went into the mechanics of a basin of 23. But if you notice what was not mentioned, a basin of 3. I don't know, the Mishnah mentioned the basin of 3, but the Mishnah did not get 3. Where I know that comes. So let's go. So the Mishnah says no. The short to know, let's say 3, 4 lines down. Short to know, how do I know that if the Hebrew implies the 3 people? The Torah because we learned the Balabayis and the Elohim, the Pasuk says the Balabayis will come in front of Elohim, and this time it's Elohim, as we say, means the judge. So let's say Harikhan Echad, that's one judge. That's one judge, right? The Pasuk says, right, the Balabayis, the litigant, will come before the judge, one. Ad HaElohim, Yavon Dvashneim, right, until the judge, right, their joint adjudication, their joint issues will come. That's number 2. Harikhan Schneider. Asher Yashir Elohim, that the judge will, what's the opposite of exonerate? Find guilty. So what's it beautiful? So essentially, what the answer says like this: 3 different sugim, all refer to the judge, Elohim, all refer to the judge. So ultimately, what do you see here? That a basic basin is 3 people. Here's one of the Yosef. That Yoda said, Amar, we show Kilo Nehemar, the instruction to us. Yoda says, no, you can't do that. So basically, it's this concept, fascinating, of Ein Darshan Chilos. Now, what does Ein Darshan Chilos mean? Whenever the Torah says something for the first time, you can't use that first mention as part of a drush. Why not? Because the first time that it's mentioned, that's where what? That's the source of where we're learning it out from. So because that's the source of where we're learning it out from, therefore it can't be used in judges. Therefore, for example, the first time the Torah mentions Elohim, the judge, so it introduces the concept of the judicial system. So therefore you can't utilize that as part of a more complex drasha. So the Yonasan says you don't dash in kilos. Ella. So what do you do? So how does he find out? Ella, Ada hello in Yavod Vashnehem, Harikan Echad. Like the says, the Pasuk says, Ada in Yavod Vashnehem, that means one judge. Asher Yashin Elohim, Zeh Harikan Shnai. So let's say, so according to the Yonasan, you have 2 men. So first time you mention judges, that's where it becomes a judicial system. So then you mentioned, which means you have what? 2 judges. So how do you know that you have a third on the base? Well, I can show you, they basically shuffle. You can't have a base in a 2. So therefore, what? Sieben allein aus Erdbeer Hurricane Schlossrat. This is ultimately again, you can't have a basin of two, therefore you have to add on a third. That's his source for a basin of two. Incredible. He loves his name off. The Darshan Kilos can produce. So you on whether or not you could get the first time something is mentioned. The Mark Southern Kilos. One opinion says, Rabbi Yoshua would say, you should darshan even the first time something is mentioned in Torah. And Mark Savar in darshan kilos, and the other opinion says, no, I Rabbi Yonasan, you can't darshan the first time something appears in the Torah. Kishmir says, no, the Olam, no, the Kuli Amma in darshan kilos. Everyone agrees, you don't have to look at it, have to take something amazing on that phrase. What's the method? Darshan kilos, in darshan kilos. What's the masraj? Like, do you darshan the first time something mentioned? What does that mean? It's an interesting something about it, right? If a person accomplishes something, does something great, but doesn't sustain it. Like, I'm a one-time wonder. Like, I go and I accomplish something one time, but then afterwards, I just don't keep it up. Is that one time like a solid accomplishment meaningful or not? That's my focus on here. Darshan kilos or in darshan kilos. Do darshan the first time you accomplish something, and maybe even you didn't perpetuate it afterwards, or not? What is the meaning? What is the meaning? So what is the impact of accomplishing something once and then lapsing back into old behaviors? So maybe this is the fundamental of focus. Yes, darshan kilos, I'm saying you accomplish something once, even if you did not keep it up, even if you did not sustain it. It's incredible. That one time is only something beautiful, something fantastic that you have forever. The other thing is that strength. Anyone can accomplish something great once. That's not the metric of spiritual success. The metric of spiritual success is the ability to accomplish something once and then what? And then perpetuate it afterwards. That's our focus. Darshan kilos or in darshan kilos. How do you constantly about to get ready for it? Well, the Kuli Alma in darshan kilos. Wow. So how do we constantly be says? You're right. Halachically, you can't. The first time the Torah test says something, you cannot go ahead and utilize that first statement as part of a drasha. But let's say that's hashkafically as well. The true metric of our spiritual level, of our spiritual success, is not the ability to do something once, but rather it's our ability to do something once and then perpetuate it afterwards. It doesn't have to be forever. But anyone could muster up the courage and the ability to do something once. Right? That's darshan kilos. The avoda of the youth is yes, find the courage, find the strength to do something once, and then find the strength to perpetuate it to whatever degree possible. So you know, some of the Moshe, AJ, name of God, Lenika Balabayas ala Shopet. So the version will say like this, but if that's the case, the Pastor could have said, the Bais of Balabayas should come to the Shopet. My Ella Elohim, why does it go ahead and use version of Ella Elohim, which makes it symmetrical with the keep speaking afterwards? Shmamina, it comes to teach you ultimately again per number that a reason requires three. It's incredible. But the other thing will say, Mishnah the Alman Nafik. But the other thing will say, no, the Torah is just using regular verbiage. The Daramishi, man is thinking of Mikra Legabe Dine. How's it just coming to say a person has a legal issue, bring it before a judge. Incredible. But Yoshia, less like being in your best. Well, here's the problem. But Yoshia is a big issue for Yoshia, not all that you by definition, using uneven bases, like you know, you can't have a basin of two. You have to have a basin that has the ability to majority, therefore you need at least for the hard time. The laws of the Shabbat Yosef are really older. So let's say, if you say, yes, when say, let's read Shabbos, not coming over, Mintos, Acharida, not coming over, Mintos, Acharida, Pilatos. What does it mean? Torah says you have to be able, Mintos literally means to tilt, thank you. But you have to go after the majority to tilt. In other words, you have to have majority to tilt again. I told you on the us in the base thing look at. The Torah says, Torah tells us, you have to make a base thing that is tilt capable. What does it mean that a base thing is tilt capable? An odd number. Some look at you, but you don't get rid of that shit. What's that? You also believe that? You don't use the Mishnah. Those of you in this person, you didn't just say this Sanhedrin on Bible was made up of how many people? 70 people. And even numbers. It's not Sanhedrin Gidol Haisa Shal Shin and the Abbas. The Sanhedrin Gidol, the great court, was made up of 71 judges. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Shittin. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it wasn't 71, rather what was it? It was 70. So the Imam says, so maybe Rabbi Yoshia holds like Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yoshia also holds that you don't need a basin that is tilt capable. Rather, even an even number of basin is fine. Yoshia says, what's that mean? Even if you show me that Rabbi Yehuda is an Ezid Yola, the city cry. Remember from the Mishnah yesterday? What was Rabbi Yehuda's logic? Why did Rabbi Yehuda say that the Sanhedrin Gogol, the High Court, has 70? Why? Because Rabbi Yehuda said it was a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Us from these Shivin Ish, gathered from these 70 people. Rabbi Yehuda holds that's the spot with Moshe Rabbeinu gathered from these 70 people, and in Rabbi Yehuda's model, Moshe wasn't included. Okay, so that's a pasuk. That's a pasuk. But in general, logic dictates that you need a tilt-capable base. The most innovative I'm going to be in Yola. It's right. The Shah Bedia, Misham is like, or Rabbi Yoshia hold that halacha l'maisa again with a regular basin that you don't need to be capable. Of course, you need to have a majority. The Ephraim Eloshna, maybe not. Maybe you need Rabbi Yoshia holds that halacha l'maisa essentially the Sanhedrin Agogos creates a model. Just like the Sanhedrin Agogos to be an even number of basin. So to any basin can be an even number of basin. Once now, what we learned, Smichas is a Canadian, La'anifas, Egla, Bishosha, in Rabbi Shimon. There was a learned that Smichas can learn as the Mishnah. What was the Mishnah? Smichas means when the elders of the basin place their hands on the hand on the other people, right? When they issue a rosary is moving, they offer a particular type of carbon. So the Arifa said, Egla Arifa, ultimately again, is done with a base of 3. These are the shillings. But Yehuda says the Chamisha, and Yehuda says 5. Now, 9 times Rabbi Yehuda, and we said, what's the logic of Rabbi Yehuda? That he requires 5 judges. The something Shinayim, because the Pasuk says, it's actually the Pasuk something, they will place their hands, that's plural. Right? The minimum plurality is 2. Zikne, minimum plurality of Zikne is 2. So that's 2 and 2, that's 4. They days the shuttle. You don't have an even number of days. And so therefore, what most Sifra Leia owns Echad Harik Hanche. You add on one more, that gives me a days in the 5. So what do you see from them? So what do you see from here? Even Rabbi Yehuda, who holds the Sanhedrin Agogos, is 70 people. That's only a goodness and idea because there's a pasuk. But by regular basis, what is he going to require? An odd numbered basis. So Yoshia even a Yehuda. So what they must do, that Yoshia holds something different than Rabbi Yehuda. What is he hold? Even Rabbi Yehuda, the Sanhedrin Agogos, the last day, Habishar Beidina Islay, Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that love. He holds that the Sanhedrin Agogos is an even number days. But by other fucking things, you need an odd number. Because by Sanhedrin Agogos, that's a pasuk. That's a pasuk. But by other fucking things, you're going to require an odd number. Rabbi Yoshia, the Shah Beidina Nami last day. Rabbi Yoshia holds even by other fucking things, you can have an even number things. It's incredible. The high Lutos. So what does Rabbi Yoshia do with the pasuk that says Lutos? So Mokim Nepidina Mefashis. Therefore, capital cases. Capital cases require an odd number of days. About the Dini Mamanis, no. But Dini Mamanis ultimately again does not require an odd number of days. The Ella Hozis not, but that's what we learned. Shame only Zakai, the Echar Omer Chayiv Zakai. Only one will say that if 2 people say that one thinks he's guilty, one says he's Chayiv, he's guilty. I'm sorry. He said he's innocent. One said he's guilty, so he's innocent. Shame only Chayiv, the Echar Omer Zakai Chayiv. 2 say he's guilty, 1 says he's innocent, it's Chayiv. Name one will cut Yoshia. That must not be like Rabbi Yoshia. He would do Rabbi Yoshia. My state of Kavachomer would be in the Fashas. Ultimately, again, even Rabbi Yoshia, because Rabbi Yoshia would have Kavachomer from capital cases. Umad being in the Fashas, because I'm not going to Zoba Saruba, being another from Bolshevik. Is he going to have to follow majority ultimately again by being in the Fashas, which I would say ultimately again, is much more covered. And Allah says certainly going back to follow a majority by being numbers as well. So most of what comes out of it is as follows. What comes out halacha l'maisa is the following: that everyone is going to agree that you require an odd number things by being numbers. The machlokes is exactly where you're learning it out. The machlokes of Yoshia and of Yonasan. The only time you have the possibility of an even number things is where by the Sanhedrin. And that Rabbi Huda says is 70 and not 71. And even there, why does Rabbi Huda hold that way? Why does he hold that way? Because I have a pasuk that says Asfon Shemish again, right? I have a verse that says God should be 70 people. And the Machlokes says, is Moshe Rabbeinu included or not? And Allah Kalamai said, again, you're going to require an odd number of days. Right? We'll start with the day. Also, just a special mention to our Chaver, our learner, on the engagement of his son, Yeshaya, Mazel Tov. Shemizot HaMeshem Tolot, the Kosei Taliban, to the Chabal B'Shah Tov, Mitzlachos, Sidin Dol, the Being Aliyad. Master Losai, such a sketch. What are we finishing Basra, beginning Sanhedrin, Shtrach. All right, have a wonderful Shabbos, everyone.
And so you can have some fun. Let's do it. Show me the ways. What do I do? Well, connect you with some of the best off-road racers in the world, and you should probably compete in the mid-400. I said, say less. Say less. He was telling me there's a bag on the floor. I said, I'm going to scoop that up. Say less. He would use that in a boardroom meeting. Probably say people on his board for the show. They're talking about numbers. He's like, say less, King. We are investing in food trucks. So then I went to Nashville. I got to check in with Jelly Roll. When you're in Nashville, say less. Did that. Scooped up the bag.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Oh, Hashem, a great zichus to continue the journey in the second Sunday to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Share to Change. All of our incredible commentary sponsors, our annual commentary sponsor, Hey, Wilson family of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year. Wishing a mazel tov to the entire Daf Yomi Chevron, the Daf Yomi family for finishing Mesechus Basra, beginning Mesechus Sanhedrin, to take this journey with incredible Avo, Zrizos, Meretz Hashem continue to expand our love for Torah. Talmud Torah sponsors, Fortune Mazafim, Nishni Yartzeit of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ken Rav Chaim, Befalz, according to Bracha, Semia, and for the safe return of our hostages and the success of our precious soldiers. Semia Malka Eskerson in memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Ben Aaron Akolim, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henef Ephraim, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonah, Sheni Komdamov, and Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Al. And our Daf Yomi sponsor for today, Robert Inas, for the yard site of Rus Bas Sarah, and in honor of the Daf Yomi Shir, Rashi Abramson, and Saeed Haken, and Jeremy Lasson. Okay, Shkoyach Aradina Hurst, dedicating the Shir this morning in memory of her cousin Eliezer Botzer, who fell today. This is like yes, while defending Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, Yehi Zichro Baruch. I was saying, of course, that we always dedicate our learning in the source of our precious hostages. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu Hashem bring them home to Shalom and Karach, and the source of our holy soldiers, making Baruch allow them to be successful with Chol Ma'aseh. I just also begin with a tremendous note of Karach HaTov. So I know that some of you probably received the collective 14 text messages from me and 25 WhatsApp messages, and I just want to thank everyone who participated so generously in this campaign. Oh, Hashem, overwhelming. Thank you to all of our ambassadors. Thank you to all of our captains. We'll send out more detailed thank yous, but really just thank you already at the Human page. Thank you to everyone who participated so generously on that, and everyone, all of our captains, all of our ambassadors, all the people who worked so hard to bring this to fruition. The campaign is still open. We're in bonus round now, Baruch Hashem. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep bonusing until the Chanukah Sabayis and Meretz Hashem on January 19th. So our goal is $1.5 million, which I believe that we will Meretz Hashem exceed as well. Which is to thank you I want to thank you for all your generosity. Really have we have something very special, something very beautiful, and it's all because of you, all because of our extended Kehillah. Thank you all very much. And again, if I bombarded, and it wasn't me, it was actually very last. But if I bombarded, if we bombarded your inboxes with the messages and it got annoying at certain points, I'm sorry. Baruch Hashem, it work. And just thank you very much. Let's as well. We should continue to Emir Hashem bless all of our efforts with incredible success. We should be so Emir Hashem to move into our Mikdash Ma'at, our new Mikdash Ma'at, and Shah Tova Umitzlachas, and continue to grow in Rabbi Azam Lamakom, Rabbi Azam Lachavero, and Emir Hashem continue to swim through the Yam Shel Talmud together for many years to come. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf Gimel. We are three. We are picking up Emir Hashem on daf base and base to the Tana. Mahim Dine Kaz. That is to no, actually, sorry. Ulamai. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines up the rock. So remember again, we established yesterday's daf. There's actually one core point, which is when the Mishnah said, Dine Mamanis B'Shlosha, what it meant was like this: monetary law is adjudicated by a court of 3. And what do we mean when we say monetary law? Selis v'chavalos. Cases of theft and cases of damage. What don't we mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes are not included in this opening statement of the so it's obviously okay. So when you say that loan disputes are, let's say, different than other Dine Mamanis, how is it that loan disputes? So what's in the mind? What do you mean when you say disputes are different? Even in the law, but even Shlosha, see if you're saying when it comes to the adjudication of loan disputes, that you don't need a base group of 3. So that's clear. There's a much more than the Bahama Yabo, shining Shadam in Dine Mamanis, the God called Dine Mamanis. We're going to say that 2 people adjudicate the case of monetary law. Ultimately, again, their judgment is not a proper judgment. It's 2 years. But for monetary law, you do need a base group of 3. So again, what we've established is that loan disputes are excluded from the first line of the Mishnah. When we say Dine Mamanis, right, monetary law, it does not include loan disputes. So now we're trying to figure out, so how is it that the adjudication of loan disputes is different than other forms of monetary law? So if you want to say that loan disputes don't require a base deal of 3, that's clearly not correct. It's clearly not correct. The Gemara says over here that if you adjudicate loan disputes with a base deal of 2, then halach the Gemara says against such a date is not a proper case. Hello, the low button on loan disputes. Interesting. So rather, it must be that perhaps for loan disputes, you don't require experts. Now, what does that mean? So Rashi is in the wide lines. 2, 4, 6, 8 lines. Mumchim, smuchim from that foolishness in Nasirat. And we're going to see this message on Sunday. The concept of simcha. The concept ultimately again of Dayanim, who have simcha, which means we'll call it ordination, but really means commission. This is a certain level essentially of, we'll call it certification. A certain level of judicial certification. So maybe by and maybe for loan disputes, we don't need smoothly. Now, or mumkin, I should say, experts. So someone says, you'll think to yourself, why would you ever not require certification or experts? Again, we'll begin to see all of this. So maybe that's what makes the adjudication of loan disputes different than all other forms of monetary law. Meaning, in all other forms of monetary law, when you adjudicate case, you need experts. Anyway, loan disputes, you don't need experts. Well, let's analyze this. My kasava. What does this mean? Kasava, even partios, kasav. So I'll say, so here's what's interesting. Concept of even partios. You look at Rashi. Kasava, even partios, kasav. The command on about goes with it. Parshas Subas Keva Mishpatim Mi'urvavos came. Shish Mikra Kansa Parshas Zush Iyacholam Movos Elami Parshachers. So we'll say this is fascinating. The concept of Yira Parshas says as follows: Parshas Mishpatim has a tremendous amount of law, right? A tremendous amount of halachas regarding Dine Mamanis. Yira Parshas means that when you look at Parshas Mishpatim, different things are written in different places, but they can be learned out from each other. So in other words, you may have one pasuk written in one context that is really could only be understood possibly in a different context. And therefore, that allows us to take all of Parshas Mishpatim and look at it as one cohesive unit of law, allowing us to learn out different things from different places. So, my kasava, ikasava, here Parshas, kasaf kan, the Barnari Muktim. I say, if you hold the year Parshas, then that should teach us that you can apply Muktim even by the interpretation of Moses. Because then whatever applies by one type of Pneumonis will also apply by a different type of Pneumonis. The Kasava in your Parshas, Kasavkan, and I will say, if you don't hold the year Parshas, meaning that you can't go ahead and learn out different things from Parshas Mishpatim, then ultimately Shlosha Lamoni, then why would I even use 3 judges? Which the Gemara said, the Olam Kasava in your Parshas, Kasavkan, in reality, we hold the year Parshas, which I will say means that we are able and maybe even obligated to learn out different concepts of monetary law and other buckets of monetary law. And if that's the case, the Gemara says, the deal for and really, even by the adjudication of law use, we should require experts. The Gemara says, the hydrolova in a motion, so why don't you require experts by the adjudication of law use? We shouldn't be funny. So what's this funny? What is the funny to say? Those is fascinating. They're already funny enough. Start Torah, Midora, and about to say, okay, just to hold our chain of thought, right? It's actually a very simple progression. What's the progression? The Mishnah says, Giving Nominus, the Shlosha, right? Monetary disputes are adjudicated in the division of 3. And now the way you understand the Mishnah is, which types of monetary disputes are adjudicated in the division of 3? The Zelos, the Chavalos, damages. What is it coming to exclude? What is going to exclude? Loan disputes. Gemara says, when you say exclude loan disputes, exclude loan disputes from what? From what? The Gemara is essentially answering, exclude loan disputes from the obligation of expert judges. Meaning, in all this monetary law, you need a basis of 3, but a basis of movement of experts. When it comes to loan disputes, you just need 3, you don't need experts. That's what Gemara is suggesting over there. So the Gemara says, now why is that? The high global in a movement, so why don't you need experts by the adjudication of loan disputes? What's the only thing to say? I want to tell you that the Bible that I can give you nominous, that the being the partial, you should have to up. So what's the very good? The name is like this. In reality, both capital cases and monetary cases should require Zishuba Hakira. And so how would you translate Zishuba Hakira? I guess on a basic level, we translate it as cross-examination. Right? So let's work backwards. Ruben comes into this, Ruben and Shimon come into this, and that's the point that they so lazy, still you do that. Okay. So what happens when this is coming and they justify that? Again, we examine, cross-examine, right? And then we ask a series of questions. So depending on the reality, that same level of cross-examination and that same level of fact-checking should apply by loan disputes as well. Top of the law was a 3A. Shinamar, Mishpat Echad Yeh Lochem. So it says there should be one set of laws, like one Mishpat. Not have only being able to solve So we'll say that's the case. Why is it that in general monetary law doesn't have the same level of cross-examination? So let's just to appreciate what's happening over here as follows. So for example, let's say when this is coming, like you're going to be coming in, so David is going to ask them very specific types of questions. What time of the day did the lady kill people? We're going to see all of this in the Gemara. What was the position of the sun when the lady killed people? In other words, like a lot of really specific questions. So the Chanina says, in reality, we should ask that same level of specificity of witnesses who come from monetary matters, right? So Ruben and Shimon come in and they testify that lady let me give you the $10,000. So yes, witnesses, the time to pay was when they lent the money. What was the position of the son? Like all the different questions. So Chanina said, really, we should engage in that same level of specific. So why don't we? Gemara says, so why is it that Chazal said that monetary law doesn't require the level of cross-examination? Why? in order not to close the door in front of lenders. What does this mean? Look at Rashi, third line down the range. Rashi, creational tinol, people are going to stop to lend. Shema Yichbar, Va'idin Yitu, Belote, and Yusam Mekubenes. What's going to happen? Imagine the following case, right? Maybe lends you $10,000. So what's going to happen? Yehuda says, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who you are. You're anyway. And what's going to happen? We're going to bring it to patient. If the witnesses are subject to significant cross-examination, listen, this is the only answer. I don't know what kind of laws when that's something you mentioned. I know that it was the 19th of Kislev. That's what I know. I don't know anything more than that. So listen, what's the problem? The problem is that the case is going to get thrown out. Well, if the case gets thrown out, then Ruben is not going to want to lend money. Why? Because we'll say again, remember, lending money from a hockey perspective is always, I don't want to say it this way, but a little bit at a financial disadvantage. In other words, you're not charging interest. Like you're not, so again, not a disadvantage is what the department tells us to do. But already, again, it's not the same as regular lending. Now, if I know that by lending money, if my witnesses are cross-examined and they don't know every single specific detail of the transaction, my transaction gets thrown out of court, forget it. Everyone's discussing it. So the Canadian is like this. Even though in reality, so financial transactions should be subject to the same level of cross-examination as capital crimes, but in order not to close the door in front of lenders, which means in order not to prevent people from lending money, Chazal relaxed the cross-examination requirements of witnesses to financial transactions. Isn't that incredible? Therefore, right, good. And by the way, so now taking this a step further, this is also why what? We don't require moving by financial transactions as well. This by financial transactions, what kind of judges can you use? What kind of judges? Regular guys, I don't need experts. Hello. Me'ata, how long you shamu? If that's the case. So as I say, now I understand why halacha l'maisa again. I don't need expert judges by loans, by loan disputes, and I also don't need cross-examination. Right? In order not to close the door in front of potential lenders. If that's the case, then well, if that's the case, then halacha l'maisa don't need expert judges. Then what? And listen, because we're going to see in just a little bit. Well, more than a couple of weeks. So listen, take a look at Rashi. If that's the case, if the judge made a mistake, or the judge made a mistake, he says, Hagyosos Medini Onas, Lo Yishamu, Even the Rishus Rabbanon Kanach, Si Havidu Kimumshin, the Kolamumshin of Basin, Pater Rishavim, Kimakam. So there's a lot being thrown at us this morning. Listen to this. We're going to see a fascinating halacha that when a judge is considered to be a mumcha, if he makes a mistake in his ruling, he is exempt from personal liability. You see this concept, right? That when people are acting in their capacity, what's this? But like, if I go ahead and I see someone in a medical emergency, and I decide to go ahead and just perform a heart transplant on them. And it seemed like I watched a lot of TV as a kid, so I know this kind of stuff. Right? So the nice again, I'm going to be liable for that. The doctor does it, right? There may be some kind of person acting in his proper role. There's a certain level of right? There's a proper level of coverage in that. So a guy makes a mistake, that does not make you personally liable. A regular guy who decides to play a diamond, right? A regular guy who decides to play a diamond and then rules erroneously has personal liability. So now the Gemara says, one second, you can tell me that you don't need experts. I'm not telling law. So therefore, again, Allah for the if the diamond makes a mistake, you should be personally liable. To which the Gemara says, no. I'm sorry, you should not be personally liable. In other words, so if you don't need a mumcha by monetary law, so that means again, the non-mumcha, we'll call him the head of the regular guy, is acting with forbidden permission. If he's acting with forbidden permission, then he should not be personally liable. Which the Gemara says, no. Kol shekain to know Adelis with me allowed. No. All the more so, that is going to create a problem for lenders. Because now, if a lender knows that even if the Dayan rules erroneously, the Dayan is not personally liable. So I'm not going to want to lend money. Why not? Because now I have no coverage in days. Okay. Just want to point out something here. So where we're holding the Gemara right now is that when the Gemara excludes loan disputes from monetary law, what that means over here is that loan disputes do not require three experts. They don't require no mumkin. You just need three regular guys to sit on a table to adjudicate loan disputes, and you're good to go. If that's the case, says the Gemara, the Taxi says a little bit redundant. Why? What does Mishnah say? Giving moments to social gotos. For Kabbalah's disclosure, right? What do we learn? We'll say so. What do we learn? That giving moments is with three regular people, social gotos, and Chazal and Silos for Kabbalos, and ultimately again damages is going to be with three experts. The old shlosha lamali. So now I understand the only distinction over here is whether or not you need mumkin or hakyotos. But you're always going to need a phase in of three. So if that's the case, why do you have to say 3 and 3? Just go ahead and say you need a phase in of 3. And here's the difference. The difference is that halacha l'maisa in general, right? Loan disputes only require hagyotos, and every other type of monetary dispute is going to require mumkin, amarava, tarti katani. Right, I will say ultimately again, both are stated in order to satisfy the position of Rabbi Chanina. So we're going to Rashi, Rabbi Cross, Tarti Katani. What's the name of the Mamonis? I know it does Babos, Peshlosha, Kodu, Gzeros, Vechabalos, Medimo Mumkin, Mishum, the Chaluki, Medine, and Lokalibu, the Chatlava. Because it's ultimately again because these halachos are separate and distinct, therefore they're broken out in two different statements. So once again, where we're holding right now in the Gemara is that halacha l'maisa, everything is going to require three judges. The difference is that in loan disputes, you do not need mumkin. All you need are hekyotos. Incredible. Okay, so let's say, get ready for this. Is something dramatically amazing. He says that midaraisa, even one judge is enough by how goes, by loans disputes. Shneimar, it's tzedek tishbot anta. Because it says, with righteousness, you judge your fellow. Singular. So what he's going to say is now. So ultimately, again, really when it comes to loan disputes, even one judge is enough. Says the Gemara, what do we present? What's incredible? What do we present about? Watch this. If you put this all together, right? If by loan disputes, number one, I don't need mumkin, I don't need expert. And now you're telling me I only need one. And let's see what's going to happen. Who are you going to find? Yoshvei Kranas. Who are Yoshvei Kranas? So literally these people who sit in the corners. What it means is Yoshvei Kranas are just people who just sit around. In other words, they're not doing anything productive with their time. So the assumption over here is that if you're not doing anything productive with your time, you are getting yourself into trouble. And we're concerned, if you look at Rashi says over here, covering Shem the Kiyativ, Rashi says over here refers to merchants. Generally, refers to people who are just not productively occupied. So we're concerned over here that if you don't need mumkin and all you need is one person, what's going to end up happening? You're going to find someone who's really connect, and he's going to end up adjudicating, and it's going to be a disaster. After the plus, and you know how the Yoshvei Kranas adolescents is because people. So nice again. So you can't get what else? So fine. So now you need a basin of 3 regular guys also. Why can't you be concerned to end up with a basin of 3 guys by Yoshvei Kranas? He actually the Uchad Digamir. So these are good numbers. Right? So the nice I have 3 Jews, 1 has to know what to talk. Okay, cover it. Pretty solid. 3 regular people, at least one of those guys has to know what he's talking about. But if that's the case, also, so again, if the nice so it's fascinating over here as you see, I just want to show you what's happening. What you like, Hey, so listen, what is happening over here? What we're developing over here is a construct that loan disputes have a much lower legal threshold. What do I mean by that? You need three judges. What kind of judges do you need? Let's look at what kind of judges do you need? Regular guys, Hagiotos, which means that maybe even some of those judges are may not be fully qualified. Why are we diminishing the judicial threshold, the legal threshold so much? We want to go ahead and make the adjudication of loan as easy as possible because we assume that will facilitate the loan market. People will feel more comfortable lending money if they feel they have easier legal recourse. Right? That as a lender, I'll feel more comfortable if I have easier legal recourse. If that's the case, the Gemara says, Tolo Yishamu. So if that's the case, maybe the judges are acting with full rabbinic blessing that if they make a mistake, they shouldn't have to pay back what they made a mistake. They're supposed to be in the future. There's no personal liability. All the more so you're going to get the corner dwellers who sit on things. My Isa being Rabban Rabbi. So what is this in Rabbi and Rabbi Rabbi given that there was Shmuel. Shmuel is a non distinction. What is Shmuel? There was Shmuel. Shnaim Shadanu Dine. Shmuel holds the following. Although you need a basin of three, if two people act as a basin and adjudicate the base, their ruling is upheld. So the Gemara says, Ella Shniklu base lots. Rather, they are called base. Right? They a brazen base. Rava, less than the Shmuel, Rava, greater than the Shmuel. Okay, so my focus over here is the same as the Shmuel. So Rava, ultimately again, Rava does not hold the Shmuel, Rava does hold the Shmuel. Good. So both sides. So this issue closes out our first sugya of Masech Sanhedrin, and it was great. We'll say, so again, what do we end up with? So again, let's go through our facts. Number one, Dine Mominus, right? So ultimately, again, monetary law is adjudicated with a basis of three. But the problem just is, then the Mishnah says, Zelos the Kabbalos. Damages and theft is also adjudicated with a basis of three. That's redundant. It's not redundant. What does the Mishnah teach me? This general monetary law is adjudicated with a basis of three. What type of three? Mumchim, experts. This comes to exclude loan disputes. What's the exclusion? Loan disputes again. Still require basis of three. Don't require mumchim. But yet again, even though it doesn't require mumchim, because judges are still personally responsible for whatever it is that they do. Why diminish the judicial threshold by loan disputes? In order to facilitate the flow of loans, to make easy access to adjudication of loan disputes. This will allow lenders to lend with greater confidence. Beautiful. Right there. Nezek the Chatzi Nezek. So once again, the Mishnah went on. Right, the Mishnah said Nezek, which is damages. Chatzi Nezek, which is half damage. Remember again, when do you pay Chatzi Nezek? When do you pay Chatzi Nezek? When do you pay Chatzi Nezek? Short time accident. So again, my ox wars someone first time offender, half damages. So the Mishnah said Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Kefel, out of the Chanisha is all done with the basin of. She says the Gemara Nezek and Chalos. I understand. It was like damages is the same thing as Chabalos. In other words, it's like just the difference of the Nezek usually refers to damage done by damages someone versus Chabalos, which often refers to missing damages another person. But I understand that it's redundant. You should have Nezek, Tani Nami Nezek, right? We didn't really need to say, but because we wanted to say Nezek, so therefore again we see Nezek as well. Says the Gemara. Chatzi Nezek and Chabalos. But again, even Chatzi Nezek, that's damages. The term Chabalos just means damages. That should be an all-encompassing statement. Tana Mamona the Katani Knasa. So here we go. There's a big difference. We mentioned this in Mishnah. Chabalos, damages, or Nezek even damages, really is mamon. Is monetary restitution. What's Chatzi Nezek? What is Chatzi Nezek? Chatzi Nezek is a knas. It's a penalty. So the Mishnah is talking about actual monetary payments and penalty payments. So the Gemara says that's fine. Good. So that makes sense according to the opinion that says that Chatzinesek is a knas. Elo, the man, I'm a palvinis, I'm a one of my doing. But according to the opinion that says Chatzinesek is not a knas. What is Chatzinesek? Half damages is mamon, is money, mindful. Now, what is it? So, what's another double commentaries? Double commentaries. Is half damages considered to be a penalty payment, or is it a monetary payment? Elo, EDV, the car, you're right. Why do we need to write in Chatzinesek? Because since we're including again K-Fel, remember what's K-Fel? K-Fel is the double payment. If the stolen object is found with the thief, should have 4 and 5 time payment is when I steal a sheep or an ox and I slaughter it and sell it. So we'll say these are payments, the mamon on the days, the mamon she'eno mishtalim baros. So we'll say this expression of mamon she'eno mishtalim baros means a monetary payment that exceeds or that is different than principal. So since these are monetary payments that are different than principal, the mamon she'eno mishtalim baros. Ultimately, again, we also include Chatzinesek, because Chatzinesek is also a payment that differs from principle. Since we said Chatzinesek, ultimately, again, we said Nesek as well. So it turns out that really what the Mishnah wanted to talk about was Ketel and Abba the Chamisha, which are monetary payments that are not the same as principle. One of the three was including Chatzinesek. And once including Chatzinesek, everyone knows once you're saying Chatzinesek, you have to invite Nesek to the party as well, right? So therefore, that's why we group everything together. Beautiful. Once I do on base 3B, 4 lines down. Let's go. Social Minala. So now again we're into now the Krishnas over here. How do I know that I need 3 dion? What's the seniorities? These are very exciting guys. Very exciting. Okay, so again, this gets to the Krishnas of how we operate addition. So now we've established in the Mishnah that at least for certain things we require a basin of 3. How do I know? Because if you remember again, realistically in the Mishnah, if you notice, the Mishnah went into the source of a basin of 71, right? 71, and the Mishnah went into the mechanics of a basin of 23. But if you notice, what was not mentioned? A basin of 3. In other words, the Mishnah mentioned a basin of 3, but the Mishnah did not get where I know that. So let's go. So the Mishnah says Gemara, social minhag. We'll say 3, 4 lines down. Social minhag. How do I know that a basin is comprised of 3 people? It's on Rabbanon because we didn't know Balabayas Elohim. The pasuk says Balabayas will come in front of him. Now in this context, Elohim, so it means the judge. We'll say Harikan Echad. That's one judge. Right? The pasuk, right? The Balabayas, the Levian, will come before the judge. 1. Ad Elohim Yavon Dvar Shneim, right? Until the judge, right? Their joint adjudication, their joint issues will come. That's number 2. Harikan Shnayim. Asher Yashion Elohim, that the judge will what's the opposite of exonerate? Find guilty. Harikan Shos Yoshia. So what's beautiful? So essentially, Rabbi Yoshia says like this: 3 different psukim, all refer to the judge, Elohim, all refer to the judge. So ultimately, what do you see from here? That a basic basin is 3 people. This is Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoda said, "Amar Restream Tefillah Ne'emah in Darshan Tefillah." This is the most learning. You can't do that. So I said, this concept fascinating of Ein Darshan Tefillah. Now, what does Ein Darshan Tefillah mean? Whenever the Torah says something for the first time, you can't use that first mention as part of a drush. Why not? Because the first time that it's mentioned, that's where what? That's the source of where we're learning it out from. So because that's the source of where we're learning it out from, therefore it can't be used as judge. For example, the first time the Torah mentions Elohim, the judge, so we're being introduced to the concept of the judicial system. So therefore you can't utilize that as part of a more complex Russia. So Yonasan says you don't dash with tefillos. Ella. So what do you do? So how does he find out three? Ella, Ada Elohim about Bar Shneihem, Harikan Echad. That's what the pasuk says. Ada Elohim about Shneihem. That means one. Asher Yashin Elohim. Zet Harikan Shnayim. So according to Yonasan, you have two mentions. So first time you mentioned judges, that's where it's depends on the judicial system. So then you have two other mentions, which leaves you like what? Two judges. So how do you know that you have a third of the things? Like Einstein, they based in shock. You can't have a based in a so therefore what? Mosif and Ali Od Echa Harikan Shlosha. Versus ultimately again you can't have a basing of two, therefore you have to add on a third. That's his source for a basing of three. Incredible. So the Gemara's name of the Darshan Tfilos commit for these. So maybe they're arguing on whether or not you could Darshan the first time something is mentioned in Torah. The Gemara Savar Darshan Tfilos. One opinion says. Rabbi Yoshua would say, that Allah you could darshan even the first time something is mentioned in Torah. And the other opinion says, no, Rabbi Yonasan, you can't darshan the first time something appears in Torah. Which says, no, the Kuli Amma ain't darshan tefillos. Everyone agrees. You don't darshan tefillos and you use right? You darshan the first time something mentioned, I was like, what does that mean? It's interesting something to think about in life. If a person accomplishes something, does something great, but doesn't sustain it, right? I'm a one-time wonder. I go and I accomplish something one time, but then afterwards, I just don't keep it up. Is that one time episodic accomplishment meaningful or not? That's my focus. Darshan Tfilos or being Darshan Tfilos. Being Darshan, the first time you accomplish something, and maybe even you get it perpetuated afterwards, or not. What is the meaning? And what is the impact of accomplishing something once and then lapse into old days? The person who uses this is myself. Yes, Darshan Tfilos something once, even if you do not keep it up, if you do not sustain it, that one time is only something beautiful, something fantastic to last forever. Other opinion says anyone can accomplish something great once. That's not the metric of spiritual success. The metric of spiritual success is the ability to accomplish something once and then what? And then perpetuate it afterwards. That's our metric. Darshan Tfilos or in Darshan Tfilos. How do we constantly about to get ready for it? Whoa! The Kuli Alma aim Darshan Tfilos. Wow. So it says, how do we pass? The Gemara says, you're right. Now, halachically, you can't. The first time the Torah test says something, you cannot go ahead and utilize that first statement as part of a drasha. It was perhaps hashkafically as well. The true metric of our spiritual level, of our spiritual success, is not the ability to do something once, but rather again, it's our ability to do something once and then perpetuate it afterwards. But anyone could muster up the courage and the ability to do something once. Like that's Darshan Tfilos. Yeah, both of the yid is yes, find the courage, find the spiritual courage to do something once, and then find the strength to perpetuate it to whatever degree possible. So you must Rabbi Yoshua in game name of Torah, the Nikra Balabayis ala Shotin. So Rabbi Yoshua will say like this: the fact that the pasuk could have said the right the Balabayis should come to the Shotin. My Ella Elohim, why does it go ahead and use version of Ella Elohim, which makes it symmetrical to Psukim afterwards? Shmamina, Lemiyana. It comes to teach me ultimately again for number, but a reason requires incredible. But yours of Jonas will say, Mishma Da'alman. So Jonas will say, you are the terms of using making a verbiage. She, man, is thinking of Likrab Lagabi. Positive just coming to say a person has a legal issue, bring it before a judge. Incredible. Rabbi Yoshua, less late days than Yokia. Let's say, here's the problem. Rabbi Yoshua, does Rabbi Yoshua not hold that you, by definition, need an uneven base, especially when you can't have a basin of food. You have to have a basin that has the ability to have a majority. That's what you need at least. The laws of the Rabbi Yoshua have really on that. So what's Rabbi Yoshua, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yoshua says as follows. Not Kamaloma, Lintos, not Kamaloma, Lintos, Acherat, and Hakos. What is the Torah says you have to be able to literally means to right? You have to go after the majority to tilt. In order you have to have majority to tilt the din. Torah on the Asela update, you know that. The Torah tells us you have to make a basin that is tilt capable. What does it mean to have a Beis Din that's still capable? An odd number. Some of the Yehuda, heels of Yehuda on shit. Let's say heels of Yehuda. You can read the Mishnah. What does the Yehuda Mishnah say? The Yehuda Mishnah says the Sanhedrin was made up of how many people? 70 people. An even number. It's not Sanhedrin Gedolah Haisa Shal Shin and the Echad. The Sanhedrin before it was made up of 71 judges. Yehuda Omer Shivin. Rabbi this is was it 71? Rather, what was it? It was 70. So the Gemara says, so maybe Rabbi Yoshia holds like Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yoshia also holds that you don't need a Beis Din that is tilt capable. Rather, even an even numbered Beis Din is fine. What was it? Remember from the Mishnah yesterday? What was the reason for why did the music say that the high point? I said, why? The reason said there's a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Us from me, shivin ish. Gather from me 70 people. But you don't hold. That's probably when Moshe didn't gather from me 70 people. And Rabbi Yud's model, Moshe wasn't included. Okay, so that's a pasuk. That's a pasuk. But in general, logic dictates that you need a still capable Beis Din. You must image the Shem that you will say Gedolah. The city cried, Shar Beidina, for Rabbi Yoshia hold that halacha l'maisa again with a regular Beis Din that you don't need to be capable. Of course, you need to have a majority. If you came along, maybe not. Maybe Rabbi Yoshia holds that halacha l'maisa. Essentially, the Sanhedrin HaGadol creates a model. Just like the Sanhedrin HaGadol could be an even number Beis Din, so to any Beis Din could be an even number Beis Din. How we learn Smichas Zekini Va'arifas Egla B'Shlosha in Rabbi Shimon. Yeah, what's the you learn? Smichas Zekini. We had this Mishnah. What was the Mishnah? Smichas Zekini means when the elders of the Beis Din place their hands on the parrot. Right when they are issued an rolling they offer a particular type of carbon. And a refund Egla Rufa, ultimately again is done with a Beis Din of 3. You're Rabbi Shimon. But Ruda says the Chamisha. And Ruda says fine. Ra'anina, anytime Rabbi Yehuda, and he said, what's the logic of Rabbi Yehuda? He requires 5 inches. The Samhu Shayim, as the pasuk says, Samhu, they will place their hands. That's plural, right? Minimum plurality is 2. Ziknei, minimum ziknei is 2. So that's 2 and 2, that's 4. They will be double. You can't have an even number of Beis Dins. Therefore, owns Echad Arin Kanke. We actually give me a Beis Din of 5. So what do you see here? What do you see here? Even Rabbi Yehuda, who holds the Sanhedrin HaGadol, is 5 is 70 people. That's only in the Sanhedrin HaGadol because it's a pasuk. If I regular Beis Din, what is he going to require? An odd number Beis Din. But no Rabbi Yehuda. So what say must be that Yoshia holds something different than Rabbi Yehuda. What is he holds? Feel Rabbi Yehuda percentage Yehuda less like Habishar Beidina like Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that what he holds that the Sanhedrin HaGadol is an even number Beis Din, but by other Batei Din you need an odd number because by Sanhedrin HaGadol that's a pasuk. But by other Batei Din you're going to require an odd number. Rabbi Yoshia Bishar Beidina nonetheless. Yoshia holds even by other Batei Din, you can have an even number Beis Din. Incredible. Allah the high lintos, my other way. So what does Rabbi Yoshia do with the pasuk that says lintos? That the Beis Din has to multi-law beginning of fascists. That refers to capital cases. Capital cases require an odd number Beis Din. About beginning mamanis, low. Beginning mamanis ultimately again does not require an odd number Beis Din. Ella all this number, that's what we learned. Shine only zakai, the after Omer Chayiv zakai. But we learned will say that if 2 people say that the litigant is guilty, one says Chayiv, he's guilty. I'm sorry. 2 said he's innocent. 1 said he's guilty, so he's innocent. Shine only Chayiv, the after Omer zakai Chayiv. 2 say he's guilty, 1 say he's innocent. Chayiv. Name was Rabbi Yoshia. That must not be like Rabbi Yoshia. Either came Rabbi Yoshia. My slave account of Homer Medina in the fascists. Ultimately, again, even Rabbi Yoshia, because Rabbi Yoshia ends up in the Homer from capital cases. Umat in the fascists, the Kamiri, Amrach Manas Zoba Saluba, Tine Mamanas and Kolshitin. If you're going back to follow majority, ultimately, again, by being the fascists, which was ultimately again is much more covered. And Allah is certainly going to have to follow a majority by Dinei Mamonis as well. So what comes out of here is as follows. What comes out Allah is the following: that everyone is going to agree that you require an odd number of days on this. The machlok is where you're learning it out from. It's Rabbi Yoshia and Rabbi Nissan. The only time we have the possibility of an even numbered base din is where by the Sanhedrin. Like that Rabbi Huda says is 70 and not 71. And even there, why does Rabbi Huda hold that way? Why does he hold that way? Because I have a pasuk that says Asri Shittim again, right? I have a pasuk that says God will be 70 people, and then my focus is Moshe Rabbeinu included or not? And Allah said again, you're going to require an odd number of days. So that's why we'll stop everything. Also, just a special announcement for our learner on the engagement of his son Yeshaya. Mazel tov. Some to walk the Chassan Kavadan, the Shraton, the Stachas, see them build the being on the ad. Master Rosai, such a source. What are we finishing Babasa, beginning Sanhedrin? Right.
I realized what I was doing when I put the baby in, and I'm not used to having a baby. Now hold on. The horror of realizing because the baby was quiet.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. A lot to DJ. Today's Dr. Dalit 4. We are picking up on the phase 3B, and also we are picking up on the second wide line. So remember again, our shir is dedicated to Eli Ishmas of the Mazda and Clonos, and on the marathon from so let's begin. Today we have exceptional Gemara. So so the Allah is the chapter adjudicate, right? The smart law. Base of the Rebbe Omer Bachmish. Rebbe says, no, you need a base of 5. Why 5? Because Sheyigmar had been Bishlosh. Listen, this is amazing. Rebbe says, you need 5 in order that you could reach a verdict through at least 3 judges. I'll put the cross and you look all the video between them. If you have a basin of 5 kids, you reach a verdict. How can you come? This is what I need to say. So what Rebbe needs to say is that we need a verdict. We need a verdict ultimately again to be conveyed by 3. We need a verdict requires a majority of at least 3. Our Passover also keeps seeing the Gemara being exceeding. Therefore, also we see that according to Rebbe, when we learn out the concept of 3 witnesses, that must mean what? 3 judges. 3 judges is the din in the Gemara, in the final verdict. So the Gemara says Megadi for Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Avo says that Megadi, which is a very strong word, Megadi means actually biblically means to curse. Here over here is one means like Rabbi Avo was like blown away by this. He didn't understand the statement. Alma Kasava, Twasa, keep seeing the Gemara speech. So Rabbi Avo says, I don't understand Rebbe. So you're telling me now that when the Torah discusses the idea of 3 witnesses, 3 judges, that 3 judges is not a concept in the adjudication of a case, but rather it's a concept in the resolution of a case. And when the Torah speaks about 3 judges, and we spoke about this, we learned the source for needing 3 dayanim. That 3 dayanim means that in the verdict you need 3 dayanim. And also remember, if you need 3 dayanim in the verdict, that means based on at least how many? Of at least 5. So Rabbi says, well, if that's the case, you've just fundamentally upended the entire judicial system. How so? So he wants to say, that's the case. And let me have a face on entry, go to the man, the Arba, and the Echad. If that's the case, then the Sanhedrin of Rabbi site should need 141 judges in order that what? So that you could reach a majority, which majority is 71. Like this. So if you're telling me that when we say you need 3 judges, that means a majority of 3 judges. That means you need a basis of 5. That means every single time the Mishnah told me about a certain number of dayanim for a base din, I now understand that number to mean what? That's the number of judges you need on the court as a majority. So when you told me that a Sanhedrin is 71, are you telling me then that what? That a Sanhedrin requires a majority of 71, which means that by definition, the Sanhedrin must have at least 141 members. Sanhedrin Kitana, the Sanhedrin Akhatana will say should require at least 45. in order that you could have a 23-person majority. Because obviously that's not possible, right? That's obviously not possible. The Torah can't be telling you that I have to have, or should say, Chazal can't be telling me that I have to have bate din of this size, because at the end of the day, large governing bodies are unruly and unproductive. Ella, rather, what does the Gemara say? Us believe shivim ish. Rather, what does the Torah say? The Torah says like this. The Torah says to Moshe Rabbeinu, gather for me 70 men. Gather me 70 men. Amar Rachman and Mishas Asifa Shivim. Oh, we'll say, so what do you see from here? Us collectively. So the Gemara says Mishas Asifa. What does Shas Asifa mean? The number 70 is related to the Asifa, to the between the actual judicial process. Not referring to the rendering of the verdict. The Torah is not saying Moshe needs 70 people for the verdict. The Torah is saying Moshe needs 70 people for the process. Therefore, again, V'shaftu ha'ida v'tzilo ha'ida. Remember, I was saying we saw this in Mishnah. We learn out in Sanhedrin HaKatan, which is 23, from the two mentions of Eidah. Shaftu ha'ida v'ida v'dos. The Eidah will say, Nami shas shpitas ha'ida. See, they'll use Lashon of shpitas ha'ida when the congregation judges. So you see from here that the Torah is giving me these numbers in relation to actual judicial process, not to the verdict. So now means the Nikra Balabais. So too, over here, when it comes to raising a tree, the first Balabais will approach me. I will approach the judge. You shot Riba, Shmosha. Ultimately, again, from the time that the litigants approach the judges, you require three. So therefore, I will say, what we're saying over here is all of the numbers that we had for Bate Din were numbers for the actual judicial process, not numbers necessary for the verdict. So why does Rebbe hold what he holds? Remember, Rebbe said that for Dinei Mammon is needed based in a 5. So Rebbe, where do you get this from? Eloheinu comes to Rebbe, Asher Yashir Elohim Trey Ne'eman. So we'll say this is in Trey. So Rebbe says like this. So when it comes to monetary law, the Torah says share shield Elohim. Though that or he who the judges find good. It's like Yashir Elohim is plural. The basic definition of plural is two. So Ne'emar Elohim Lemata, but Ne'emar Elohim Lemata. It says Elohim twice. Malamata Shnayim, Haflamala Shnayim. Just like Elohim in the first context means two. Elohim in the second context means two as well. The aim, Beis Din, shuffle, and if a Beis Din cannot go ahead and be equal, so you can't have a fourth-person Beis Din, Mosifin Aleim Old Apakari Kankanisha. You add on one more, they get by. So we'll say, so that is really just doing the basic here. Torah says the word Elohim twice. The minimum definition of Elohim is, or Yashir Elohim, is two judges. You have 2 and 2 is 4. You can't have a Beis Din shot, you can't have even Beis Din. We add a fifth. Top of Dalit. So why don't Rabbanon subscribe to this? But Rabbanon Yashir Shir. Oh, the Rabbanon hold, even only the word Yashir is still in the plural, but it's because it's written without a above. And because it's written without a above, it's teaching me that I'm not to darshan its plurality. So because I'm not to darshan its plurality, therefore again you don't end up with 4 judges. Okay. So I'm gonna be so it seems to be the machlokas of here between Rebbe and Rabbanon is just in how you darshan suit. Rebbe's darshan Yashir Elohim, right, which represents 4 judges and a foot chant and a base and shakal and a bit. So Rabbanon say we don't darshan that Yashir as in a plural sense because it's written plus or it's written without the above. So also listen to this. I'm gonna say this is a great Gemara. I'm gonna be stuck by Rabbi Yehuda ben Roa, Ube Shammai, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva. Let's say this is like an all-star lineup. All of these great rabbis, including Sira Lahu, Yeshem Lemikra. We'll say now we're going to come to one of the most yesodistic machlokas in Shas. We've actually seen this a number of times already. The machlokas of Yesh Ein Mikra or Yesh Ein Medodas. And we'll say sometimes in the Torah you can have a word that is read a certain way, but spelled a different way, written a different way. The shayla is, when you have a difference in the word in the Torah between the way that it's spoken and the way that it's written, so which form ultimately attains success? This is going to be important. I'm going to do this a little bit. So the Gemara suggests all of these rabbanim that we just mentioned, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda ben Roa, Rabbi Shammai, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva, all hold Yesh Ein Lemikra. Take a look at the top Rashi, Yesh Ein Lemikra, Basar Kriya Aslina. They both say we go after the way the word is soldiers. Right? Because the way literally the way the word is read. Ishmael is the way that the word is vocalized and pronounced. So we'll say now we're gonna go through each of these things. Red Hada'am. So we'll say Rebbe we just saw because that's based on your shield. Even though your shield we'll say is really what? Without a thug, even though it's without a thug, because it's read as your shield plural, therefore by definition Rebbe darshans it in a plural sense to teach you two judges. Which says Rebbe. Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach, listen to this. The sign you're going to write, the Shalom Talmud against Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach. So ultimately, again, it's doing as Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach. Ekra ani, shivim, yachol tehei yoledet nekeva, tunei shivim. She was there, listen to this. The Torah in the beginning of Parshas Tazria speaks about the laws of Tumas. So the Torah says, for example, that halacha is when a woman gives birth to a boy, so she is tmeya for 1 week, 7 days, and then she has 33 days of Yemei, which means that even if she's bleeding, that bleeding does not render her tmeya. We don't observe these halachas in this way today. That's because our halachos are faithful. Fundamentally changed. Our halachos of the have changed. They merged with the halachos of Sava Gidola. We'll see it in the second week of the in any event, when biblically a woman gives birth to a boy, she's there for 7 days, and then Torah is being for 33 days. Now, Torah says the following: that if she gives birth to a girl, then the Kiva Kid, they come a Shibu'an. How long? 2 weeks. Everything for a girl is done. So 2 weeks, 66 days, she's a Torah. We'll say, here's the problem. The problem is that the word Shibu'an is written without a vav. Meaning, if you or I were writing Shibu'an, we were writing Shin Veis Vav Ayin Yud Mem. It's written, if you notice, it's written in Shibu'an. So they ask about, maybe it's not, maybe it's what? It's Shivim. Maybe it's 70 days. That's how that's what you're looking at. That's the Mikvah is telling me that a woman is Tmeya for 70 days after she gives birth to a girl. Yaakov the Yoel is to give it Tmeya Shivim. Amar Lahem, so Yehuda ben Roach says no. Yehuda says, Tima B'Tiyah B'Zachar, the Tima B'Tiyah B'Nekiva. The Torah says that there are days of Tumah and Tara when a woman gives birth to a boy, and days of Tumah and Tara when a woman gives birth to a girl. Not B'Tiyah B'Zachar. So we'll say, so just like when it comes to Tara, so the Tara period of a boy or at the birth of a boy is doubled for a girl. So a woman is Torah for 33 days by a boy. She is Torah for 66 days by a girl. So we'll say, so we see that the relationship between a boy and a girl, that relationship between the birth of my boy and a girl is doubled. That's the realm of Tara. We would assume that whatever is going to apply to Tara is going to apply to Tumah as well. Ultimately, again, and so too, whatever the Tumah period for a boy is at the birth of a boy, which is 1 week, will be doubled by a girl. Therefore, again, even though the word looks like Shivim, we know it can't mean Shivim. What does it have to be? It has to be Shibu'ai. La'achar Shiyatsu Yatsu Machziakareya, so we'll say, after Yehuda ben Roach went ahead and gave this whole drasha to the Talmud. He ran after that. Amar Lahem, he said to them, but the truth is, you actually don't need this entire drasha. Why? Because Shibu'ai Karina. So if you ben Roach says at the end of the day you don't need this whole drasha. Why? Because the word is read as Shivlayim, even though what? It looks like, when you read it, it looks like Shiv. Because it was read as Shivlayim, as Amasora, was a supremacy ultimately to the way the word is spoken and not the way the word is written. So over here you see Yehuda ben Roach, subscribe to the video. Next, this is very exciting because this is like a whole variety of just really unrelated pieces. So they Shammai, but again, all coming back to the same principle of Yesh Ein L'Nikra. There was supremacy ultimately again through the spoken word. They Shammai, what does the Shammai say? It's not. The Shammai Omen, Kol HaNisnin, Al Mizbeach HaChitzon, Shenosnu L'Matera Achas Kiper. So here, you might see the following. In Halacha L'Maisa, if you go with certain karbanos require the sprinkling of blood on the Mizbeach. So also many karbanos have multiple matnas, multiple sprinklings of blood. So the Shammai says, even if you have a karban that requires a number of sprinklings of blood, so he says, however, as long as you get at least one sprinkling of blood for a particular karban on the Mizbeach, So ultimately, again, mission accomplished and kapara has been achieved. Shne'emar, Edam Zivachecha, Edam Zivachecha Yishakel. This is regards to the chatos, shte matanos. But a chatos requires ultimately again 2 acts of sprinkling. So the Beisilo says, "Chatos shenasham." Let's keep that. Beisilo says, even by a chatos, that do 1 sprinkling, that's atoned as well. So also it's fundamental approach is Shammai said. The Shammai said that in all cases, even if a covenant requires multiple sprinklings, as long as we see at least 1, the covenant is effective. Beisilo says that's true for everything but a chatos. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, but by a chatos you require 2. They still, even by a chatos you only require 1. So, good. My time to Shammai. Okay, what's Beis Shammai's logic? Meaning, why does Beis Shammai say that even if a carbon technically requires multiple sprinklings of blood, that as long as you did 1, the carbon is effective? So the Gemara says, so chronos, hare kan sheish. So let's listen to this. Or should say karnos. So the pasuk says karnos 3 times. What's like karnos means corners. Now, interestingly enough, so Beis Shammai says that it says karnos 3 times. Now, point out to you here something fascinating. If you have the Torah or the side of the world, which lists so you actually see all of this in it. Also, the way it works is the first karnos is written chaser without a vav. The second karnos is written chaser without a vav, and the third karnos is written chaser without a vav. All of them are written chaser. They're written vacation, and they're not written with that vav which would normally be used for a plural word. So the Shammai says that it's but, even though it's written vav, it's pronounced karnos, which is plural. So we'll say when you have 3 mentions of the word karnos, that each, right, that ultimately again gives you 6 different applications, right? So it tells you 6 times you have to sprinkle on the corners of these veils. So why 6 times? Arba mitzvah. See that one 4 times also arba, which means that 4 times arba chatila, ushtayim la'akid. But ultimately, again, 2 of them are absolute necessities. So 2 of the sprinklings must be done. 4 of the sprinklings are mitzvah, but are not ma'akid, not hold up the kapara. What did we just see? Which comes to the Shammai, right? The Shammai says that supremacy is given the way the word is spoken, even if it's given in the way the word is written. In this context, the word is written positionally without a bug, yet the Shammai still dashes it in a plural 6-1 because it's spoken out in the plural with a bug. So Silo will say, karnos, hare kanarba. The book says, the first karnos is written moment. But the second 2 ones are chaser, hare kan arba. So that gives you 4. Right? That gives you 4. So the one with the vav is worth 2, and each of the position ones are worth 1. So again, that gives you 4. Gimel the mitzvah, rachas la'as. 1 ultimately going to teach you that there's an obligation, and 3, what 3 are a mitzvah, and 1 is ma'at. Ve'em afulu mitzvah. I don't understand. Why can't we dash then that all of the sprinklings are mitzvah? What mitzvah means is something nice to do, but it's not necessarily obligatory. It's not necessarily for the kapara, which the kapara of the filo hashim. What's like you can't find the kapara for a carbon without absolutely no sprinkling. That's government. Sprinkling of blood is that is an indispensable part of the avodah. But it appears that whether you need a basic one or a basic 2, that's not it. So we'll say, our purpose is without getting into the weeds of Kavanos, our purpose is we just saw that they Shammai dash karnos words as being written as in Malay, and being written in the plural form. You know, they're not written in the plural form because they're spoken in the plural form, darshing them as plural words. Next, legit. What says this is crazy. We shouldn't decide your until Hasan, which dishes at the Kevin. What says Sukkah? Notice how exciting this is. We've gone from Thomas to Karbanos to Sukkah. All non-Mishkin like 9 years. Incredible. The resolution is inside them. Steinfeld does what she should see after the Kappa. What's this? Because I love the emotion we see when it comes to the Bible. That the last wall of the Sukkah does not have to be a whole wall. Rather, again, all you need is a pepper of a wall, and that contradicts the wall of God is. So what the machlokes we're going to see is what are the basic dimensions of the sukkah. So Stein Kilchasa, if you have two regular walls, which are and the third wall is only a tema. Halach is that sukkah's kasha. We'll say it's the kind of kama. Shimon says, Shlosh Kilchasa, Shalosh Kilchasa, you need three regular walls, and the fourth wall can be a total. So almost like fundamentals machlokes Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbanon. Rabbanon say a minimum sukkah is two walls and a third wall that's a tepa. Rabbi Shimon says it's three walls and a fourth wall that's a tepa. So my question is, what are they arguing about? Rabbanon says in the Masoras, the Rabbanon say that when darshaning, we have to look at how the word is written, but Rabbi Shimon Sabar Yish'in Lamikra. And Rabbi Shimon says, no, we look at how the word is spoken. Watch what Shimon says. Rabbanon Yish'in Masoras, and Rabbanon holds that supremacy is given to the way the word is written. Okay, when the Torah speaks on Sukkot, it says, Basukos, Basukos, Basukos. So remember again, in the first two forms of the word Sukkah is written Chaser, without the last Sukkah is written Mavei, Mavei Kan Arba. So we'll say, essentially, that gives you four Sukkot. Right, four Sukkot. Because Sukkah number one, definition, really on above is worth one. So Sukkah number two is worth one. Sukkah number three, which is written Mavei, is worth Hare Kan Arba. How Chad probably take away one pasuk of us, take away one sukkah, ultimately again, that's necessary to teach us just the concept of sukkah. Then Ashulu plus. That leaves me with three. Asai Havil Kasa, Gar Asa Lishlishis, Go Kimta Antepa. So we'll say I'm left with three sukkahs, and the Allah Moshe tells you I need three walls, but that third wall need not be a complete wall, rather only needs to be a kebab. We'll say first white line down and down. But if Shimon says, Basukos, 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 Hari can't say. If Shimon says, I don't care, we don't look at how it's written, but rather what? We look at how it's pronounced. And it's pronounced as Basukos, Basukos, Basukos. Each of them are plural. Hari can't sheish. We'll say, remember that one, each one is quote unquote word two. Therefore, that gives me six rows. So take away one of the sukkos to each of the concept itself. We'll say that leaves me with four sukkos. Each of the sukkah must be four walls. And Allah comes along and teaches me that what? That the fourth wall only needs to be a temple. You know, say for our purposes over here, you see that Rabbi Shimon holds that Yesh came the mikvah. That we ascribe supremacy ultimately to how the word is spoken. Rabbi Akiva, what's Rabbi Akiva's Kisanya? Rabbi Akiva Omer, Minayim Rabbi is Dam Shiga. Some Shemay, some Shematani Ba'oel. Was another interesting case. Rabbi Akiva says, how do you know that blood, well, so now what it is, that a revius of blood is Matane Ba'oel, which means that if you're under the same roof as a revius of blood, that you could become coming from too much. From Rabbi Akiva says that even if you have a revius of dam, or a revius of blood that comes from two different purposes, two bodies both go ahead and combine to form a sheet of a revius of blood. So the Gemara says, Shematayim Ba'oel, that has the ability to make to us oil. How do I know that? Shina Amar, Al Kol Naf shows mace low level. Ultimately, said the Gemara, Al Nafshos means plural. You shall not come in contact with all Nafshos means dead people. Shtein the Fashos, the sheer effort. So the key is actually over here. Nafshos means to teach me that even if the requisite amount of blood, i.e. the release, comes from two different sources, it means time to myself. But Rabbanon, that's why they keep it that. Rabbanon don't touch this because they say Nafshos. Most of the word is read Nafshos. It's written Nafshos without the vav, so it's not in a singular form. But again, you can't learn this a lot. So we'll say, what do you see from here? The Rabbi Akiva holds Yesh in the Mikvah. Tendency is given to the Sukkah. So Maskif law. So we'll say, so again, this is really like exceptionally exciting Gemara because here the Gemara is saying, wind up all of these different opinions, all who subscribe to the source of Yesh in the Mikvah. Says the Gemara, Maskif me because the last thing I don't understand. You're making it sound like that there are those who argue with this premise of Yesh in the Mikvah. Is there anyone who doesn't hold Yesh in the Mikvah? Meaning we all agree that supremacy is given to the spoken word and not to the way that it's written. But Tanya, I'll tell you why. Because if you don't subscribe to Yishkin Lamikra, you have a problem. Pasuk is about Tanya, Bichalei Bimo. Pasuk says, Lo Sir Bashal to be Bichalei Bimo. You can't cook a kid in his mother's birth. Pasuk of Apollo. No hope of Caleb. I might have thought maybe it's not Cholab. Like maybe it's not Cholab. Maybe I will say, what is it? Maybe it's Chaylev. Maybe it's fat. Maybe what it's saying is, most of us show to be the Chaylev Bimo. There's no din of Basar B'Cholab. There's a din of Basar B'Chaylev. So the Gemara says, Amrit Yish and Manikra. So also you put Rashi and see from here that's what. Look at Rashi back. Look at Rashi. Amrit Yish and Manikra. Top of Dollar on the base. So let the man get coded. He comes plus the call of us. Well, listen to this, amazing. So the Gemara says, please start seeing this from here. This is Radaka Bayakos. Radaka Bayakos, everyone has to be a Mishnah in the Mikra. Why am I saying? Because if you don't hold your thing in the Mikra, then you know what? Sorry. Right. You don't hold this Mikra, and at the end of the day, it's almost impossible to learn out the Isser of Basar B'Cholab. There's a both sides. Again, if it's Ish Imam Asarmas, it's the way that it's written. I don't know if that's Cholab or Chaylev. If that's just, but again, because we all agree it's in the Mikra, and our Masorah is that we know that we read it as Cholab, that's the Isser of Basar B'Cholab. So Rabbi Acha Bar Yaakov said everyone agrees with Yesh Ein Lamikra. Elo Kuli Amar Yesh Ein Lamikra. Oh, you're right. After we spent this whole hour showing these machloks, and the Gemara says, you're right. There's no machloks. Listen, just you should know, it's incredible. Sometimes we invest a lot of time and energy in creating a certain construct or framework for ourselves. And sometimes it's clear that it's wrong. It's because clear that it's wrong. The hardest thing in life is to back up. The hardest thing in life is you go and you invest so much time in our personality and identity and color and whatever, and then you realize, wow, this is just incorrect. Second, most times people just dig in their heels. I would rather go ahead and just continue down in the wrong path than to be busy. That's how the us is incredible Muslim. Just spent all of this time solidifying this idea that there's enough focus. That's the Gemara says, okay, you're right. We're saying incredibly useful way about it. It's okay to say that you're wrong. It's okay. It's okay to make mistakes, and the best thing you can do when you make a mistake is acknowledge it, try to go ahead and redirect myself in Fully Alma. Yesh Ein Lamikra. You're right. Everyone holds Yesh Ein Lamikra, so we're gonna challenge this again. Fully Alma, Yesh Ein Lamikra. Everyone agrees on that's the kind of given to the way the word is spoken. So here's the problem. If everyone agrees with Yesh Ein Lamikra, then you know what we're going to have to do. It's over. Now we have to go back to all of these machlokas and figure out what are they about. We're talking about Yesh Ein Lamikra. If we're talking about this, everybody is a mikra, I need now to go back and figure out what are they arguing. So says the Gemara, Rabbi Rabbanan. So what are Rabbi Rabbanan arguing about? Rabbi Rabbanan, Ba'asar, Shabbat, Yashir Elohim, Achim. Rabbi holds that's the second time the Torah discusses Yashir Elohim. That's talking about a different set of judges. So in the Torah told me Elohim the first time, which means two. And then the Rebbe says that the second mention of Yashir Elohim is talking about another two judges. And therefore, we're going to both say that leads Rebbe was a Beis Din made up of two. You can't have a Beis Din shuffle. You can't have an even numbered Beis Din. And therefore, again, you get to find Rabbanan Sabri Yashir Dehei Bahai. Right? Rabbanan understands that the same, the Yashir Elohim in the second pasuk is referring to the same Elohim of the first pasuk. And just like in the first pasuk it was two, in the second pasuk it was two, you can't have a big deal. Two, therefore it becomes three. So the machlokas is just on what the Elohim is actually going on. It has nothing to do with the Yeshua and the Yeshua myself. Now, Rabbi Yehuda ben Roa. So remember again, what did Rabbi Yehuda ben Roa say? Rabbi Yehuda ben Roa says, "We give up on another." So he must the kids was the labor, was the too much labor. So in this case, the Gemara says that really the Rabbanan are not go figure out on the labor. We're going to come back and find that. What about this? Remember again, they saw the Shammai Machlokes of the minimum number of siblings. The Shammai said that you need a minimum of one, but for a chad there's two. The Hillel says even for a chad you only need one. So the Gemara says, they Hillel, the Shammai, the Keeper. So the Shammai Shalot, a few times. If they have been, the Halol Dinner, Nehemar Gamin Ramaka. So this is to this. So if you look at Rashi, it's the fourth short line in Rashi. Why did the Torah have to eat bread with eat bread with eat bread? So the Gemara says that's like all of them. You don't have a student. How my son on the Sina to school of Maknos now. Listen, we're going to see now that the Torah had to eat bread with eat bread with eat bread. Because had it not written that, I would have learned yourself from a comic book. Balotino, Ne'emar Damin, Lamata. It says so, it says Damin, Lamata. It says Damin by ultimately it's moving on in the Shea. The Ne'emar Damin Lamata, Mad Damin Ha'amurim Lamata, Shenasa Lamatana Achas Keeper. Just like it says also about the second mentioning of the Damin. It means that if you went ahead and you did one application, it's Machaber. Hasdamin Ha'amurim Lamata, Shenasa Lamatana Achas Keeper. So again, by the dummy that I mentioned the Mala, going to say that these are instrumental. So ultimately, one apple should be enough to affect Kapara. Look at that, we'll just go on. Ne'emun Damin, the Parshal Mata, Gabi Kata Sa'o. What's it, the Mata, the Bakata Sa'o, the bird offering that is the Katas. The Shmias HaKos, it says, the Izam Dam, Akatas, Aksham is there. The Namur Dam Mamala, the Katas Tehima. So the Gemara is treating the Katas Sa'o with the Katas Tehima. So just like again, just like the Katas, Mata Mamur and the Mata, just like by the Katas Sa'o, there is one application, and that's enough. So to by the Katas Tehima, all you need is one application as well. So we're going to learn how the blood applications of the Katas Tehima and the blood applications of the Katas Sa'o. Okay, that was that. Or perhaps one could have been a different argument. It says blood application on the outside of the Mizbeach. The outside of the Mizbeach is what we call the Mizbeach HaChitzon, which was the large Mizbeach used for animal sacrifice. But there were certain blood applications specifically on Yom Kippur that were done on the inner Mizbeach. Remember, the inner Mizbeach is Mizbeach HaKatoras. The incense Mizbeach. You're not offering up animals there, but in Kippur there are blood applications there. So I was going to find my Tamar so just like if you miss something, in other words, if you did not do one of the applications on the inner Mizbeach, ultimately again you have compromised the sacrificial service. So too I would say that what? If you missed the blood application on the outer Mizbeach, ultimately again, if you missed one, you did absolutely nothing. Take a look at that. Actually, this month, it's like in the middle of the Shitnim. Shaton's Inios, the Parkman Mashiach, the Halam Jabba, Atunin Sheva Zayos, our Barokas Van, the Gam Hazar. Which is actually not bringing down the example of Yom Kippur. He's bringing down the example of Parkman Mashiach, or Parham of Governor. People are certain soon off the news. So listen to this. So the word is actually highlighting the idea. The question is, what do you compare to what? So if you compare the Chatas Hapnei to the Chatas Hapos, right? If you go ahead, or I should say differently, if you compare the Chatas Behema to the Chatas Sa'o, you're saying that the Chatas Sa'o has one blood application, so Chatas Behema only needs one blood application as well. So there'll be more blood applications, but all you need is one. On the other hand, if you compare outside Kabbanos of the Mizbeach HaChitzon to the Kabbanos of the Mizbeach HaPnimi, just like the Mizbeach HaPnimi, if you miss one blood application, the carbon is ineffective. So on the outside, if you miss one blood application, the cover is ineffective. So depending on what you compare to, will determine the outcome, which the Gemara says, Lemitomet. So let's say in general, we like to compare similar things. Therefore, Dani Chutz Dani Chutz. Therefore, we would rather compare carbonos that are offered on the outside, the external Mizbeach, to one another, rather than compare carbonos that are offered on the outside Mizbeach to carbonos offered on the inside Mizbeach. Therefore, I would sooner say, let's compare Chatas Behema to Chatas Sa'o. The same Chatas Sa'o by one blood application and it's kosher. So to again, Chatas Behema only requires one blood application to be, or perhaps you go in addition. Done in Chatas, the Dalit Karnos, Mechatas Va'arba Karnos. Or perhaps you want to compare one piece of Chatas that is sprinkled on the four corners So another piece of chatos that is sprinkled on the four corners. And don't try to prepare to a case that is not a chatos and therefore does not have a requirement of four corners. Therefore, what's the upshot of all of this? Therefore, the Torah has to go say, because had we just left this, just deriving conclusions through comparisons, we could see how we could emerge with an erroneous conclusion. Therefore, the Torah says the word singular word, the keeper, three times. And what do I learn from that? Keeper, it teaches me, we'll say keeper 3 times 3, it teaches me that even if I only have 3 blood applications, even if it requires more, I can still look at kapara. Keeper teaches me a second kapara. That even if I only have 2 blood applications, it's kosher. And keeper, I'll say ultimately, and teaches me the last keeper teaches that what? That even if I just had 1. So keeper, if you could have 3, great. If you have 2, you're okay also. But at the end of the day, if you just have 1, it's still kosher. So we'll say it turns out that the machlokes ultimately just has a darshan. It has nothing to do with yesh in the mikra, yesh in the masor. It's very exciting. Right there. Said to Gemara, Shin Rabbanan, Sukkah, Sukkah don't do it. Sukkah. Remember again, we said before this machlokes of Shin Rabbanan. Namely, about what the dimensions are of a sukkah. The Rabbanan say that a sukkah is 2 walls and a third wall that's a tefach. Rabbi Shimon says it's 3 walls and a 4th wall that is a tefach. The way we set up the machlokes is how we set it up as saying that's the right. Again, it's how they darshan with sukkos. Right? Even though sukkos is not so, Rabbi Shimon darshan it as sukkos, malay, and so therefore they give us 6. Take 1. Look, we painted it as a machlokes in the mikra, yesh in the mikra. Now the Gemara is telling me everybody's yesh in the mikra supremacy. So what's the nature of the machlokes? It's like this. Listen to this. Let's hear about the husband. So like Shimon Sabar, Sifat lo Baikra, Rabbanan Sabi Sifat Baikra. We'll say, watch this. The shayla is, do you need one of the word sukkos, one of the sukkos, to teach you the din of schach or not? You need me to teach you the din. So we'll say, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says, like Shin Rabbanan, everyone agrees that supremacy is given to the spoken word. So the less tribe sukkos in the buffet, Pashalu Arba. So according to Rabbi Shimon will say that you take out, right? Everybody agrees the issue of the drug. You're going to take away one sukkos that leaves you with 4. Therefore, Rabbi Shimon says, you're going to take them because one of them teaches me the actual din of sukkah itself. Teaches me 4, so I need 4 walls of sukkah. Halach Moshe Mishnah teaches me that what? The 4th wall only needs to be the tefach. About Rabbanan Sabri, Sitka. Rabbanan hold that you need one of the sukkos to teach you the concept of schach. In other words, therefore, even if I start out with 6 pashalu gimel tifanos, so therefore, turns out that I take away one of the sukkos, teaching the kind of sukkah, one of the sukkos ultimately again teach me the kind of schach that leaves me with 3. And now that I'm left with 3, the halacha Moshe Mishnah comes along and teaches me that I only need 2 full walls plus a tefach on the third. So the way the Gemara is framing this now is whether or not you need to take away one of those sukkos to teach you the concept of schach, that you need schach. Do I want to say yes? Rabbi Shimon says no. Say, why does Rabbi Shimon say no? Why does Rabbi Shimon say no? Because again, Rabbi Shimon says, sukkah niknei shma Hashem haschach. In other words, what makes a sukkah, what's that is what? Is the schach. That means that's the defining feature. The defining feature of a sukkah is the fact that it has a temporary roof. That's what makes it a temporary structure. We know we pass now off on the walls of the sukkah to be of the most solid material. It's not what makes the walls out of. I mean, it matters. But the walls don't have to necessarily be of an permanent nature. They can even be of so what makes the sukkah, so it shows having a pasuk teaching that's schach. That's a different part of the sukkah. Now, I want to say, no, you need a pasuk to schach or a word also. That machlokes translates ultimately to sukkos you have available for drasha purposes. Next, Rabbi Kiva Rabbanan. So remember, next machlokes is Rabbi Kiva Rabbanan. So we'll say, what happens if you have a revius of blood which came from 2 cartridges? 2 cartridges. Rabbi Akiva says if it comes together to an revius, then what? It's metame for ohel. But Rabbanan say it's not. So what are they arguing about? So Rabbi Kiva Summer, Nafshos, Tarki Mashmo, Rabbi Kiva says that Nafshos means even from two people. The Rabbanan Sabri Nafshos Da'alma Mashma. And the Rabbanan say no, Nafshos is just the way the Torah speaks. It just means people in general. Fine. So the Gemara says, well, so now watch this. So now so just understand what we started with over here. We started this morning, it's like, it's only been 40 minutes since we started that. It feels like we're doing such a roller coaster. So remember, we started again with the statement that there's machlokas. Yesh in the mikra, yesh in the masoras. Okay, that was machlokas, and we defined all of these cases along those machlokas lines. Then the Gemara says, no machlokas. Everyone is doing yesh in the mikra. Supremacy is given to the way that the word is spoken. Fine. Now, what do we have to do as a result of that? We have to redefine all of these machlokas. Now the Gemara comes along and says, is that really true? That everybody holds Yesh in the mikra? Like, that really true that everybody holds that? For 1 second. Rakanya. L'totafos. Right, well, my Torah uses this strange word of totafos. It says it 3 times. You have to notice again. So 2 times it's written chaser without the bow. 1 time it's written chaser. Harei kan arba d'Rebbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel teaches us that what the tefillin has to have 4 compartments. Where does he get 4 compartments on Mosai? Because totafos is 1, totafos number 2 is 2, and totafos number 3, which is written chaser, which is written mole with the bug, represents what? 2. So 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4. Rabbi Shmuel actually, so here you see that you need 4 compartments or 4 parshos, something with 4 with tefillin. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Eino Tzar. Rabbi Kiva says, I want to now understand what is Rabbi Shmuel doing. That is Yesh Ein Lamasoras. What that is saying is supremacy is given to the way the word is written, not the way the word is spoken. What are you talking about? You just told me over here that everyone agrees Yesh Ein Lamikra. And here we've got the great Sage Rabbi Shmuel telling me that no, Yesh Ein Lamasoras. Rabbi Kiva says, Eino Tzar. Rabbi Kiva says, I don't need this whole drasha. Rather, Elatat the Kasbi Shtayim, Kasba Asvichi Shtayim. Ultimately, Rabbi Kiva is ignoring the whole drasha. The word totafos is not etymologically a Hebrew word. It's not Lashon HaKodesh. There's no Hebraic etymological root for the word totafos. Rather, Rashi HaKodesh says it's actually from 2 different dialects. Right? It's Tasi in some Kasbi languages too. Tasi, some African dialect is too. Maybe it's like a richer thing that is what's the pshat. I think also give us the word for trust. Oh, you all agree. It says, you're right, it's a machlokas. Wow. I'm exhausted. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. So the Gemara says, it's a machlokas. Not every machlokas of Yesh in the mikra, Yesh in the maslokas. The honey leaky, watch this. When do they have a machlokas? Echad Shanikra, Mimasoras. We'll say now, we'll end off with this piece today, we'll pick with it tomorrow. But when do we say there's a machlokas? There's only machlokas when the written word really is different than the spoken word. That's when there's a machlokas between when the way. So the example of that would be, let's say, shivim shuayim. When the written word and the spoken word are 2 different words. Actually, leave that aside. About high, call of the case. So remember again, the reason why the Gemara had to say that everyone agrees with Yesh in the mikra was why? Basar B'chama. Because if you don't hold Yesh in the mikra, then the pasuk going to be teaching me what? Most of us shall be B'chelev imo. It's not fat. Maybe that's what we're talking about, though. That's how the Gemara back to the one has to do with Yesh in the mikra. Now that the Gemara is saying that it's actually a machlokas, the shaila is how you go ahead and you darshan, Basar B'chama. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up and answer the Basar B'chama. Let's just understand where we're holding. Where we're leaving off is we're back to square where we started with today, assuming that indeed there is a machlokas between those who hold Yesh in the mikra, Yesh in the soras. But if you're going to say there's a machlokas, it requires of us to understand how you know that Lo Silashod V'Diba Chalivi Mo is Chalav, not Killer,
How does he fit in this video, though? This is posted by Money Alone ET6.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning, Chef Young, the key money begin as well as that. What an incredible schedule is Baruch Hashem to be able to begin the new Masechta together. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's shir today. Our Talmud sponsor, our annual Talmud sponsor, with month of Tavshin Torah 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year. As a source, first of all, as a matter of the tradition of our Basra, and in Yom Hashem is supposed to have a strong start and a strong completion. From the Sefes Sanhedrin, the Tosin Mishpacha, Israel, we appreciate your dedication, your sponsorship, and your generosity. Thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev Habadim and the Tova. Dashim at the Friedrich. The creation of the Yonsei from Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim Yefal, Zichron B'Bracha, and discussing the safety of our hostages and the security and Hashem of our soldiers. Sami and Maka Esterson, the memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, and Aaron Akolim, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel, Bas Baruch, Abraham, Inga Esterson, Inga Bas Helef, Ephraim Zichron B'Bracha, and the memory of their dear friend, the great soldier, beloved husband, Father of Scripture, the Baptist, Naftali Zuni, Naftali Yonah, from Damo, Ben Jesus Miriam, and Ben Gizal. We hope they're in the marriage. Our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamas, the families in the Chama, we hope that Eretz Hashem, the merit of our winners. And Shvar soldiers, complete victory, the security of Shvar will bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Kara of Zilch and Eretz Hashem. We experience the sorest troubles for all of Klal Yisrael. Let's say that, let us begin. It is really an incredible supposed to be able to begin a new sector. There's an energy, there's an excitement that you can't explain it. Even though, again, it's not like we're in this for the long haul. Like this is, and again, even when we finish Shas, right? What does a youth do when you finish your Shas? What do you do? Right? It's fascinating, right? You just keep going. You just keep going, right? There's no like day off. There's no sabbatical. There's no take a little bit of time to recharge. There's no let me get myself together. It's just again what happens the next day. You just start again. What happens in Bar Basra? We just start, right? We begin there. Hashem the second Sanhedrin. I want to participate in a little mini series, CMS, little Fabrani last night. Because Baruch Hashem, as you said, just can't let the end of the Sesta come and not celebrate with some way. Our bonus in there will be on Shabbos. January 18th, our last Shabbos here in the shul is this current shul, Hashem. So it'll be a great special festival to celebrate there. And I'll say that again with that, let's begin Sanhedrin. So we have to, again, whenever you begin in the Sefta, like everything else in life, so much is about the kavanas when you enter in. So what do we want? What do we want to accomplish? So first of all, it's incredibly important to understand Sanhedrin, like where did the Sanhedrin sit? The Sanhedrin sat in the Lishkas Hagazis in the chamber of hewn stone. We'll talk more about that in this Masechta. This was one of the chambers, actually one of the small chambers inside of the inside of the base of Mikdash itself. So it's important to understand that even during the name Sanhedrin, by definition, conjures up healing the flesh. And whenever we conjure up things that is unconscious that's awakening inside of us, a strong yearning, a strong timing, a strong desire for something bigger. We spoke about last night by the seal of the Lubavitcher experience that all of Golos is a hana for Geula. Like ultimately, the exile is a hana, it's a preparation. Ultimately for redemption. So when we learn these Masechtas, and we learn about things that don't yet apply, so in certain respects, because we don't yet have a base on Mikdash. The Avot is supposed to awaken inside of us a yearning. So we learn Sanhedrin, what I want more than anything is, I want to take you not only all of this information, I want to see it. I want to see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I want to be able to see the members of the Sanhedrin finding out of the chamber of the Lishkas Hagazis. I want to be able to see them coming out of session. I want to be able to actually see it with my own eyes. So that's our kavanah. That everything we learn in Eretz Hashem should be a hachana should be a preparation in Eretz Hashem to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third day Sanhedrin, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in Yerad Yameinu. Amen. Let's look at that. Let's begin. Let's continue. Let's begin. Sanhedrin, feel right? Feel excited. Okay, let's just continue. So the Mishnah. So once I say that, what we're going to do in this Mishnah is as follows. We're going to focus a little bit on which type of legal bodies, which type of statute deal with different cases. Now, let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that and where we learn that from, that in Eretz Hashem we're going to get to in the Gemara. As you notice, by the way, the entire Amar Aleph is a Mishnah. This is on the Amud Beis. This is one long, this is one long Mishnah, and this Mishnah actually is going to fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. And then Hashem, but again, this is kind of going to give us the landscape of framework of how the legal system works. So here we go. Okay, so Dini Moris B'Shosha. Dini Moris. So again, very well. And again, when you get into the Gemara, of what these things actually need to be adjudicated is a basin of three. Regular basin of three. Examples for Kabbalos. So again, deaths and injuries. So again, deaths, pretty sure. If you look at Rashi, and that was the other pieces, we want to give a very special welcome to Rashi. Right? Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And again, we want to thank Rashman. Rashman did a tremendous job, Rashman, in terms of shepherding us in Bar Basra. And again, once again, to point out, we are back with Rashi now in the second Sanhedrin. So Rashi points out top line, Selos, Kofer B'Dikadon, Yushalech, Oyad Havigazon, the Verachotik, Ne'akaveda Havigazon, Ugon Bayizo, as Achonis Miyad HaMitzvah. Avalon, looking to what the short game. Selos is just a simple act, what we call theft. Chavalos, Rashman, Rashi says that Chavalos, Achobos Echadero, Chai B'Chamisha Dvorim. So as you're going to see, when you injure someone, you are finding 5 different types of damages. So again, that types of this is Xeros, theft, Havalos, injuries, Bishmosha. Can also be adjudicated in a basin of 3 people. Nezek, the Chatzi Nezek. So remember again, go back to Baba Kamdi. So Nezek means damages. Chatzi Nezek have damages. Where's the case of half damages? Let's have damages. Short time. Right? So again, this is a situation where you have an ox that is going for the first time or for the second time. So again, Chatzi Nezek is Knas. And Chatzi Nezek ultimately is a penalty payment. So Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Tashlume Ketal, double. That's one point. So Rashi points out, Rashi points out that the last of the wide lines, the neighbor needs to be a rope. When does the thief have to pay double? If you catch a thief and he has the stolen object in his hands, Shalach Ramay, so you pay double. This touched me over the Hamisha. And paying 4 or 5 times penalty payment. Where does that come up? Rashi, Yishar Obsesh Shekapha Umachdo. If you sell a sheep or you sell an ox and you go ahead and you steal it and you shecht it and sell it, there's a 4 or 5 times penalty payment for that. Now let's say I want to point out, if you notice over here, the list that's growing, Nezek will be on the side, but Chatzi Nezek, Tashlim gave a double payment, Abba the Hamisha, the 4 and 5 times payments. Next, only if a man violates a woman, there's a payment. And the fact that man seduces a woman, Motzi Shema, or again, I say Motzi Shema is the case. If a man marries a woman, and then he makes it clear that she's not a B'Shiva. It's really not to him. Now, that is a very serious claim, because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. And maybe she had a relationship with another man during the all of these cases, the Shlomo of the Rebbe Meir. And you know, so all of these cases can be adjudicated in a period of 3. So the Chum say no, Motzi Shema, the Chum agrees all the cases except Motzi Shema. Why? The Gemara says, "Quickly, Motzi Shema, come on, Motzi Shema be'esu yishlosha, because she used both three and the fashions." And the Chum is a very interesting point of view. They say we agree with all the other cases. All the other cases. So if you only have a case which are penalty rulings, you can adjudicate that in a phase of 3. The one case in which we'll visit Moti Shema. Why? Because Moti Shema carries with it the possibility of a capital crime. That, as we just mentioned before. Since there's the possibility that the accusation which wasn't the Suba could ultimately have been unable to lead to the fact that Pastor Shalom she committed adultery and didn't from before you see it. So because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, therefore that is kicked up to a base of 23. So let's say, so by the way, I just want to point out, you never heard of a base of 23 before, just like again. 3, I've heard of that. Right? 3, I've seen just a couple bases. Where did 23 come from? We're going to talk about it. But just, that's your notebook. So that dogs have to notebooks. I'm sorry if you feel free to take this and have your notebooks. And again, as we've always been speaking about, it's so important. We knew that such a part of this case. And it's important, and we want to take this so much. We want people to think that everyone's going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. But to remember something. Would be helpful if you want your notebooks. Here they are. So let's say, so again, as we go along with it here, so you see just different pieces of information to pick up as we go along. So we're going to do so based on the 3 that we've been operating with this entire time. Based on 23, we don't know where it comes from, but here's what I do know, which is that a Bayesian of 23 is capable of adjudicating capital crimes. Okay? Fine, capital cases. Next. Makos, Bishosha. So what's this? Makos, Chachamim, Moti Shema, based of 3, Chachamim, Moti Shema, based of 21. Sorry, 23. So let's just follow. Makos, so Makos, what about any case dealing with Malchus? Okay, what's a case of dealing with Malchus? So Malchus ultimately again is any law, pretty much any biblical prohibition, not any, but many biblical prohibitions carry with them a penalty of Malchus. A person goes ahead and eats non-kosher, Malchus. A person wears shackles, Malchus. The violation of any basic law, any basic prohibition, carries with it the penalty of Rashi. Rashi points out over here, Malchus our body, time to be sure, Rabban is not fine. So about Malchus, so you should have been sure, this is very interesting. In the case of Malchus, again, remember, they didn't get Malchus to the violation of the law, violation of prohibition. And yet, that Yishmael says that has to be adjudicated in a base of 23, which is fascinating. So, right, so again, so this is just a violation of a regular law that Yishmael stood up for a base of 23. Again, is the Mishnah. So I was just going through all the information, and then Hashem, we'll see the reasoning later on. Ibra Kodesh. The Shloka. Interesting case here. Ibra Kodesh. Look at Rashi again. Ibra Kodesh. Shali is the nation alone increasing Nada Via Abid. Back to Kufa. Sorry, that's Shaya. So Ibra Kodesh, no advice. So let's say it's outside. Every single month is comprised of either 29 or 30 days. Right? That's the maximum. That's why sometimes those Kodesh is 1 day, those Kodesh is 2 days. Maximum number of days that a Jewish month could have, that it is 30 days. Possibly, again, if it's a chassid, if it's a Jewish month, 29 days. Now, remember, before the calendar was fixed, that was established by a Beis Din. So whether or not the month is going to be 29 or 30 days, remember, it depends on ages that you get. That type of ages can be received in a Beis Din of few people. Get ready there. And shouldn't else says, this is very interesting, different process. The Shlosha Masir, this is fascinating. He holds, hello, for my son, you could discuss like the deliberations in the Kamisha, medicine, and then you kind of kick up the conversation to a Beis Din of 5, you go in the Shiva, and you finish it with a Beis Din of 7. Final decision made in the Beis Din of 7, then you go with the Gilom Little Dias, then you kind of bypass that system and just decided upon this in the Beis Din of 3, it works. So let's say all of this is riveting because now it just happened over here. Is that Shimon introduced to me again a Beis Din of 5 and a Beis Din of 7. So I'm we're operating with this concept of Beis Din of 3 and a Beis Din of 23. Now some of this Beis Din of 5, Beis Din of 7. Okay, so we'll have to first white line of Osei Mishnah. Smichas is the cleaning. So he's saying, what smichas is the cleaning? Look at Rashbam. So Rashi is smichas is the cleaning. Al-Rosh Helam Davash Hotibor. So we will discuss this. So let's say we're going to deal, we have the deal with this, so we actually quite simply. How Helam Davash actually means as follows. When it's a Hedron Paskins, the Hedron Paskins on a halacha, and the copy was asked based on their directions, and it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called a So again, for that carbon, what ends up happening is the elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's smichas is a doing, the arifas eglah. So what's arifas eglah? That's eglah arifah. Eglah again, you find a dead body, and you find someone murdered in between two cities. You measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city come, the young cats that have never worked, decapitated in a dry-up riverbed, wash their hands over the decapitated cat and say that they will suffer the damzat. We are not responsible for the death of this person. Both of these processes, Mishosha, give it Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says both of these things could take place in a bathing of three people. Rabbi Yehuda says Bechamisha. Rabbi Yehuda says no, it requires a bathing of five. Then Hachalitza next. Hachalitza, Vahamir. So chalitza, first thing we know again, chalitza, remember again, moving the man to Rachel, moving guys without children, now there's the obligation of legal that moving has, that Shimon, surviving brother has, Rachel or Shimon don't want to get married because of chalitza. Remember, you don't say what's Mi'un, fighting is also very Mishnah, because this Mishnah is like a chazara of Shas, right? Because it goes through every single process in halacha. What's Mi'un? You know what's Mi'un? So remember again, only a father has the ability to marry off his minor daughter in the Daraisa. With the Rabbanon Chazal gave the brother or the mother the ability to do so. But it's important to understand that is only a true to Rabbanon. But because it's a true to Rabbanon, for what? The girl, while she is still a minor, refused. I don't want this. What happens when she does Mi'un? She goes free from the marriage. There's no other process other than formal refusal to continue on in this relationship. So both Chalitza and Mi'un have to be done in a bathing of three. Not to revise. It might be shame on what you're doing. Okay, so I'm going to say a lot of really interesting stuff over here. So not to revive. Not to revive, I'll say, is fourth year produce. Now, we love this concept Arla. What does Arla say? You plant a fruit tree, but you're not allowed to go ahead and partake of the fruit for the first 3 years. Arla, you're not allowed to utilize it. So let's say, now what happens about the produce in year number 4? That is called not to revive. Again, there's Karen revive, which applies to the vineyard, not to revive, which applies to other fruit trees. So fourth year produce, you'll see it, but there's a caveat. What's the caveat? The halacha is that you have to take it to Yerushalayim, because Yerushalayim essentially is treated like Meiser Sheni. Okay, so Karen revive, not to revive, not to revive a Meiser Sheni. What's a Meiser Sheni? Again, remember, is tied. So again, it's yours to consume, but you have to consume it to Yerushalayim. So what's the halacha? She'in Damav Yidurim. It's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi over here, Rashi says, "Oh, the name we do it." You go, "Put us in a key machine and share the show." So let's say you have trust, and I love nice remember again. In order to, I don't want to take it to the Shamayim, right? I don't want to take my nata revive, my fourth proposal. So I don't want to take my nice machine to the Shamayim. So what can I do? I can redeem it with money. Transfer the sanctity of the money, take the money to Shamayim Yirakodesh, and go ahead and spend the money that you have to spend it on what? Spend it on what? On food. That's the caveat. They're going to spend on food. So let's say for whatever reason, I don't have the ability to assess the value of this produce. So it's interesting, the way Rachel shows it over here, let's say the produce value. Sometimes it's hard to assess the value of rotten produce. So that can be done in a bathing of Shlosha. Bathing of 3 people. Okay. Hekdishos, Shlosha. This is very interesting. Hekdish can be done in front of a bathing of 3. Now, what does that mean, Hekdish? So let's just remember again, it can't mean consecrating something, because what do you need in order to consecrate something? What do you need? What do you need? Right? A mouth. Like that's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain, right? You have to be able to go ahead and identify, right? I have to be able to say this is hektish, and I have to have das. So Rashi points out that the hektish means habba with those son. Sarach Shlosha Shimon. This is interesting. This is a case if you want to redeem hektish. I want to redeem hektish. Right? So if I want to redeem hektish, so something belongs to this hektish, and I want it for myself. So it's a process of kiddush, of redemption. That requires the things that are three hektish, Shlosha, everything. The ha'erfin and the kalkulim, Shlosha. Another interesting case over here. So let's say, so look at that. Well, that's true for the erfin and kalkulim. The Gemara fire. So let's say, here's what we know. An eref vow is a valuation vow. So what it sounds like is happening over here is there's the metaltalin that was pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem those metaltalin from the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara, we'll see in the Gemara exactly what it means. But the Mishnah says that requires a basing of three. The Yudah says, Echad Mehen, I'm sorry, Yudah Omer, Echad Mehen Kohen. So the Yudah says you can use a basing of three, but anything to do with redemption of consecrated property needs a coin on the basement. So interesting. Like, since you're redeeming from the Beis Hamikdash, it's true you only need three, but one of those guys has to be a coin. Dakakos happens if you're redeeming karka. Like, what happens if you're redeeming karka? You're redeeming land from the Beis Hamikdash. Tisha V'Kohen, that requires a basing of 10, right? And one of those people has to be a coin. All right, the Adam Kiyosef, and the same thing will apply both like ultimately again to the erech value of the person. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says that Kakos shall have to start test that seed calling the Shimon. The Shimon in Baladosa. So the property is owned by land, is owned by the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem from the Beis Hamikdash. So that requires the proper valuation. That valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a Kohen. And Adam, Rashi says over here, Adam Habam Mikdos Atzmo Miyad Hadish Sarach Asar V'Shulo. So let's say, so we're going to say very strange. It sounds like the Mishnah saying is, if I am pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem myself, or I want to redeem someone else from Hektish, that also requires a meaning that requires 10, a basis of 10, and one of those people has to be a Kohen. Now, what's that? Rashi points out there, he was going to ask me, what are you talking about? A person who is consecrated in this question? What's that case? Okay, we'll see it. Next, another case. Now we can up here a little bit of it. Being the Pashas, that's the Rishon, capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a basin of 23. Now, let's say, once again, where does the basin of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Right? It's okay, you didn't miss it. We don't know. Right? We don't know, right? When the Gemara introduced it to us over here, right? Sometimes, actually, again, when you introduce that's the way it's not because you couldn't tell something. Like, all we know is not the basin of 20. So, this is the way that comes from. But what he's going to do, capital cases, basin of 23. Harova, behind the above, the S from the Shosha. So it says, interesting case here. Harova means if a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performs an act of bestiality on an animal, or nearby, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with a woman. So these things say, so this is a capital case. But why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, if the person was a willing participant in this, then ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. I know the Banyaba, that's in Shosha. Case of 23, Shinemar, the Harakta es Haisha, the es Habahima. The Omer, the es Habahima Talo. So the initial part of the animal here is the execution of the person and the execution of the animal are linked. What does the linkage teach us? That just as capital case for a person is adjudicated in front of a basin of 23, so again, the adjudication of the capital case of the animal is also adjudicated in the presence of a basin of 23. So very interesting. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, if you look at Rashi says, the Adam is the last like 6 of the white lines. The Adam Harovea, the Ish Bahadari, the Rakia Saisha, the Exa Behemo, They behind us over there. So listen, so again, you see over here that the death of the person who engaged in the act of bestiality and the death of the animal are linked. Once again, to teach us, just as the person is judged and adjudicated by a Beis Din of 23, so is the animal. This animal, Shar Yiskel, that's what it's called. Shnema Shar Yisakel, actually called that. Shar Yiskel, listen, what's a Shar Yiskel? A stone shard, right? A stone shard is a shard ultimately again that killed someone. And therefore, there is going to be put to death himself. Rashi says over here, Shenaga Adam Unis. It's a shard that gored someone, and the person died as a result of the goring. So that shard is going to be judged in front of a Beis Din of course, obviously, the shard is not judged, the owner is judged, right? But ultimately, again, the claim, the case, is going to be heard by a Beis Din of 23. Shenagar, Hashar Yisakel, the Gam Ba'alav must. So the pasuk says the shard will be stoned, and its owners will be put to death as well. Nisas Bailim, Kaf Nisas Hashar. Once again, what do you see happening over here? The Torah is going ahead, and the Torah is going ahead and juxtaposing the death of the shard to the death of the owner. Now again, we'll say not that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is there's culpability. The idea over here is that just as the capital fee is started by Beis Din of 23, so too the capital fee is of the shard by Beis Din of 23. Incredible. We'll say that's an interesting case here. As a Rahari, those behind them are bad by Nachash. We'll say now you have a wolf, a lion. Nama is Dargus. There's also something in the left family. Nachash, or often translated as a polecat. Nachash is a snake. We'll say any of these animals which killed someone, we suffer the Asri Shosha. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in a case in a Beis Din of 23. To go to Rashi, Rashi's in the second line. Hayazabari, Shanisu Adam Vindomin Biskila, Kishar. Talk about it. So ultimately, again, these animals are treated like a shark that caught someone. So what's that? So these cases are adjudicated in the Beis Din of 23. Very deep. Rabbi Eliezer says any of these animals that had done that killed someone, the first person to be able to kill them, in other words, these are damaging animals. These are damaging animals. These are dangerous animals. And therefore, interestingly, it's so fascinating, right? So that Tanakama says, okay, whenever these animals killed, there's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's going to have to check, obviously, you're not getting a free-range bear today's, I don't know, free-range bear or something like that, right? But when I say that, that's not, it's like not like an animal rights thing here, right? So this is where you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals. This is not even a dog bear here, right? But it could be, like sometimes you have like people who own like a pit bull, and then the pit bull does something like, oh, I can't believe you're doing such a sweet pit bull, right? Like it's a pit bull, right? Like what's the matter with you, right? So it's like, so again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns these animals, like someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear, right? You have enough jobs like this, right? So the nice stuff, and then the animal does something. So again, remember when we say that it goes to Beis Din, that's when the owner is taking the Beis Din. Like, yes, he's incredible. So that's fine. So like the lyrics are saying is, the lyrics says no, because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, Kalakodim Mahargan Zaha. Whoever is first to put these animals down, Shkoya, the damaging forces. Obviously, some level of explanation. Well, but when I say again, that's not what this is going to be about. Good. But Yakiva says, you suffer, that's Yakiva says, no, he's going to be adjudicated in the Bible of 23. Right? And interestingly enough, the words going to ask, Yakiva seems to be saying as a kind of combo. Right? Because it was in the days of 23. Okay, we'll see if you mind, Next Hashem, what exactly we're talking about over here. Next. In Jonim, Loas Hashevis, the Loas Navi Hasheker, the Loas King Gadol. These are actually fascinating cases. You cannot course, a Shevet on trial. That was when did you ever be judging an entire Shevet? So it actually said that in the Rubo Shal Shevet Sha'al Gabo the Zara the Moses. This is incredible. Third one by that in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that has to come and worship Avodah Zara, or actually says again the majority of the tribe which worship Avodah Zara. So now you're putting a tribe on trial. You're going to have to adjudicate this case in the Beis Din, or Nadi Shepherd, a false prophet, or Kohen Gadol, or you have a Kohen Gadol that you have to take the Beis Din. I will say that interestingly enough, we'll have to see what you think of the Kohen Gadol to Beis Din for. What exactly is it that he's being accused of? So we'll say all of these cases, so judging the entire tribe, Nadi Shepherd, false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Ella up to Beis Din shall shin of that. Here it is. Here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? The second is called Sanhedrin. Here's the first one in the entire Mishnah so far that we've seen. Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribe, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's kicked all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. The Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They won't see it. Was it incredible? They won't see it. We will come as our shus. Ella up to Beis Din shall shin that. Assuming against Klal Yisrael can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin, the High Court. 71 judges. I must say, we're going to talk about this, and this is going to be some great suggestions over here. Different types of wars for Klal Yisrael. It actually says. We'll come for sure. This is in the water. Is in Kol Yeshus. The Vagin Lochemes Yoshua Shai Samesh Moshes Eretz Yisrael. So Rashi says something very interesting. What is a Lochemes Yeshus? Now we call it Lochemes Yeshus. Not optional war. Is a better? I think is a better term for it. A discretionary war. A discretionary war. Right. So Rashi says war is a discretionary war. Rashi essentially says, I do that to you guys, maybe you do this, the teaching was also very good, just not correct, it's not correct. And so it says, listen to this, discretionary war. Now, what is a discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing over here. Rashi says, any war except for conquering Eretz Yisrael is called a discretionary war. So which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is considered more of a chemical it's not a country. So again, if we're going to take a lot of issue with that, actually, I'm going to take issue with that, actually, not on topic right now, but again, just coming attractions. So again, but however, what the Gemara does say is how this is very interesting. The opposite of the Muhammad Rishos is Muhammad Mitzvah. So apparently, Muhammad Mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we're going to in the Gemara. But Muhammad Rishos does require Sanhedrin. This is incredible. You cannot add on to the city. Now, the Pashtos, we're going to see that this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim, actually, for example. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. They also the Sanhedrin of the Shvatim. So it's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin of the Sanhedrin, the High Court in Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, like in every Shevet. But who establishes the circuit courts? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the High Court in Yerushalayim. And also the Sanhedrin of the Shvatim, and the Beis Din shall shin the Echad. So every Shevet should have its own court. But those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. And also Irni Dachas, Ella Beis Din shall shin the Echad. So let's say Irni Dachas. What's Irni Dachas? One from you have a city where all of the inhabitants worship Avodah Zara. What happens to that city? You wipe it out. You wipe it out. So the declaration or the sentence of a Irni Dachas can only be established by a Beis Din. By the Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They don't see the Dachas be Sabar, so once I now talk about Irni Dachas, you must have some interesting discussions over here. And also the Irni Dachas be Sabar. You cannot declare a border city an Irni Dachas. Now, let's say this makes a lot, just intuitively makes that sense why. What happens if you declare a border Irni Dachas? What ends up happening? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens borders. That opens up the so we have reached to an era where what happens when border cities are overrun. And how that opens up, gateways for decades destruction. So therefore, again, this is interesting that if you have a border city, what do you do with a border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare other city as a daily dachas. Furthermore, again, it will have exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and declare. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities daily dachas, but you can do 1 or 2. Okay, Sanhedrin Gidol, so let's hear this. Sanhedrin Gidol, the High Court in Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash was comprised of 71 judges. Uktana Sha'esin Shalosh, and ultimately again, a lower court was 23 judges. The one says, how do you know? How do you know that the High Court in Yerushalayim was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shenema. I will say it's very simple. Very simple. Asfali. Shidit Ish Mizikne Yisrael. Moshe al Gabein. The Bible says absolutely incredible. Because what does the Bible say in the right? Where again, Moshe Rabbeinu said to Baruch, I can't do this by myself. So Baruch says, no problem. Gather for me. Gather for me. That's what he says. Right? This really. Hashem says to Moshe, Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And who's together with the 70? Who's together with the 70? Who sits on top of the 70? Who's that? Moshe Rabbeinu. Oh, there it is, 71. 71. So 70 people gathered, plus Moshe Rabbeinu, that becomes the model for a Sanhedrin of 71 people. And you don't read the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is actually not 71, but rather the Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that Rabbi Yehuda holds that Allah Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't part of the Sanhedrin, the first Sanhedrin. So it's really gathered from these 70 people. Now, what do you do with an even numbered Sanhedrin is a different discussion. We'll see in tomorrow. So let's say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that? From Shneimar, get into this tomorrow. Get into this one. It's Mishnah. Shneimar, the Shaftu Ha'ida Be'tzilu Ha'ida. The Pasuk says, the Eidah, will translate the congregation or the assembly. The assembly will judge and the assembly will save. Eidah Shofetes, the Eidah Masalas. In a faith thing, you need a group that could indict and a group that could examine. In other words, every case must have an Eidah and must be comprised of at least 2 groups, the capacity of 2 groups. One group who could find the parties guilty, one group who could find the parties innocent. How much is an Eidah? So the Gemara says, Harikhan Esther, that gives me 20. So I say, how do you get to that? Gives me 20. Now watch this. How do I know that Eidah represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shneimar, Admosai Le'eidah Hara Hazos. So what's it? By Muradin. Remember again, the Shane said, but what's that mean? There were 12 Muradin. Remember again, when the Pasuk says, Admosai, but the Pasuk says, how long will I have to deal with this terrible Eidah? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yoshua and Kalev, which means Eidah means 10. Eidah means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the Torah uses 2 phrases. The Shaftu Ha'ida, the Eidah, the Tzilu Ha'ida, the Eidah will be silent. That shows you that a Beis Din has to be made up of 2 Eidahs. 2 Eidahs. An Eidah, minimum of an Eidah is 10. Where do we learn that from? Miraglim. So 2 Eidahs gives you 20. 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other 3? The Pasuk says, you shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital crime. So the Gemara says, so it sounds like you can follow a simple majority to exonerate, right? But you can't follow a simple majority to indict. So the must if that's the case, that can follow a simple majority to exonerate. Why does the Pasuk have to say why do you have to say that? That follow the majority. So the word says, to teach me the most sense to follow the again to exonerate is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? Following the majority to exonerate, all you need is what kind of majority do you need? The majority you need? Majority of 1. So the Gemara says, Hatiyas Chalallah Afishnai. In order to indict, ultimately again, you need two. Now let's say, so here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's build up our number. Don't turn the page. Don't turn it. Don't turn it. Hey, listen, now remember again, what do I have over here, right? Why do I have hands off, right? What do I have over here? Right? I've got a basin of 71, which I now know that's an easy one. Because Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people, plus Moshe only was 71. He turns the time to fine. Now I know about a basin of 23. So remember again, I have the Heshach to Aida, the Tzila Aida, two phrases. Aida, how much is it equal to? How much is it equal to? 20. Right, 20. Right, 10 and 10? 20. Good. Now what about the other three? Here's what I know. Now it's time to get the 20. Now, in order for a basin of 20 to go ahead and indict, what do they need? They need the majority of 2. Because to indict the majority of 2, to exonerate the majority of 1. So therefore, if I have 20 and the majority of 2, what does that kick me up to? What does that kick me up to? 22. God, the aim, they shuffle with the problem. You can't have a basin of 22. Why can't you have a basin of 22? Because you can't have an even number basin. Therefore, because then you're going to end up with a split. Therefore, Mosifin Alein on Echad Hare Khan Esin Moshe. Therefore, I can't have a basin of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? 23. So that's where I've got now my next basin. I've got my 71 member basin, and I've got my 23 member basin. The comma you hate the ear, but let's say, how many people do you need in a city in order for them to be right this attitude? Now, what this means is, if you, it sounds like what the Gemara is saying, it sounds like Mishnah saying, we'll see this in the Gemara. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up a basin in that particular city? That's what I'm saying. How many people do you need in a particular city to set up a basin? So the Gemara says, I mean, all of us sign the social. I mean, somebody says, 250 people. Oh, no, I skipped. May have asked him, 120 people. 120 people in a city in order to set up a center. Which sounds to be like a pretty small city. You know, what's that in Gemara? And you turn around and says, beside the Shloshis, you need 230 people to make it Sari Asaras. Corresponding to the Sari Asaras. Again, we'll see exactly what that means in the Gemara. So it looks like, it's interestingly enough, fundamental focus about what the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an obligation to set up a local base. And that's like, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov, our first Mishnah in the Sefer Sanhedrin. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Mishnah. I'm finishing the Sefer Sanhedrin. Right, and beginning the Sefer Sanhedrin today is pretty incredible. That's the only Mishnah beginning is in there, stressed coming at Cuba. Finishing Mishnah Yomi, beginning today, I stress was like, Mishnah, Gemara. How to exist the Kabbalah, it's not being on this, you know? Okay, so what's it about? Mishnah is a serious. Right, everything makes like perfect sense in the world of Mishnah, right? Everything is beautiful, everything is harmonious, Gemara is still the back. So when I look at here's what the Gemara says, here's the problem. Mishnah says, Dini Mamis, B'Shlosha, and then Gezelos V'Chabalos B'Shlosha, right? Monetary laws are deleted by days and of 3, and then the laws of theft and injuries are 3 as well. So asks the Gemara, up to Gezelos V'Chabalos Labdini Mamis, I don't understand. It's repetitive. Once you tell me Dine Mominus, 3 monetary laws you give by days of 3, Gezelos V'Chabalos, theft and injury is monetary law. Why do you have to break that out separately? To which the Gemara says, I'm not Yavo, Mahin Katani. So you're right, the Gemara says the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Mahin Dine Mominus, Gezelos V'Chabalos. Read the Mishnah like this. Dine Mominus B'Shlosha. And what's an example of Dine Mominus? What do you mean when we say Dine Mominus? Gezelos V'Chabalos, you mean the laws of theft and damages. Aval, Hodas V'Halvas Lo. I will say, when it comes to the laws of loans, now those are also disputes. Right? Issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated outside a basin of 3. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So what's the thing that's happening over here? So one issue says, Dine Mominus can be adjudicated by a basin of 3. Hold up. What do I mean by Dine Mominus? Gezelos V'Chabalos, thefts and injuries. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require different type of basin. What type of basin? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a basin of 3. So the Lord says, yeah, we'll see why we should leave it with Tzricha. Now I understand why we need it. Dine Mominus. Mishnah would have just said Dina Mom is adjudicated by days in a three. Havamina Dafidu Hodos Vahavos. I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes Hodos and Havos. Must also include loan disputes. Therefore, Tani Gzeres Vechavos. Therefore, the Mishnah says, no, Gzeres Vechavos, the teaching that what does Dina Mominus? What does it mean when we say that monetary loss could be adjudicated in a days in a three? That's only theft and injuries. Furthermore, again, had to just say, so just be anonymous and just say, just say theft and injuries is adjudicated by days in a three. I don't think so I would have who had been back in the Hodos Vavos. I would have thought, no. Since it says Gzeros Vechavos, which means monetary loss, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. Behind it can be Gzeros Vechavos. And since I wanted you to say Gzeros Vechavos Dafka, you should be Eker Gimel Exceeding Gzeros Vechavos Exceeding. Because when the Torah speaks on a days in a three, the primary place where it talks about it is in the realm of theft and injury. So the Gemara says, because when it comes to theft, the Pasuk says, right, and the aggrieved party will come before the judge. Means in this context as the judge. Kavalos, when it comes to injuries, what does it matter if you injure someone financially or you injure someone physically? It's all considered injuries. Therefore, Tana, about the Mishnah is structured very specifically. Right? So the Mishnah is written as Dine Mamanis B'Shosha. Right? So again, financial cases are adjudicated in the days of three. Now, when you stop there, we would assume that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement and says, no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Zinos v'chabalos, theft and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by reason of three. But halach raisa, let's say halachos, loan disputes. Okay, let's again, we're going to the exact halachos of halachos, but it means for our purposes today, loan disputes are not adjudicated in a days in a three. Rather than they require a different legal mechanism. What the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a base in a three. I know the Mishnah can be written this way, because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous and erroneous confusion. I want to pause here for just a second, because I want to show you just a tremendous and a beautiful Mishnah hospital. Just before I want to get it in, and then we'll have time. We still have time. We'll go back to that before, because this picks up with a little bit of a new studio in just a moment. So the Gemara says as follows. So one says, remember in the Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? The Mishnah learned out the concept that a basin of 23. Like, where did we learn out from? Eda plus 3. What's the Eda? And I will say, by the way, what's the Eda? The Eda ultimately, again, is the Miraglich. And by the way, you see something very interesting as well. When the Gemara lays out the obligation for a million, right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a million as well? Is at Korach. Right? Part of the limud is Korach and his assembly. So Machshem Rabbi asks such a fascinating question. He says, I don't understand. Why are we learning out these bedrock concepts from bad people? And let's focus over here. When we're talking about the judicial system, what's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the laws of the Torah. Why are we learning this out from the Miraglich? Out of all the places, you can't find another source to this. So let's say, listen to what the Rebbe said. This is incredible. Chazal Omru, Miraglim Eredorim. The Gemara says that the Miraglim have a portion in the world to come. So the Rebbe says that, however, Nishmos Yisrael. Excellence, no duty only at, right? It is impossible for a Yiddish soul, it's impossible for a neshama to be lost forever. So on one hand, the Gemara says that the Miraglim don't have a portion of the world to come. It could be that a soul is going to be lost forever. He says it can't be one. Cheles Elokah Nimal. People think that's the Balakani is talking. Like the Jews of Hashem, he says, Cheles Elokah. the neshama ultimately at the end is a Chisar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how can it be that a Jew would be lost or the same that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come? He says, Lachin, Matsu Lahem Chazal Takana. So therefore, Chazal found a way to save the Meraglim. How do you save the Meraglim? How do you save the followers of Korach? Eider Ki Asara. By using them as the limit, as the source for 10, Eider Tkrik Sanhedrin. Are you getting limud zeh? Yisalu v'yitapu nishmos sefer. By using the Meraglim as the source for this halacha, what does it do? It lifts up their neshamas. By using their memory, by using their passion to teach us a profound halacha, a bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides a tremendous aliyah, lifts up their neshamas. The thing that never ba'ad is Korach. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Korach. Kol davar shebedusha eina ba'asara, avur zeh, that mishmozim to us. This is what Chazal. That learn how to mean from Korach. What Chazal learn how to Sanhedrin from the Meraglim, in order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals. That even with all of their avelos, with tremendous avelos, there is no such thing as a Jew who is beyond salvation, and we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So what's the religious ability? What we're providing is a tikkun for the neshamas of the Meraglim. And I both say there are two profound lessons over here. Number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the Meraglim are not beyond salvation. Even the study of Korach is not beyond salvation. And if those guys are not beyond salvation, then we certainly cannot give up on ourselves as well. And then the two, the lengths that we have to go to help each other. So, it's easy just to say, you know what, I worry about me. I want to have an achrayus towards the other. But it's not true. We all have an achrayus. We all have a responsibility to one another. We all have to look out for each other. If we see someone else who is struggling, we have an obligation to roll up our sleeves and to help out. Chazal felt that achrayus, even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing, even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Korach, and therefore built them into the Gemara. So every single time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher and higher. We should be built from there for Hashem to believe in ourselves, and we should be built to believe in the other as well. And in doing so, always have the great source to love each other, to look out for one another, to look out even for the Meraglim, even look out for the Korach. I will say, Shkoyach on the first half of Sanhedrin, absolutely amazing. Shkoyach, everyone.
He talks in this way that it's just never ending. Yeah, I can't even replicate it myself because I would never vote blue. And you're checking the boxes. He really doesn't give the person any chance to answer, and he also doesn't. Not only does he not give them a chance to answer, but there's not even really a question. It's just a statement. It's kind of like Gadushing you while feigning a question. He did Gadusha a little because he was like, politicians, I don't trust them at all. I mean, they're not great.
Look at Emir Hashem, the merit of our learning.
He doesn't even realize
will bring our soldiers.
He's like, you're here, so you're
complete victory, complete security. Will bring our hostages home to Shalom and the Kara of Oshim. Zoch Emir Hashem. We pray to sorrows for all of Klal Yisrael. Let us speak in it. Is really incredible supposed to be able to be here in the sector. There's energy. Even though, it's not like for the long haul. And again, even when we finish shots, what do you do? It's fascinating, right? You just keep going. Right? There's no like day off. There's no sabbatical. There's no take a little bit of time to recharge. There's no let myself get. It's just again what happens the next day. You just start again. But after this Basra, you just start. Right? You begin there. Hashem the second night. Someone like this thing, a little mini CMS. Little Chabranya last night was Hashem, as you said, just can't let the end of the Masechta come and not celebrate in some way. Our formal senior will be on Shabbos, January 18th, on that Shabbos here in Shul, this current Shul here at Hashem. It'll be a great, we're supposed to be able to celebrate there. I want to say, but again, with that, let's begin Sanhedrin. And we have to, again, whenever you begin with the sector, like everything else in life, so much is about your kavanas when you enter in. So what do we want? What do we want to accomplish? First of all, we kind of need to hard to understand Sanhedrin, like where did this Sanhedrin sit The Sanhedrin sat in the Rishnas Hagazis in the chamber of hewn stone. They talk more about that in this Masechta, which was one of the chambers, actually one of the small chambers inside of the inside of the base of Mikdash itself. So it's important to understand that even just saying the name Sanhedrin, by definition, conjures up feelings of the base of Mikdash. And whenever we conjure up feelings of the base of Mikdash that should awaken inside of us, strong yearning, strong pining, a strong desire, something big. We spoke about last night by the seal of the Lubavitch Rebbe explained so beautifully that all of Golos is a hachana for Geula. Right? Ultimately, again, exile is a hachana, it's a preparation, ultimately for redemption. So when we learn these Mesachos, we're going to learn about things that don't yet apply. In certain respects, because we don't yet have a base of Mikdash. The Avodah is supposed to awaken inside of us a journey. When we learn Sanhedrin, what I want more than anything is, I want to be able to say, okay, now I learned all this information, I want to see it. I want to see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I want to be able to see the members of the Sanhedrin. Wow, of the chamber of the Rishnas Hagazis. I want to be able to see them coming out of session. I want to be able to actually see it with my own eyes. So that's our kavanah. That everything we learn in Meretz Hashem should be a hachana, should be a preparation in Meretz Hashem to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third base of Mikdash, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in the era of Yameinu. Amen. Well, so with that, let's begin. In the Zuman, let's continue. Let's begin. Sanhedrin, feel right? Feel the excitement. Okay, let's just get through it. Says the Mishnah. So so now what we're going to do in this situation is we're going to focus a little bit on which type of legal body, which type of stuff they did deal with different cases. Now let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that and where we learn that from, that in the question we're going to get to in the Gemara. As you notice, by the way, the entire Amud Aleph is a Mishnah. This is why on Amud Base. This is one long, This is one long Mishnah, and again, this Mishnah actually is going to fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. And then Hashem, but again, this is going to give us the landscape, the framework of how the legal system works. So here we go. Okay, so Dine Maonis B'Shlosha. Dine Maonis, mostly so again, monetary law. And again, we're going to get into this in the Gemara in terms of what things actually mean to be adjudicated with a basin of three. Regular basin of three. Disablus v'chavalos. So again, thefts and injuries. So again, thefts, pretty. So if you look at Rashi, and then what the other piece is, you want to give a very special bar from the Shalom to Rashi. Right? Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And then again, we want to thank Rashban. Rashban did a tremendous job, Rashban, in terms of shepherding us in Balav Asra. And again, once again, to point out, we are back with Rashi now in the second Sanhedrin. So Rashi points out, top line, Kselos, Kofer B'Tikadon, Mishalech, Oyar Havigazlan, B'Fina Chotik, Miad Chavira Havigazlan, Yizron Vayikso, Es Achonis Miad HaMitzri. Avalov, Eloshim, so again, Kselos is just a simple act, what we call theft. Chavalos, Rashi says over Chavalos, Achovo B'Chavero, Chai B'Chamisha Svarim. Right, you're going to see when you injure someone, you are hiding 5 different types of damages. So again, that types of this is Zelos, theft, Chavalos, injuries, B'Shlosha. Can also be adjudicated in a basin of 3 people. Nezek, B'Chatzi Nezek. So remember again, it goes back to the Baba days. So Nezek means damages. Chatzi Nezek, half damages. Where is there a case of half damages? Let's have damages. Short time, right? So again, this is a situation where you have an ox that is born for the first time or for the second time. Remember, the Chatzi Nezek is Knas. Chatzi Nezek ultimately is a penalty given. So Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Tashlume Ketal, paying double. Rashi points out to their last of the wide lines. When does a thief have to pay double? If he catches a thief and he has the stolen object in his hands, so you pay double. And paying 4 or 5 times penalty payment. Where does that come up? Rashi, if you sell a sheep or you sell an ox and you go ahead and you steal it and you shecht it and sell it, there's a 4 or 5 time penalty payment for that. Now, I will say, I want to point out, if you notice over here, the list that's growing, Nezek will be on the side, but Chasi Nezek, Tashlumi Kefal double payment, Arba Bechamisha, the 4 or 5 time payments. Next, Ones, the non violates a woman. There's a payment. Hamifata, that seduces a woman. Motzi Shemra, or again, I will say, Motzi Shemra is the case of a man who marries a woman, and then he makes a claim that she's not a Basuba. It's saying that she's not a Basuba. Now, that is a very serious claim, because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. And maybe she had relations with another man during Erusin. During Erusin, all of these cases, the Shlosha de Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that Allah Chalamaysa, all of these cases can be adjudicated in a Beis Din of 3. So the Chum say no, Motzi Shemra, the Chum agree in all of the cases except Motzi Shemra. Why? The Gemara says, "Chutnei Motzi Shemra, come on the Motzi Shemra be'esrim Shlosha, if which Yishbal B'nei Nefashos." Then the Chum raises a very interesting point over there. They say we agree with you with all the other cases. All the other cases. And again, since the only other cases which are penalty payments, we can adjudicate that in a Beis Din of 3. The one case in which we will disagree is Motzi Shemra. Why? Because Motzi Shemra carries the possibility of a capital crime. Right, as we just mentioned before. Since there's a possibility that the accusation that she wasn't a Basuba could ultimately again unravel to lead to the fact that Chas V'Shalom she committed adultery during Erusin, during Kiddushin, before Nisuin. So because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, therefore that's got to be kicked up to a Beis Din of 23. So we'll say, so by the way, I just want to point out, we never heard of a Beis Din of 23 before this. Like again, 3 I've heard about. Right? So because 3 is a typical Beis Din. Where did 23 come from? We're going to talk about it. But just begin. Oh, I forgot to take out notebooks. Notebooks. There are Sanhedrin notebooks. I'm sorry if you feel free to take your Sanhedrin notebooks. And again, as we've always been speaking about, it's so important. We live at such a great pace. And it's important. It would be wonderful. Thank you so much. It'd be wonderful to think that everyone's going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. But to remember something. Would be incredible. If you want your notebooks, here they are. So let's say, so again, as we go along over here, so you see just different pieces of information we pick up as we go along. So we've been introduced to a Beis Din of 3, that's what we've been operating with this entire time. Beis Din of 23, we don't know where it comes from, but here's what I do know, which is Beis Din of 23 is capable of adjudicating capital crimes. Okay, it's fine, capital cases. Next, Makos B'Shlosha. So we'll say, so our first Makos is Chachamim Motzi Shemra, Beis Din of 3, Chachamim Motzi Shemra, Beis Din of 21. Sorry, 23. So the Gemara says follow. Makos B'Shlosha. So Makos, what about any case dealing with Malchus? Okay, what's a case of dealing with Malchus? So Malchus ultimately again is any law. Pretty much any biblical prohibition, or many biblical prohibitions, how do we defend the penalty of Malchus? The person goes ahead and eats non-kosher, Malchus. The person wears shatnez, Malchus. The violation of any basic prohibition carries with it the penalty of lashes. Rashi points out Malchus are goyim. Time of the Bishma, Rabban Farshim not fine. So about Malchus. So Mishra Bishma Amru Ba'esu Mishlosha. This is very interesting. In the case of Malchus now again, remember, where do you get Malchus? In a violation of a law, violation of prohibition. And yet Rabbi Shmuel says that has to be adjudicated in a Beis Din of 23, which is fascinating. So again, so this is just a violation of a regular law. If Rabbi Shmuel kicks it up to a Beis Din of 23 again. This is the Mishnah. So right now we're just going through all the information, and yes, Hashem, we'll see the reasoning later on. Ibra Chodesh. Mishlosha. Interesting case here. What's Ibra Chodesh? Look at Rashi again. Ibra Chodesh. Shahayu Beis Din Yoshim Baron Instrit in Narev Nea Aviv. Back to Kufa. Sorry, that's Shana. So Ibra Chodesh, you don't want to fight. So let's take outside. Every single month. It's comprised of either 29 or 30 days. Right? That's the maximum. That's time. That's why sometimes Rosh Chodesh is 1 day, Rosh Chodesh is 2 days. The maximum number of days that a Jewish month can have is 30 days. Possibly, again, if it's a chasar, if it's a diminished month, 29 days. Now remember, before the calendar was fixed, that was established by a Beis Din. So whether or not the month is going to be 29 or 30 days, remember it depends on edus that you get. That type of edus can be received in a base group of 3 people. It's already made. Shimon says, this is very interesting, different process. This is fascinating. This is old. Halach l'maisa, you could begin the discussion, like the deliberations, in a basin of 3. Ubachamisha, no sin and no sin. And then again, you kind of pick up the conversation to a basin of 5. The Gomrim, the Shiva. But you finish it with a basin of 7. Final decision remains the basin of 7. Then Gomru Begimel Mehubaras. So if you kind of bypass that system and just decided on this in basin of 3, it works. So I will say all of this is regular because now it just happened over here. Because Shimon introduced to me again a basin of 5 and a basin of 7. So I think if you're operating with this concept of basin of 3 and a basin of 23, that's sorry, basin of 5, basin of 7. Okay, so we'll have first white line of send this stuff. Smichas is a kingdom. We will discuss this. So also we're going to deal with this maybe actually kind of extensively. Government activity as follows. Where the Sanhedrin Paskins got a halacha, and it copied this act based on their direction, and it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called a kar government tzibor. So those I saw again, for that carbon, what ends up happening is the elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's smichas shekinin, va'arifas eglah. So what's arifas eglah? That's eglah rifa. Eglah rifa, let's remember again, you find the dead body, you find someone in between 2 cities, you measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city come, thinking they're decapitated in a trial period, wash their hands over the decapitated cat and say, Yadenu lo shafti damsa. We are not responsible for this person. Both of these processes, Sushosha, Diver Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says both of these things take place in the basin of 3 people. Rabbi says Bechamisha. Rabbi says no, it requires a basin of 5. Okay? Hachalitza, next. Hachalitza, Vahamir. So chalitza, just so you know, again, chalitza, remember again, moving guys to Rachel, moving guys without children, now there's an obligation of people that we didn't have. Sorry, that Shimon, surviving brother has. Rachel or Shimon don't want to get married in the process of chalitza. Miyun, remember again, what's good is also through Mishnah, this Mishnah is like a kazara of Shabbos, okay? Because it goes through every single process in halacha. What's miyun? You know, say what's miyun? Remember again, only a father has the ability to marry off his mind and daughter Midoraisa. If Rabbanan Chazal gave the brother or the mother the ability to do so. But it's important to understand that it's only a institution to Rabbanan. Now, because you should do Rabbanan, therefore what? The girl, while she is still a minor, could what? Refuse. They change their minds. I don't want this. What happens when she does miyun? She goes free from the marriage. No get, no other process other than a formal refusal to continue on in this relationship. So both Chalitza and Miyun have to be done in a basin of 3. Not to revive. Meister Shin done what we're doing. Okay, so say a lot of really interesting stuff over here. So not to revive. Not to revive, I'll say, is what your produce. Now, you know this comes from Arla. What does Arla say? You plant a fruit tree, and you are not allowed to go ahead and partake of the fruit in the first 3 years. Arla, you're not allowed to do that. And listen, now what happens about the produce in year number 4? That is called not to revive. Again, there's Karen revive, which applies to the vineyard, not to revive, which applies to other fruit trees. So 4th year produce, you're allowed to consume it, but there's a caveat. What's the caveat? Now, what it is, you have to take it to Yerushalayim, and instead it's treated like Meiser Shin. Okay, so Karen revive, not to revive, not to revive Meiser Shin. And I will say Meiser Shin, you can remember, it is tithe. So again, it's yours to consume. You have to consume it in Yerushalayim. So let's have a hope. She'in damav yiduin. That was interesting. If you look at Rashi and Rashi, she'in b'nei yiduin. You go, Teros me'kivu she'im shir b'shut. So let's say you have produce. And Halach L'maisa, remember again, in order to I don't want to take it to Yerushalayim, right? I don't want to treat my nuts on the time, my fourth year produce. I don't want to take my mashishim to Yerushalayim. So what can I do? I can redeem this money, transfer the sanctity onto money, take the money to Yerushalayim Yirakodesh, and go ahead and spend the money that you have to spend it on what? Spend it on what? On food. That's the caveat. That's what we spend on food. So let's say, for whatever the reason, I don't have the ability to assess the value of this produce. So it's interesting the way Rashi understands it over here. Let's say the produce body. Sometimes it's hard to assess the value of live produce. So that can be done. That can be done in a basis of shlosha, basis of three people. Okay, hagdishos v'shlosha. This is very interesting. Hagdish can be done in front of a basin of three. Now, what does that mean, hagdish? So let's just remember again. It can't mean consecrating something. Because what do you need in order to consecrate something? What do you need? What do you need? Like a mouth. Like that's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain. Like you have to be able to go ahead and identify, right? I have to be able to say this is hektish, and I have to have das. So she points out that hektish is habot with dosan sarek shlosha l'shuma. This is interesting. This is a case if you want to redeem hektish. I want to redeem hektish. Right? So if I want to redeem hektish, so something belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want it for myself, which is the process of piyum, of redemption. That requires a base there of three hektish, shlosha, erchin, ha'erchin ha'misaltuin, shlosha. Another interesting thing. So let's say, so look at Rashi. Well, Rashi says erchin is haltuin, the Gemara fire. So let's say, here's what we know. An erech vow is a valuation vow. So what it sounds like is happening over here is there's been talmud that was pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem those talmud from the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll see the Gemara exactly what it means. But the Mishnah says that requires a ratio of three. Luka Rehuda says Echad Mehen Kohen. So Rehuda says if you use the basis of three, and anything to do with redemption of consecrated property needs a coin on the base. So interesting. Right? Since you're redeeming from the Beis Hamikdash, you only need one of those guys has to be a coin. Back goes, what happens if you're redeeming Tarka? Like what happens if you're redeeming Tarka, you're redeeming the land from the Beis Hamikdash? Tisha coin. That requires a basin of 10, right? And one of those people has to be a coin. All right? The Adam Kiyotsevad. And the same thing will apply both sides ultimately again to the erech value of the person. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says back our goes, shall hektish tzarches vasiri kohen the Shuman in Balmuktosa. So if property is owned by land is owned by the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to remove from the Beis Hamikdash, so that requires the proper valuation. That valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a Kohen. And Adam, Rashi says over here, Adam Habar Liftos Atzmo Miad Hektish Sarach Asar L'Shumar. So we'll say, so we're going to say this is very strange. It sounds like the Mishnah saying is, if I am pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem myself, or I want to redeem someone else from Hektish, that also requires a union that requires 10, a basin of 10, and one of those people has to be a Kohen. That will say, Rashi points out there, the one is going to ask is, what do you what's that case? Okay, hold on, we'll see it. Next, what's that case? Now we can get off the edge a little bit over here. Being the fashas, that's the shlosha. Capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a basin of 23. Now, let's say, once again, where does the basin of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Right? It's okay, we didn't miss it. We don't know. Right? We don't know. Right? The Gemara introduced it to us over here. Right? Sometimes, actually, again, when you're confused about something, it's not because you're confused, you couldn't tell us anything. And all we know this is a constant basin of 23. Sorry, basin of 23, we don't know where that comes from yet. But well, here's what I do know. Capital cases, basin of 23. Harova v'anirva, the S from the shlosha. So it's like an interesting case here. Harova v'anirva means if a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performed an act of bestiality on the animal, or nirva, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with a woman. So in these cases, we'll say, so this is a capital case. But why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, if the person was a willing participant in this, then ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. Harol B'Vanirba, B'Asur Shlosha, Big Din of 23, Shneimar, V'Harakta Es Ha'isha, V'Es HaBehema. Omer, the Esa Behema Karo. So the usual point the animal here is the execution of the person and the execution of the animal are linked. What does the linkage teach us? That just as a capital case for a person is adjudicated in front of a basin of 23, so too again, the adjudication of the capital case of the animal is also adjudicated in the presence of a basin of 23. So very interesting. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, if you look at Rashi says there the Chaf Yimot, Adam is the last 6 of the white lines. The Adam Harovea, the Iskish Mahadadi, Barakta Seisha Be'esa Behema, Behema Hanas Rovea. So again, you see over here that the death of the person who engaged in the act of bestiality, and the death of the animal once again to teach us, just as the person is judged and adjudicated by a base 23, so is the animal. Incredible. Shar Nisol, Besmu Shlosha. Shneimar Shar Yisakel. Actually, before we get that, Shar Nisol, what's a Shar Nisol? A stone shard, right? A stone shard is the shard ultimately again that has killed someone, and therefore again is going to be put to death itself. Rashi says over here, Shenaga Adam Umis. It's a shard that gored someone, and the person died as a result of the goring. So that shard is going to be judged in front of a basin of 20 years. Obviously, the owner is judged, right? But ultimately, again, the claim, this case, is going to be heard by a basin of 23. Shneimar, Hashar Yisakel, the Gam Ba'alav Yumas. So the pasuk says the shard will be stoned, and his owners will be put to death as well. Kimisas Failim, Kat Misas Hashar. Once again, what do you see happening over here? The Torah is going ahead and juxtaposing the death of the shard to the death of the owner. Now again, what's a lot after that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is its culpability. The idea over here is that this is the capital case of a person heard by basin of 23, so to the capital case of the shard by basin of 23. Incredible. I was saying that's the interesting cases here. As a Vahari, Vahadol, Vahandamar, Vahabardos, Vahanafash. So now you have a wolf, a lion, a bear. Namar is a leopard. Bardos is also something in the leopard family. Nachash, often translated as a polecat. Nachash is a snake. So we'll say any of these animals which kill someone, Misasan Ba'asu Shlosha. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in a basin of 23. You go to Rashi. Rashi's in the second white line has Zevari, Shanisu, Adam, Vinidoni, Shiva, Shar, Tamir, Babakama. So what's this ultimately again? These animals are treated like a shark, they toward someone. So what's that? So these cases are adjudicated in the basin of 23. Very deep. The Eliezer Omer, Kalakodem Lahargan Zaha. This is very interesting. So the Eliezer says any of these animals that have killed someone, the first person to be able to kill them, these are damaging animals. These are dangerous animals, and therefore, interestingly, it's so fascinating over here, right? So the Tanakh says, okay, when these animals kill, there's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's not the fact, obviously, you're not taking a free-range bear, I don't know if free-range bear is such a thing like that, right? But when I say that, that's not good. It's like an animal rights deal, right? So this is sort of like where by the way, you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals. It's not even a dog, right? But it could be. Like sometimes you have like people who own like a pit bull, and then the pit bull does something like, right? Like it's a pit bull, right? Like what's the matter with you? Right? So it's like so again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns these animals, right? Someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear, right? You have enough jobs like this, right? So the mindset, and then the animal does something. So again, remember when we say that it goes to basting, that means the owner is taking the basin. Rabbi Akiva is incredible. So that's fine. So Rabbi Hillel says something amazing. Hillel says no. Because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, whoever is first to put these animals down, they're damaging horses, they're dangerous to greater society, they should not be living within habitation, and therefore whoever takes the law into their own hands, so to speak, puts these animals down first, obviously that's going to require some level of explanation as well. But again, that's machlokas over here in the Gemara. Good. Rabbi Akiva says, "Misasan ba'esim shlosha." Rabbi Akiva says, "No, these cases have to be adjudicated in front of the Beis of 23." That was interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to ask. Rabbi Akiva seems to see the same thing as the Tanakama, right? The most thing in Beis of 23. Okay, we'll see in the Gemara Meretz Hashem what exactly we're talking about here. Next. Ein tzonim loas hashevet veloas navi hashaker veloas kohen gadol. We'll say these are actually fascinating cases. You cannot put a shevet on trial. I will say, wouldn't you ever be judging an entire shevet? So Rashi says over here, Rubo shal shevet sha'avdu avodah zarah b'neis. This is incredible. Third wide line down in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that has to show them worship avodah zarah. Or Rashi says again, the majority of the tribe which worship avodah zarah. So now you're putting a tribe on tribe. You have to adjudicate this case in the Beis, or Navi Sheker, a false prophet, or Kohen Gadol. Or you have a Kohen Gadol that you have to take to the Beis. And I will say that interestingly enough, we'll have to see in the Gemara what do you do with Kohen Gadol for? What exactly is it that he's being accused of? So we'll say all of these cases, so judging an entire tribe, Navi Sheker, false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Ella al pi Beis Din shel shinu ve'echad. Here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? The set is called Sanhedrin. Here's the first one in the entire mission so far that we've seen Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribe, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's take all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. The Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They Motzian. Was incredible. They Motzian. The Mochames Harishus. Ella al pi Beis Din shel shinu ve'echad. Similarly, the Klal Yisrael can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin, the High Court. 71 judges. I must say, we're going to talk about this, and this is going to be some great studies over here. Different types of wars for Klal Yisrael. Rashi says over here something very interesting. Rashi says, Mochames Harishus. This is in the wide lines, about 4 lines in. Kol Milchama. So Rashi says something very interesting. What is a Mechames Rishos? Now we call that Mechames Rishos not optional war. Is it better? I think it's a better term for it. Discretionary war. Right? So Rashi says, what is a discretionary war? Rashi essentially says, also very good. It's not correct. And so listen to this. Discretionary war. Now, what does it mean, discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing here. Rashi says, any war except for conquering Eretz Yisrael is called a discretionary war. So I will say, which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is considered to be a Mechames Rishos. So again, we're going to take a lot of issue with that Rashi. I'm not taking issue with that Rashi. Not a topic right now. Again, just coming attractions. So again, but however, what the Gemara does say is something very interesting. The opposite of a Mechames Rishos is Mechames Mitzvah. So apparently, Mechames Mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we'll get into in the Gemara. But a Mechames Rishos does require Sanhedrin. This is incredible. You cannot add on to the city. Now, the Parshas we're going to see that this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim. Rashi points out. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. They also the Sanhedrin of Mishpatim. So it's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin, the High Court of Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, like in every Shevet. But who establishes the circuit courts? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the High Court in Yerushalayim. So every Shevet should have its own courts. But those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. And also Irani Dachas, Ela Al Pi Beis Din Shel Shin Dachas. So what's the Irani Dachas? What's Irani Dachas? You want to find you have a city where all of the inhabitants worship the Avodah Zarah. What happens to that city? You wipe it out. You wipe it out. So declaration, or the sentence of a Irani Dachas only be established by a Beis Din, by the Sanhedrin, 71 judges. So now that we're talking about Irani Dachas, you must have some interesting discussions over here. And also in Irani Dachas b'Safar, you cannot declare a border city on Irani Dachas. I'm not going to get into this, but this makes a lot, just intuitively makes a lot of sense. Why? What happens if you declare a border city in Irani Dachas? What is happening? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens up the border. That opens up the border. People say, we have lived through an era where we see what happens when border cities are overrun, and how that opens up complete ways for death and destruction of one of Islam. So therefore, again, it's interesting that you have a border city. So what do you do with a border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare a border city as an Irani Dachas. Below shalosh. Furthermore, again, we'll have to see exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and declare. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities in Irani Dachas, but you could do 1 or 2. Okay, Sanhedrin Gidol. So let's see, here it is. Sanhedrin Gidol Ha'iseh Shel Shin Ve'echad. The High Court in Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash, was comprised of 71 judges. And ultimately, again, the lower court was 23 judges. And where it says, how do you know that the High Court in Yerushalayim was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shneimar. I will say it's very simple. Very simple. Asfali. Shivim Ish V'Zitnei Yisrael. Umoshe Al Gabein. I will say absolutely incredible. So what does the pasuk say in Bamidbar? Right, where again Moshe Rabbeinu says to Baruch Hu, I can't do this by myself. So Moshe says, no problem. Gather for me. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, right, Isvuli. Hashem says to Moshe, Asfali Shemish. Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And who's together with the 70? Who's together with the 70? Who sits on top of the 70? Who's got Beis Din? Moshe Rabbeinu. So there it is, 71. So 70 people gathered, plus Moshe Rabbeinu. That becomes the model for a Sanhedrin of 71 people. And you don't read this says Shivim. So he says, no. The Sanhedrin is actually not 71, but rather the Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that Rabbi Yehuda holds that Allah reminds that Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't part of the Sanhedrin. The first Sanhedrin. So it's really gathered to these 70 people. Now, what do you do with the even number of Sanhedrin? Is a different discussion. We'll see. So I say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that from? Shneimar, we'll say, get ready for this. Shneimar, V'shaktu ha'eda ve'etzilu ha'eda. The pasuk says, the Eidah, which translates as the congregation or the assembly. The assembly will judge and the assembly will save. Eidah shofetes, ve'eidah matzalas. In a Beis Din, you need a group that can indict and a group that can examine. In other words, every Beis Din must have its Eidah. And it does be comprised of 2 groups, the capacity of 2 groups. One group who could find the parties guilty, one group who could find the parties innocent. How much is an Eidah? So the Gemara says, Harikan Esrim. That gives me 20. And let's say, how do you take it that gives me 20? Now watch this. How do I know that Eidah represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shneimar Admosai le'Eidah hara hazos. So let's say you find the miraculous. By the miraculous. Remember again, we're saying several seconds. There were 12 miraculous. Remember again when the pasuk says, the pasuk says, how long will I have to deal with this terrible Eidah? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yoshua and Caleb, which means Eidah means 10. Eidah means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the Torah uses 2 phrases. The shaftu ha'Eidah, the Eidah will judge. The etzilu ha'Eidah, the Eidah will exonerate. That shows you that a Beis Din has to be made up of 2 Eidahs. An Eidah, minimum of an Eidah is 10. Where do we learn that from? Miraglim. So 2 Eidahs gives you 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other 3? Mimashma shene'emar lo si'achei rabim l'ra'os. Also, the pasuk says, "You shall." This is talking about by the Beis Din. You shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital crime. So the Gemara says, so it sounds like you can follow a simple majority to exonerate, right? But you can't follow a simple majority to indict. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, I can follow a simple majority to exonerate. Then why does the pasuk have to say achar rab lahasos? Why does it have to say that? Let's follow the majority. So the Gemara says, "Lo katiyas chalatova, hatiyas chalara." To teach me that the most to follow the majority ultimately again to exonerate is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? Hatiyas chalatova piyachad. Following the majority to exonerate, all you need is what? What kind of majority do you need? What kind of majority do you need? Majority of one. So the Gemara says, "Hatiyas chalara apishnaim." In order to indict, ultimately again, you need two. So here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's build up our number. 430 page. Don't turn it. Hey, now remember again. What do I have over here, right? Why do I hands off, right? What do I have over here, right? I've got basic of 71, which I now know that's an easy one. My son says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people, plus Moshe Rabbeinu is 71. It's going to 10,000. Fine. Now I know about a basic of 23. So remember again, I have the shaftu ha'ida, the tzilu ha'ida, two phrases. Ida, how much is 80 equal to? How much is 80 equal to? 20. Right, 20. 20. Good. Now what about the other three? So here's what I know. Now it's time to get the 20. Now, in order for a basin of 20 to go ahead and indict, what do they need? They need a majority of 2, right? Because to indict, you need a majority of 2. To accelerate, you need a majority of 1. So therefore, if I have 20, I need a majority of 2. What does that kick me up to? What does that kick me up to? 22. Now I turn the page. The A, Beis Din Shackle. Here's the problem. You can't have a Beis Din of 22. Why can't you have a Beis Din of 22? Because you can't have an even numbered Beis Din. Therefore, because then you can end up with the score. Mosifin Alein Bod Echad Hare Krem and Sinus. Therefore, I can't have Beis Din of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? 22. So that's what I've got now. My next Beis Din. I've got my 71 member Beis Din, and I've got my 23 member Beis Din. How much you hate to hear? How many people do you need in a city in order for them to be righteous and actual? Now, what this means is, if you it sounds like what you are saying, and what sounds like what you're saying, we'll see this in the Gemara. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up a Beis Din? A Beis Din in that particular city. That's what I'm asking. How many people do you need in a particular city to set up a Beis Din? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nechemia says, 250 people. No, I skipped. May have answered 120 people. 120 people in a city in order to set up a synagogue, which sounds to be like a pretty small city. And what's left in the Gemara? And Nechemia says, you need 230 people to make it Sari Asaros, corresponding to the Sari Asaros. Again, we'll see exactly what that means in the Gemara. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, fundamentally my focus about what the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an obligation to set up a local base. We'll say, Mazel Tov on our first mission in the second century. By the way, Mazel Tov to Mishnah Yomi. I'm finishing the says well last one, right? And beginning the second Sanhedrin today as well. Pretty incredible. That's the only Mishnah Yomi beginning the same January steps of Talmud Akiva. But finishing Mishnah Yomi today. I check one second. Mishnah Gemara. Also, because Sakabal, not doing all this. What is it about? Mishnah is a source, right? Everything makes like perfect sense in the world of Mishnah, right? Everything is beautiful. Everything is harmonious. Comes Gemara and says. So what the Gemara says, here's the problem. The Mishnah says, Dinin Mamanis, Bishlosha, and then Gzelos V'Chavalos Bishlosha. Monetary laws adjudicated by Beis Din are 3, and then the laws of theft and injuries are 3 as well. So asks the Gemara, how true? Gzelos V'Chavalos V'Dinin Mamanis. It's repetitive. Once on Dinin Mamanis, the monetary laws adjudicated by Beis Din are 3. Gzelos theft and injury is why do you have to break that out separately? To which the Gemara says, you're right, Daniel says the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Read the Mishnah like this. Dine Mamanis B'Shlosha. And what's an example of Dine Mamanis? What do we mean when we say Dine Mamanis? The Zelos V'Chavolos. We mean the laws of theft and damages. Aval Hodas V'Halvaos Lo. The law saying when it comes to the laws of loans. Now, Hodas V'Halvaos just means loan disputes. Right? Issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated by a Beis Din of three. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So let's see what's happening over here. So on one hand, the Mishnah says, Dine Mamanis can be adjudicated by a Beis Din of three, but hold up. What do I mean by Dine Mamanis? Zeros v'chavalos, thefts and injuries. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require a different type of Beis Din. What type of Beis Din? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a Beis Din of three. So the Gemara says, now we'll see why the tree isn't tzricha. Now I understand why you Dine Mamanis. If the Mishnah would have just said Dine Mamanis is adjudicated by a Beis Din of three, I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes hodas and avalos, must also include loan disputes. Therefore, coming to zealous v'chavalos. Therefore, the Mishnah says, no, the zealous v'chavalos to teach you that what does Dine Mamanis? What does it mean when we say that manafar to be adjudicated in Beis Din of three? That's only an injuries. Ikan zealous v'chavalos. But don't have funny Dine Mamanis. Furthermore, again, had the Mishnah just said. So just leave out Dine Mamanis and just say have zealous v'chavalos. Just say theft and injury is adjudicated by Beis Din, and don't say Dine Mamanis. So I would have said, you must have a mina who adapted to hodas v'avos. I would have thought, no. Since it said zelos v'chavalos, which means monetary law, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. The high becoming zealous v'chavalos, and why did Mishnah say zealous v'chavalos? Well, we should the acre gimel exceed zealous v'chavalos exceed. Because the say when the Torah speaks on a Beis Din of three, the primary place where it talks about it is in the realm of death and injuries. So the Gemara says zealous t'chsiv v'nikra balabayas el elokim. Because when it comes to theft, the pasuk says, right, and the aggrieved party will come before the judge. El Elokim means in this context the judge. Chavalos, when it comes to injuries, mali chaval b'gufa, mali chaval b'mona. What does it matter if you injure someone financially or you injure someone physically? It's all considered injuries. Therefore, Tana, Mahin, Mamanis, Zeros, Chavalos, about Hodos, Va'avos, Lo. So therefore, I will say the Mishnah is structured very specifically. Right, so the Mishnah is written as Dine Mamanis B'Shlosha. Right, so again, financial cases are adjudicated in the Beis Din of three. If we would stop there, we would assume that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement and says, no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Zelos v'chavalos, theft and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by a Beis Din of three. But halacha l'maisa, let's say hodas v'havalos, loan disputes. Once again, we'll get into the exact hodas v'havalos, but it means for our purposes today, loan disputes are not adjudicated in a Beis Din of three. Rather, again, they require a different legal mechanism. What's the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a Beis Din of three. And therefore, the Mishnah has to be written this way, because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous conclusion. Okay, I want to pause here for just a second, because I want to share with you just the tremendous amount of beautiful Mishnah has to do. Just before, I want to get it in. And then we'll have time. We still have time. We'll go back to it before, because this picks up with a little bit of a new studio in just a moment. So the Gemara says this follows. So remember again, in Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? We learned out the concept that a Beis Din of 23, right? Where did we learn it out from? Ada plus 3. What's the Ada? And what's what's the Ada? The Ada ultimately, again, is the Meraglim. And by the way, you see something very interesting as well. So the Gemara goes out the application for a million, right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a million as well? Is Adas Korach. Right? It's part of the limud is Korach and his assembly. About Shem Barachah asks such a fascinating question. He says, I don't understand. Why are we learning about these bedrock concepts about? Right? Let's focus over here. Right? We're talking about the judicial system. What's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the laws of the Torah. Why are we learning this out from the Meraglim? And of all the places, you can't find another source to this. So we'll say, this is what I respect. This is incredible. Chazal Amru, Meraglim Imechel Olam Haba. the Gemara says that the Meraglim don't have a portion in the world to come. Shlomo said this is incredible. The Rebbe says, but however, Nishmos Yisrael Efshoren Sheyotuli Omi Ad. It is impossible for a Yiddish soul, it's impossible for a neshama to be lost forever. So on one hand, the Gemara says that the Meraglim don't respond, don't have a portion of the world to come. But the Baal Shem Tov says, how could it be that a soul is going to be lost forever? He says it can't be. Why? Chelek Elokah Mima'al. People think that's the Baal Tany's lost. But this is the Baal Shem Tov already said, right? Chelek Elokah. Chelek Elokah. The neshama ultimately, again, is at the Kisra HaKadosh. So how could it be that a Jew would be lost, or to say that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come? He says, Lachein Matzu Lahem Chazal Tapana. So therefore, Chazal found a way to save the Meraglim. How do you save the Meraglim? How do you save the followers of Korah? Eda Ki Asara. By using them as the limit, as the source for 10, Eda to create the Sanhedrin. Al Yitei Limud Zeh Yisalu V'Yitaku Nishmosei. By using them, by using the Psukim, by using the Meraglim as the source for this halacha, what does it do? It brings up the by using their memory, by using their sin, by using their pasuk to teach us a profound halacha, a bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides tremendous aliyah, lifts up their neshamas. The china davar ba'adis korach. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Korah. Kol davar shelikdusha ena da'asara avozeh gav yishlosim to us. Got to learn how to minion from Korah. But Chazal learned how from the Meraglim in order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals. That even with all of their averos, their tremendous averos, there is no such thing as a Jew who is beyond salvation, and we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So when we learn this literally, what we're providing is a tikkun for the neshamas of the Meraglim. And I've always said that 2 profound lessons every year. Number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the Meraglim are not beyond salvation. Even the assembly of Korah is not beyond salvation. And if those guys are not beyond salvation, then we certainly cannot keep up on ourselves as well. And number two, the lens that we have to go to help each other. So it's easy just to say, you know what, I'm worried about me. I don't have enough achrayus towards the other. But it's not true. We all have an achrayus. We all have a responsibility to one another. We all have to look out for each other. If we see someone else who's struggling, we have an obligation to roll up our sleeves and to help out. Chazal felt that achrayus even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing, even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Korah, and therefore built them into the Gemara. Said every single time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher and higher. We should zoch in Hashem to believe in ourselves, and we should zoch to believe in Hashem the other as well. And in doing so, always have the great source to love each other, to look out for one another, to look out even to the Meraglim, even look out for the Bnei Korah. Rabosai, Shkoyach on the first half of Sanhedrin, absolutely amazing. Shkoyach, everyone. Okay, this is such a stress to be with you in last time. So I'll begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. We thank our annual comic sponsor, Productions. Hey, the Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We contacted yesterday saying that for today, we're going to change the sponsorship in Yetz Hashem. As this is just for all of those toil, and all of the brothers, and all of those Hashem who are Zilcha to bring a Basra to a beautiful and sweet and fully clothed and American Hashem to start covering the Slappas. Begin the second Sanhedrin from all of the start covering the Slappas. And that's the plus. And that's the plus. And that's the plus. And all of the Sanhedrin. And Yocha, Hashlocha, Shefa, and Mazel for ourselves, for our Mishpachas, and for all of our Yisrael. I'm always going to explore the month of Kislev. Josh, like 3 minutes, but it's the Yarshak of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, then Rav Chaim Raphael, and for the secret fear of our hostages and the security of our souls. We're sending them out for as we show memory of their parents, Yitzchak, Leibuk, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel, Das, Baruch, Abraham, and Inda Das, and the memory of their dear friend, and today, Dr. Romy is sponsored by the Friends of Moshe Garden, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas with the completion of Yosef's Balasra. The daf is also sponsored by the Friends of Zevi Daniels, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on Messiah Shas with the completion of Balasra. The daf is also sponsored today by Zevi Daniels with the completion of his Daf cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to the Shir, specifically his Daf brothers, David Plum and David Schwartz, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be asleep. Incredible. So beautiful. So first of all, a mazel tov to Mercy, a mazel tov to Zevi. What is this? What is supposed to be Messiah Shas? Listen, by the way, I'm thinking also, if you're being Messiah Shas in Balabasra, what does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of the cycle. So sometimes, one of the most difficult things is to start something that everyone else is doing. So it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. Balabasra, whatever 2 years. I'll just wait until the second office. And I think the very also then started not even video last year, right? A week before Balabasra was over. With the week before Balabasra, let's say I want to thank Zevi and Ramesh is giving us such a beautiful life. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it. But take it. Mitzvah an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to broaden your spiritual horizons comes. Okay, it would be great if I started doing this a little bit later, a little bit earlier. When it presents itself, take it, something good. Debbie mentioned much mazel, much bracha, and much incredible halacha, and this accomplishment, and to be so happy. And therefore, we can sign Shas many times over to build on the Hashem to broaden the spiritual horizons for many years to come. And this is because of this seal of Shas, and therefore shall be a source of mazel and bracha and simcha and tzedakah to your mishpachos for many generations to come. Incredible. All right, so let's begin. Good. I know there's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the day tomorrow. Right, so this we gotta finish this. All right, so today's topic is Kuf Ayin Vav 176, and we are picking up on Kuf Ayin 800 days. Listen, pretty much we left off with Gemara yesterday, but we did the Shita Kula. Remember again, we're doing an interesting machlokas here about Shibuda D'Oraisa. How do we understand? Let's say again, Ruben lends Shimon money. So again, as you know, so loan, halakhic loans 101 is that when you loan someone money, that's the eating against their property. What is the nature of that loan? So Uma Paskin, Shibuda D'Oraisa. Mid D'Oraisa, whenever you lend money, whether you lend money in a shtar, whether you lend money verbally, any loan creates the Shibuda. Any loan creates the lien against property. The only reason why Chazal said that if you loan without a document, if you loan verbally, that there is no Shibuda, is in order not to put purchasers at a disadvantage. Right? Because if somebody goes ahead and purchases the right, that was fine. So now we're up to Rabba. Rabba, American Torah, after the discussion, Kuf Ayin 175b, talking about 20 lines of the Rabba said, Torah, after Rabba in the Torah element of the Rabba says no. Rabba says in reality, whenever you loan money, so really, you cannot collect this income on property. What's the reason for that? Nighttime. Well, Shibuda Lav D'Oraisa, Rabba holds that a lien against property is not Shibuda D'Oraisa, it's Rabba. Biblically, it is no lien against property. Not under Mabba Bishar for the person. So that's the case. Says Rabba that biblically there is no lien against encumbered property. Then why did Rabba borrow against any property? Then why did Rabbi say that if you loan with a document that Allah will allow you to collect even from the property, he goes $58 in order not to close the door in front of borrowers. So let's say, remember, in general, when you're lending them to the halakhic perspective, so that even you can't lend them for this smichas other Monday night, that would be fantastic. Right? So again, it's already as it is, you can't charge interest. So if I can't charge interest, and also there's no lien against property, it's a hard sell. You're going to close the door. You're going to stymie the loan market, as people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, again, halakha l'maisa, See, at least if you loan with the document, you're not with the shtar, then you get a lien against all property. I.e., of the Malva Alpine Mountain. If that's the case, then it's in order to encourage and to facilitate loans, then why not even say that a verbal loan should generate a lien against property, plus some less late cover. Well, because in that case, it will say again, your halacha, the nice thing is no ba'al you have a verbal loan, there's no call. So because there's no call, ultimately, again, you can't do it. We are malava. The rabbi is different. I'll say, what's where I'm left with it? They tell me my boat is Ula and Rabba. Ula says, Ula Doraisa. The concept of a lien against property is a Doraisa concept. And reality, it should devolve upon all properties for all loans. The rabbis went ahead and only did it by Nova Abishar, not by they lifted it by Nova Alpat. Fine. Rabbi, on the other hand, holds, Shibunda Lav Doraisa. There is no concept of a lien against property. There's no incumbents on property. So the only reason the rabbis made a lien when it's in a shtar is in order not to close the door to lenders. Okay, not to borrowers, I should say. So the Gemara says as follows. The Rabbi says this. Baha Amar Rabba, Gobel Karka, Yesh Lo Maos. Gobel Karka, Yesh Lo, Gobel Maos, Yesh Lo. So I say this is actually very interesting. Take a look at the Rashba for just a moment. Me Amar Rabba, Shibud Alav Daraisa. The Rabbi already holds that Shibud is not Daraisa. The Ha'am Yer Daiki Shoflim, Shoflim come, the Kfar and Milk of Ishnaim Minova. So let's remember again. Interestingly enough, one of the things we learned, remember we spent a lot of time on Yerusha, before our firstborn son gets a double portion. What does he get a double portion in? What does he get a double portion in? Muhzak. And not Roy. Like he only gets double portion in property that is considered to be owned by the estate and not property that is, what's the word, true to the estate. Thank you. Right? It's only property that is owned by the estate and not property that is due to the estate. The Gemara says, well, we have something interesting. So let's say when Yaakov dies, the leash behind the two sons of Reuben and Shimon, Reuben is a Bakar. So now Reuben is when that debt becomes collectible. If the debt is secured by property, then Reuben gets Ishnai, double portion of that. If it's not secured by property, or only money that's paid, he doesn't get Ishnai. What do you see about that? What do you see? You see from here that it must be that the lien against property is a D'oraisa lien. And therefore it turns out that because that lien existed even when Yaakov was alive, that lien makes the role like set, and therefore the Bakar gets Ishnaim. So that would seem to indicate that she did the D'oraisa, yet Rabbi just said the funny she did the Rabbi. What's going on here? The Kisi, like if Rabbi, so maybe it's no problem, just switch around the positions. Maybe it's really Rabbi who holds she did the D'oraisa, and Ula who holds she did the Rabbanon. I behold Ula, Yivar Torah, Yivar Torah, how the other is. But that's not true because Ula himself is on record as saying that Mid'oraisa, a Balchol, a creditor, is entitled to collection as he does. So let's say, remember again. So now, as much as Ula is saying that a creditor only gets from inferior property, what he is saying is that a creditor always has a lien against property, which would then indicate that halacha l'maisa she do the d'oraisa. Ella, Rabba, I'm not the name Amar the latest. Rather was in this case over here before about the loan. Rabba was not espousing his own. Rabba was espousing the opinion of the Jews of Israel. But he himself did not hold that. So we'll say, therefore we are left fundamental machlokes. And by the way, this is actually a tremendous machlokes. Tremendous machlokes. What is the nature of an encumbrance? Is encumbrance d'oraisa? Is encumbrance d'rabbanon? Rabba, Rabbi Uda, Rabbi I'm going to get to that for myself. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi. Rabbi Shmuel both say the following. Nova Alpat, we will talk about Lomina Yerk and Lomina Alpat. You make a verbal loan, right? Which means again, Reuben lends Shimon money, and Halacha Lamaisa again, about that, not with the shtar, but what even go along with Lomina Alpat. So ultimately, you cannot collect that debt from Yarshim, from the Somin. Right, from an estate. Now, listen, whenever you see Yarshim, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you summon what you can. Right, so you can't collect from the estate until you stage in the driveway you really get it out. You know, the moment I nor can you collect that debt from property that has been sold after the date of the loan? My time, what's the reason for that? Shibud la d'oraisa. The Rabbi Shmuel holds like Nado that Shibud is not d'oraisa. The other Shimon the Monday said, no, but I said, go to they hold that thing when you're Shimon. On the other hand, if you're going to that even a verbal loan can be collected from your ship upon the Kusos. What's the reason for that? My timer, Shibuda Doraisa. Ultimately, again, because they don't Shibuda Doraisa, like so we'll say, you see what's happening over here. You feel it, right? You feel it? Something big is happening. How do I know something big is happening? You are stacking the opinions, right? You've got the Hanan, you've got the Amoraim, and now we see how this is really blowing up, potentially blowing up into a major macro. What the says, there's a kasha, Hachofer Baruch Sham. This is a very interesting case. Ruben digs a pit in the Shisarabah. By the way, it's really beautiful. This is back to our Baba Kama case. This is back to Baba Kama. When you Baba Kama, a while ago, I was close to a year ago now, right? Close to a year ago. It's a Hofer Barber Shisarabah. This is very exciting. So first, it's a Ruben digs a pit in the Shisarabah. Ruben digs a pit in the Shisarabah. Ruben digs a pit in the Shisarabah. Now what happens? The Napa Allah Sharva Harga. Interesting. Remember, Ruben does something illegal by digging a pit in a Sharabin. What happens? As he's digging a pit in a Sharabin, an ox falls into the pit and kills Ruben. A lot of speculation. So he's one of the most basic of the don't do the Sharabin. And so they say again, it kills him. What's Tabachon? Potter. So obviously the owner of the shar is Potter. Right? Why is the owner of the shar Potter? But remember again, we had a principle, like whenever you go ahead and you do something decent, right? You do something, I don't know, you do something illegal, you lose to a certain degree any of your halakhic rights. So Ruben does a pit illegally. The ox falls on him and goes ahead and kills him. Halach the owner of the shark is Pater. Okay, hello, not only that, hello, Mace Hashar. Oh, watch this. Let's say the shark falls into the pit. Not only does the shark kill Reuben, but what happens? What happens? What happens if the shark dies? Yarshe Balabar, Hayadim Lashalim, to make sure the Bible. Very interesting. Reuben's inheritors, Reuben got the pit, his inheritors are obligated to pay back the owner of the shark. Okay, so what's this? What do you see from here? Yarshe Balabar, Hayadim Lashalim, Allah, Malta Alpha, over Menegya, Pasha Leverad. So what's this? This is very interesting. So now, what do you see from here? Essentially, when the shark falls in, right, it kills Reuben, and then it dies. So essentially, the Gemara makes one out is debt that Reuben's estate owns as a Malda Alpha, as a verbal loan. And you see that what? It's enforceable even from Yarshu. So that would seem to indicate the concept of Shibud of the Alaisa. Amr Vilai, so the Gemara says never like that necessarily. Amr Vilai, Amr Abdusha, Amr Bukir. So the case over here is where the case was adjudicated. Rashbam says the Milva faith, the Master faith into Milva Shkarka. This case was adjudicated in court. And for the court rule, but ultimately again, the owners of the Yarshim of Ruben are obligated to pay back the value of the ox. And therefore, because the life based in is as if it's written in back. What's the hardly that says that we can die. So the case over here actually is a situation where Ruben was made into a traitor. So he didn't die yet. He was just mortally wounded by the ox falling on him. Mace the cabro, which the Gemara says, but it says that he died. And he died because the ox buried him in the bed. The Gemara says, yes, he died now. Talking about a case where the judges were literally sitting at the edge of the bed and adjudicated this case at the edge of the bed. There again, let's say the idea of this here is because it's a case of a court adjudicating the situation. It becomes a little bit star, not a little bit back. Okay, top of the Bible, 170, last stop. I'm gonna bubble. Look for stuff. Malta Alpha, over the Yarshin and Governor of the people. That local nice as the Papa says that when you go ahead and lend right a verbal loan. The law is you could collect from Yarshin. You have the ability to collect from your estate. The intergovernmental system, but you cannot collect from sold property. Government Yarshin, why are you able to collect? Government estate, traditional Tino Gelas Bitney Lobby. In order not to close the door in front of lenders. Listen, I want what's that issue? What's that issue? That issue is very simple. That issue is that remember, when a person lends money, a person needs to know they're going to be able to collect even if the borrower dies. A person knows that if the borrower dies, I can't collect, then when I start getting we run into a real problem that people aren't going to want to lend money. Therefore, even if you lend al without a document, you have the ability to collect from Yarshin. But you can't collect from purchasers. And the Ain't Building on Google's for less than color. You can't collect from purchasers. Why? Because that would be unfair to the purchaser, right? If you lend Shimon money and subsequently again after the loan, and let's say they lend verbally, right? You then lend to Al and then afterwards you then sold the property to Levi. It's unfair in the event that Ruben defaults for Shimon to go and collect from Levi. Why? Levi has no way to protect himself, right? Levi did his title search. And because the loan was undocumented, therefore again Levi has no choice, he has no ability. On one hand, we want to protect everyone. We want to allow ultimately again the borrower, the lender, to collect the estate. And therefore again he gets paid. On the other hand, we want to go ahead and protect the purchasers because they had no way of knowing about this debt. So let's say, how do we pass? Because this is a big one. This is a big one. She's with the Zoraisa, or she's with the Drabon. How do we pass? But I'm a passing. Ready for it. Both the Slava below that. Character Aleph, Halach, and Dalit. Rambam writes, Call Nova Bishtar, Nova Osim, and Yorshim, and all the Sufos, Moshe Yisrael. When you lend with the document, right, you lend in writing, the halacha is you can collect both from Yorshim as well as from purchase. Collect from everyone. Nova Al-Peh, if you lend verbally without a document, government and Yarship, you can collect from the estate, but you cannot collect from purchasers. Right? And the reason for that is because purchasers had no way to protect themselves because they didn't know about the existence of this loan. And the Rambam Haskins, the Kol Nixi Haloba, Hachas Shibot Hamalba, Menatola. The Rambam Haskins, Shibuda Doraisa. Shibuda Doraisa. So again, just understand what that means is anytime you lend money. Anytime I lend money to me, with the Oraisa, Ruben's property is encumbered by debt. Now, with that, to me, is in the event of default, I could collect, or debt, I collect from the estate, I collect from purchasers. The only reason, as I said, if it's a verbal loan, I can't collect from purchasers, is only with buyer protection. Buyer protection. The purchasers have no way of knowing about this debt, therefore be prepared for allowing me to collect from it, even though I can't pay with it. So again, I'm off for myself, Google guys, I will say it's very important. Also, what does it mean? Not only halach is not to do the myself, but ultimately again hashkaf myself. What is hashkaf myself? Shibuda. Something like often we feel ourselves like enslaved and ensnared to a lot of things, right? The person feels a sheep to a lot of things in life. In reality, there's only one thing in life you should really feel a true sheep, right? True. The word is enslavement. There's a better word. A true encumbrance to you. There's only one real sheep in life, and that is Yoraisa. That's what it gives you feel encumbrance to. One sheep, and also if you think about it, by the way, everything else comes from that sheep. When you say this about second, it's not family. Like how can I feel to Shiva? I don't understand. If you feel the Shiva to Yoraisa, to the Torah, everything else comes from that. Because the Torah tells me that I have to be a good father. The Torah tells me that I have to be a good husband. The Torah tells me that I have to make a final order in order to go ahead and provide for my family. The Torah is the only different things I need to do. But a lot of times it also you find things like you shouldn't. You find yourself encumbered. It's a better word than encumbered. Sugar, and we literally like a slave. Right? But we find ourselves encumbered so many different things, right? People find themselves encumbered to their career. People find themselves encumbered to other people's expectations. The society ones, the different things, the coverage with my friends or my peer group are doing. There's only one sheep is what it is. There's only one thing that encumbers me in this world, and that is the Raisa. That is the Ribono Shel Olam, and that is my life encumbrance. And if I'm shoving myself But ultimately, again, I give myself over. I allow myself literally again to be an Eved Hashem. That's Judah, Eved. I'm an Eved Hashem. I'm a Shibud. Shibud Da'araisa. Everything positive, everything wonderful, and everything incredible comes from that. Let's go right there. Finish up. Here we go. So let's get let's remember again. Mishnah then said, let's say again, I lend you money. And we don't have a secret document. And the happening over here is I have a loan document in Ruben's handwriting. Right? So Ruben has a handwritten, right? The document says, right, Silver loans Ruben $1,000, and it's written in Ruben's own handwriting. The halacha is the Mr. Paskin, the halacha of the so you could go any touch from the customer when they told you. Unencumbered property, but not from encumbered property. But it's a star. It's true, it is a star. But it's a star without what? Star without what? Started out and then because it started out even therefore it doesn't have a call, right? And therefore because it doesn't have a call, you can't collect from encumbered property. So when you Rabba Barnas, I mean the Yochanan, book such Sabyadu of his mind. So we'll say, but what happens if Beis Din knows Ruben's handgun? Right? Ruben, I don't know if Ruben is an employee borrower or just in general, maybe he's also a witness, where this is a lot of stuff. So the point over here is they know his handwriting. So what about that? So the Gemara says, mine. Essentially, does the fact that Jason recognizes Ruben's writing, does this make it like a star that has this? That's the shiloh. The star with this. And we're like, I'll be so excited. No, let's say again, in order to collect from the customer Shabbat, in order to collect right from the two hosts and purchasers, you have to have witnesses. And this is clear whole general awareness, and therefore again, purchasers will be aware. Even if they didn't recognize Ruben's signature that still only allows collection from the customer unencumbered property. So Master Rambam Shloshik is raises the cash up. So Shloshik Gitin Psulim. There are three gittin that are possible. The Mises have lied. Three gittin which are possible, right? But if you marry anyway, a person you are essentially a woman utilize them, the offspring is so going to be kosher. What are those three gittins? Number one, sad yoga. If you get in the husband, so very that kind of thing, it's that the husband is woman, right? But there's no witness, it's sign on it. Such a get is kosher, but she really shouldn't use it. But if she did use it, right, that's a really matter of Rachel did use it, technically speaking, the divorce is valid. Or there are witnesses that sign there, but there is no date on it. Or there is a date, but there's only one witness. What's the halacha? Are they English or should be Susan? So these three really are not really just for use. The nieces have lot of but if you used it ultimately again, it's kosher. Kosher. Rabbi Elazar says, the go them in the custom Mishabati. And Rabbi Elazar says, even if there aren't reasons on it, but you give it in the presence of witnesses, it's custom. Okay, again, that's Rabbi Elazar, which is also, because Rabbi Elazar hold. Rabbi Elazar holds in the sea of Tarsi. And remember again, it's not the witnesses who sent us the document, but again, it's the witnesses who see the giving over of the star. He also goes so far to say that even if you don't have witnesses who sign the star, but you have witnesses who giving over of the star, Allah for the night saw, again, discussion you can collect, right? Or again, I want to remember again, I want to point out also, whatever Allah was applied to you, also apply to what? Regular stars. Like regular stars, right? It's not so long ago. So we learn the first Shradim. So let's say so again. So what do you see from there? Look at the Rashban for just a moment. Go over the Friday class. Go over the first Shradim. Lomar, you start Milvahu, Osa Shara Sadyado, Invo, Agent on the trade. Go over the first Shradim. Okay, so again, here it is. What do you see? You have a star over here that is written in the handwriting of the husband. There are no witnesses on the star, and yet despite all of that, Allah for the Maisa, you collect in the Chassid Shabbat. This is what we just said before, which is not a Shiny Hassan, Mishas Siva, Mishabe Nafshe. That case is different. That case is different. Why? Because let's say in this type of situation where Allah for the nice again is disturbing the beginning, that woman is not going to use liquid, but rather again he was only going to use Surah to Mishabe himself. He obligated himself in this level of obligation from the beginning of the writing of the Shas. Go to the Ashkan, Shiny Hassan to the Shas, Siva to the Shabe Nafshe, to Shenifta Pashtar, Nifta to the Rasa of the Day, to the Surah of the Siva. Hopa, Kiva Brabala, but you can see the Karsi, to the Nefta to the Soul Pashtar. That case is different. Because since it's relying on the Lazar, therefore again, maybe the Sira Karsi, therefore he's Mishabi himself from the beginning, and it's his testimony in the Shtar Shah. The body on Bahut Yalab Sabyag of the Alma, Shishmo Shalabala, says the say, you can't apply this back much. Remember again, what was our initial question? Our initial question was, Mishnah said that if you were lent Shimon money, and you have a Shtar, like Shtar is Shimon the borrower's hand. So what's the halacha? The halacha is that ultimately, again, you may collect your shimon, but only from the custom that you take, unencumbered property. So Gemara asked, what happens if Allah for the Mesa recognizes Shimon's handwriting? Would that make it as if his testimony, witnesses, sign? So no one's going to bring a raya over here. The Hamas case is different, right? The get case is different. And Allah for the Mesa, the way you ask me, even if he didn't recognize the handwriting of Ruvain, the handwriting of Shimon the follower, that's fine. That was documented. Ruvain, the letter is encumbered property, but cannot collect from encumbered property. I the most piece. So, everybody else to that you initially the distinction between the guarantor signs before the signatures and after the signatures. Right? The more just essentially a guarantor signs before the signatures, that's the proper guarantor. But a guarantor signs after the signatures, not really the proper guarantor. Now, the way I shouldn't say it like that. The Mishnah said that if the guarantor signs after the signatures of witnesses, you can only collect from the Nefasim B'nei Kodesh of the guarantor, not from the Nefasim B'nei So, apart from that, if he signs before the signatures, you can collect even from the Nefasim B'nei Kodesh. That was right. Now, ultimately, again, that was just Now, remember again, that's what I'm small. Bananas disagree. Come to bananas in just a little bit. So the Gemara says as Amaraz, more than even stars go from the Chassid Shvagim, not even stars go from the Chassid Nekolim. Here it is. So Rav says, if the guarantor signs before, or signs before the signatures of the witnesses, you can collect from the Chassid Shvagim. But if he signs after the signatures of the witnesses, you only collect from the Chassid Nekolim. Zimni Amarav, again, other times Rav said, other times Rav said that even if the guarantor signs the witnesses, still can only collect from unencumbered property. The Rav. What is it? What is it? We've got a look at this addition. What the custom is already. What's day? Wow. We'll say everything reaches of God. What does this mean? So let's play this out. You live in $1,000. So in your document it says, I do live in $1,000. So let's say now watch this. If in the star it says, and lady is a guarantor for this loan. And yeah, then I love for myself, then the lady is on the hook, even for his own assessment. If on the other hand it just says, I will mention $1,000, and then it says, lady is a guarantor for this loan without the fault, then ultimately again, I love for myself that then it's true, lady is a guarantor, but lady is only a guarantor up to what? Is the custom that or not as the custom of Shubha. Essentially, what Rav is suggesting is you need something directly connecting the guarantorship to a transaction outlined above. All you need is a ball, right? There. All you need is that ball. An and. In other words, documental juxtaposition. Yes, that is a brand new phrase. That is a brand new phrase, right? Documental juxtaposition is not enough. You need something that actually, again, hooks the guarantor to the transaction above it. Therefore, again, interesting enough, what Rav says is having the guarantor sign before the signature of the witnesses is enough to create an obligation. Remember, again, I said it is an obligation, but it only obligates an his nechassim benechol. If you want the guarantor to be obligated even for his nechassim mishupadim, you need that hook, you need that and, which again documentally goes ahead and links him to the actual transaction itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan disagrees with that. Rabbi Yochanan says no. The way a guarantor works, Rabbi Yochanan holds that a guarantor's obligation is always capped at his nechassim. That's it. A guarantor is never on the hook for nechassim mishupadim. Massive level. Rubber is a kasha. Either nechassim she'ela shalom you get possible. So let's say this is actually a very interesting case. So Rubber brings up the following question. So let's say again you have a document, right? So again, Reuben is divorcing his wife Rachel. So in the document it is like this, right? Reuben is divorcing Rachel, and then in the document itself it says, and witnesses, do me a favor, when you go and you deliver this gift to Rachel, sing hello to my old friend. Right? Because again, Reuben lives in Tel Aviv. Rachel lives in Yerushalayim. So Reuben tells the witnesses, my old childhood friend lives in Yerushalayim. When you deliver the gift, go say hello to Shimon. And he writes that in the document itself. Go say hello. I agree. Right. But sometimes it's all about consolidation of resources, right? Why spend money on the additional scam? Right? If you can just go ahead and have the witnesses go ahead and give over that shalom aleichem. So it says, now watch this. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so here's the issue. If you have witnesses signed right below shalom aleichem over there, or that instruction to give shalom to Shimon, then the get is puzzled. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witnesses are signing on the greeting, and not signing on the end. If you didn't first, you didn't Rabbi Yochanan. So what says Rabbi Abo said, Rabbi said as follows. Rabbi Abo said, I understood it was as follows. Shalom puzzle. Vishailu kasha. Sheilu puzzle. Vishailu kasha. Oh, that was say everything depends on the us. If you write it again, I believe the right, right? And the next section, please make sure to inquire about the welfare of my friend Shimon, and then essentially what this is, that's going to validate the get. Because the witnesses are just signing on the greetings. But if it says and, if you have again the documental hook, right, which again connects the greeting to the get itself, I give them divorce you up all. And please give greetings to my friend Shimon. So the and, the documental quote, allows us to understand when the witnesses are signing both on the get as well as on the greetings. How can I be? Because of holy artists. He offers kind of Rav. That's the same thing as Rav. He's much right. I'm not the author. So it's a lot of nice stuff. And therefore, again, essentially, it is not enough to have the guarantee signed before the signature the witnesses. Rather, what do you need a documental quote. So as it has to say, like, I would have been lending Shimon $1,000, and maybe is the guarantor, and after the signature, it's beautiful. All right, the myself, so remember again, after this, we have Nahon Yisrael bananas. What did bananas hold? So bananas holds that halacha l'maisa, the only time that a guarantor is on his way, when it is clear that the guarantor was the reason for the debt, right? So for example, the only time that a guarantor is obligated is when, let's say, for example, Levi says to Reuben, lend the money to Shimon, and I'll guarantee it. So it's clear that the loan is being made because the guarantor is guaranteed. Otherwise, Banana says there is no obligation. You need to be careful of I walk into the marketplace and what happens. I see Ruben holding Shimon in a chokehold, and I say, Ruben, stop. I'll guarantee the death. I'll guarantee the death. Banana said, but then you is that the guarantorship? Of course not. Of course not. I'm just trying to get him out of the chokehold. So Allah will nice again. So this is another whole. This Banana's going to be strong. So here we go. Says the Gemara. Nice to ball there be strong. Even though again, let's remember again, the Rabbi Shmuel praised the bananas. Right? Remember again, how did he praise bananas? He said, if you want to learn Dinei Mamanas is the most incredible thing. And if you want to learn Dinei Mamanas, make sure to learn the bananas. Nevertheless, I love what you guys say. I love like Rabbi Shmuel and not like bananas. Not like bananas. We'll say, now what does that mean? The halacha is that as long as the guarantors are signed in the document, before the signatures of the witnesses, and now we just before, and there's a guarantorship to the piece of the document before the go. We don't want to ignore additional place bananas. We don't possibly like bananas. We buy low. The fun of Mali on Rabbi Shmuel. What about the case with chokehold? This is important to know. Right? So what about the case with chokehold? Right? I walk into the shop. I see Ruben is holding Shimon in the chokehold. He's saying, baby. Right? And I say, let him go. I'll guarantee the loan. What would that be? Am I now a guarantor for that loan or not? So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yochanan, followed by Rabbi Shmuel after Chana. No, Rabbi Shmuel disagreed even in the case that's Chana, and Rabbi Shmuel would actually hold that the guarantor is high. Yeah, all right. And even though again it's clear, why am I saying to Ruben, I'll guarantee the debt? I'm trying to say shit. That's what's happening over here. And there was Rabbi Shmuel said, I'm going to be obligated as a guarantor. So the Gemara says, okay. So do we pass the that way or not? The Tashma, if you ask Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shmuel disputes bananas even in the case of the chokehold. And Rabbi Shmuel would say, even in that case, I would be obligated as a guarantor. Allah told him also after the Chana. And Allah calls Rabbi Shmuel, even in the case, ultimately again, of the chokehold. Other Rabbi Shmuel, the Chana Miyado, the Shtabim. So no, that's what it is. Discussing. So sometimes we say maybe stuff like this. In the chokehold case, if I get a kidney, so that's just that kind of right? So I want to into the shop. Ruben has got Shimon in the chokehold. Clearly, Shimon owes me the money, hence the chokehold. Right? So I come along and I say, Ruben, leave him alone, I'll guarantee it. So Shmuel comes along and says, that works as long as I do a kinyan, like a kinyan silver with the lender to say that I'm going to guarantee. So what do you see from there? Mislal, the Ari Ta'ama no by. So we can infer from this that in general, a guarantor does not require a kinyan. We get around that. So this is another interesting idea. In order to become a guarantor, do you need some type of kinyan or not with the lender? We get around that. And this argues on Rav Nachman. Why? They're saying the Gemara says, I'm Rav Nachman, in Paskin, or on the base of us, and last moment, or a basically, you can go by you, or the Alma by you. Shabbos says, normally it's only a guarantor who becomes a guarantor in the presence of Bezdin, who does not require a kinyan. But in general, we'll say otherwise, in order to become a guarantor, for that guarantorship to be done, you do need a kinyan. And Ochasa will say, what's that? Or it's mother knows for by kinyan. After mother knows by kinyan. We'll say this is very interesting distinction. If you became an art, if you became a guarantor, at the time that the loan was made, if you become a guarantor at the time that the loan was made, then Allah for myself, there is no need for a kinyan. In other words, if you're present at the time of the transaction, like say you are a guarantor from the transaction, again, let's say, we don't have another caveat. You're a guarantor from the transaction. You're signing before the signatures and witnesses. There's a documental fault. Your guarantorship to the actual part of the loan document. You have all of that. Kinyan is not necessary to formalize, advertise your guarantorship. However, Akar Matan Baos, like, it's very important. That was I. Now remember again, you can technically introduce a guarantor after the loan was made. Right? Ruben lent Shimon the money, and then later on, within the limit of this age, right? When Shimon decides to get a guarantor, you can introduce a guarantor after the transaction has already been made. But in order to do that, what has to happen? In that case, the guarantor has to be Makabel Kumi, which makes sense. Since he's not part of the document, right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to introduce him, you need something with halakhic to require a kingdom. Already, based in law by opinion, what they all circumstances, a person who becomes a guarantor in the transaction that's happening in Beijing never acquires a kingdom. Why? The Baha'iyano, the Mehemen lay, Dummer, and the Shabbat. So those decades like beautiful. Like beautiful. Why? Because Allah if I'm a guarantor in the transaction with Beijing, what does that show? That Beijing trusts me. That based in trust me. So because based in trust me, again, that is enough for me to fully commit myself to the guarantorship without having to do anything with the kingdom. As you know, say, in other words, the kingdom is there in order to ensure that the guarantor is really on the hook. If I'm in Basin, and Basin is trusting me to be a guarantor, so that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and there's absolutely no need for any additional kingdom. So let's say it happens to be that Halakha Lamaisa in the chokehold case. The way that I'm not testing is that Halakha Lamaisa, the guarantor, is not on the hook. That's the Ram, which again, I think is logical and intuitive because Halakha Lamaisa again is sure only doing in order to go ahead and save people. Now, I will say that amazingly enough, the husband like that he's strong and not like then non-less. And Halakha Lamaisa again essentially, so again, a guarantor needs not to do a community is becoming a guarantor from the transaction itself, right? That doesn't have to happen. Although that implies this is being introduced later on, and Allah becomes a guarantor in business because he never requires a communion, needs to be signed. Guarantor needs to be written in before the signature of the witnesses and needs the document that's full in order to make it binding. So let's say just to close out the section, the last Mishnah ended off with a really beautiful idea that Harot Yasok B'dinei Mamanos. Sorry, if a person, Harot Shiyach, person wants to become wise, Yasok B'dinei Mamanos. A person should go ahead and really involve himself in monetary law. Right? That's the ability to become exceptionally wise. That's the shot. Why don't you say, Harot Shiyach, you want to become wise? Learn Hilchot Shabbos. Like, learn how much cashless. I don't know why create one of this. So let's say, so, beautiful idea. From the Shin Shmuel, which is like this is incredible. He says, what is Dini Mamadas required? He says, Dini Mamadas, Shtei Hamamonos Shal Yisrael. Right, when you have Dini Mamadas, what's Dini Mamadas? There's a pot of money over there, right? Or there's a financial claim. And there's two Jews, right? So you have Reuben and you have Shimon. And you have to try to figure out like how to distinguish Mammon, Zeh, Yumi, Shaya. Who owns the money? Right? So there's one bucket of money or one claim. Who gets it? The Zeh HaYehudi or the Chaveira. Does it go to Reuben? Does it go to Shimon? So talks about the goal and the whole from the element. So the Shimon is something amazing. Dinei Mamanos requires a very specific skill. Havdalah. The ability to distinguish. Does the money belong to Reuben? Does the money ultimately belong to Shimon? So Dinei Mamanos requires the ability to distinguish between things that look so similar. Right? Reuben and Shimon go to the basement. Reuben is such a great guy. Shimon is such a great guy. Reuben makes a compelling claim. Shimon makes a compelling claim. And what do I have to try to figure out? I have to figure out how to do not here. Says the Shem Yishmael something amazing. What is the greatest skill that we possess in life? The ability to master. The more in second drop this brings down. It's the first thing we do on Matzah Shabbos. Right? First thing we do on Matzah Shabbos. We rub us Asha, Holy, La'adam, Das. We say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you give us wisdom. How does that wisdom manifest itself? Where does that happen in Shemar Esrei? Atah Hanadanu is Atah Holy, La'adam, Das. Ultimately, again, the greatest ability we have is the ability to distinguish between different things. So dominus, being dominus, represents this ability to engage in the incredible process of Havdalah. That was the aspect that is very nice. But once you have being dominus, once you know in the financial life how to do Havdalah, how to make the decisions between legal and children, then of course I can take that skill and I can bring it to the rest of life. Because what is life all about? Life is all about a Masculine face Kodesh Lachor. Bein Or Lachosha. Bein Yisrael God. Life is all about the ability to make sometimes very, very nuanced distinctions. What's right and what's wrong? What's holy, what's impure? What's kosher, what's light, and what's dark. That's what life is all about. I will say, more often than not in life, the big decisions we have to make is not really between two things that are polar opposites. But it's often in daily life navigating those nuanced decisions. What's the real proper path for me? What's the right decision to do? What's going to get me where I really need to get to in life? Well, life needs more than anything. But a successful youth needs more than anything. It's the power and the ability to be a Havdalah Yid. And how do you become a Havdalah Yid? I want to be Yaskin. If you want to find your Havdalah skills, Yaskov to be models that engage in financial wealth. Because if you do that, you do models, and you learn that part of nuance. And if you learn it here, you can take it with you for the rest of life. Those it has been a tremendous support and privilege and this weekend. Like just every day exciting, every day beautiful, every day incredible. And it's been the greatest support in the world to do it with all of you. So I have on Zoom to recover this year. Nothing better. Literally every morning is having the opportunity to experience Olam Haba in Olam Haza. It's an Olam Haba there for world. We are here yet. But nevertheless, again, it's a little bit. It's a shtick Olam Haba in Olam Haza. Also tomorrow morning starts to happen. We're going to go. Baruch Hashem, we just saw. What do you see in the Gemara? That Yilid in Chayil El Chayil. And multitudes to multitudes. This is a beautiful accomplishment. Tomorrow we start Sanhedrin tonight. Everyone is invited. Our real seminar session will be actually our last Shabbos here in the shul, which will be Shabbos January 8th. That'll be our Gala Seminar. We're going to close out this beautiful base of Knesset with a Gala Seminar session. And but tonight, everyone is invited here to the shul. A little Mashayim Siyum tonight at 8 between minor at 9 o'clock. We're going to celebrate together on the side. Celebrate Baruch tomorrow, tonight. Tomorrow morning, committed, sharp, ready to go, well rested, whether you get enough sleep or not, you're going to be well rested. We're going to grab Sanhedrin by the horns. We're going to Amir Hashem, make it our new best friend, who's staying Baal We'll say it's so important. Baal thank you. Thank you. You're wonderful to us. You're taking care of us. You loved us. You've been by our side. Like, no matter what was happening in my life. There was like a lot of us, I'm sorry, no, I'll just finish up. A lot of us, sometimes you can't always count on your friends. You can't always count on your friends. But you always count on your friends. He's always going to be there. And he's always going to love you, and he's never going to touch you. And he's always going to be willing to learn with you no matter what else is happening in your life. So we thank our Pastor for being such a beautiful and loving and accepting companion to the past 176 days. We appreciate him for everything that he's given us. And again, actually, we look forward to from the second side tomorrow. Say Shkoyach. Every time they do a chin song and like that Jay-Z angry, like that's exactly how I feel. Wait a minute, is this a banger? Good morning. Wow, Baruch Hashem. Okay, it's such a source to be able to begin the last night. So I begin by thanking all our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Kamatoda sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey. Yitilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. Naftali WhatsApp me yesterday saying that for today we're going to change the sponsorship in Yirtzeh Hashem as a zuchos for all of those who have toiled in all of the babas and all of those Baruch Hashem who are zocha to bring Bar Basra to a beautiful and sweet and holy close and Yirtzeh Hashem Mishal Kabul Mitzlachos begin the Second Sanhedrin tomorrow. B'Shah Tov U'Mitzlachos. In that Sifus, in Hashem, we should all encounter incredible bracha, hatzlacha, shefa, and mazel for ourselves, for our mishpachos, and for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Joshua McFeeman, in creation of the yahrzeit of Joshua's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim Raphael, and for the safe return of our hostages and the security of our soldiers. Samuel Malka Esther, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, and Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, in the memory of their dear friend, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yona, Hashem Yikom Damo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Yigal. And today, Daf Yomi is sponsored by the Friends of Maishi Garden, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas with the completion of Maseches Bava Basra. The Daf is also sponsored by the Friends of Zevi Daniel, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas with the completion of Bava Basra. The Daf is also sponsored today by Zevi Daniel with the completion of his Daf Yomi cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to the Shir, specifically his Daf brothers, David Plum and David Schwartz, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be asleep. Incredible. So beautiful. So first of all, a mazel tov to Maishi, a mazel tov to Zevi. What is the chus? What is supposed to be Messiah Shas? I will say, by the way, I just want to tell you something also. If you're being Messiah Shas in Bava Basra, what does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of a cycle. So sometimes, one of the most difficult things is to kind of start something when everyone else is into it. And it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. It's Bava Basra. What's another 2 years? I'll just wait until the second brachas. And I think Rebbe started not even at the beginning of Basra, right? But like a week before Bava Basra was over. With a week left of Basra. So I'll say I want to thank Zevi and Ramesh for just giving us such a beautiful life in Mosul. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it, but take it. Mitzvah habali adacha, an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to broaden your spiritual horizons. Come out. Okay. It would be great if I started at the beginning of this, a little bit later, a little earlier. When it presents itself, I can jump into it. Zevi, much mazel, much bracha, much incredible hatzlacha on this accomplishment, and you should be zocha. And Meretz Hashem to Messiah Shas many times over. You should be zocha, Meretz Hashem to broaden your spiritual horizons for many years to come, and this is the plus. And this Siyum HaShash, and Meretz Hashem be a source of mazel and bracha and simcha hatzlacha for your mishpachas for many generations to come. Incredible. All right, so I'll say with that, let's begin. Right? There's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the daf tomorrow. Right? So with this, we gotta finish this. All right, so today's daf is Kuf Ayin Vav 176, and we are picking up on Kuf Ayin 8 on the days. So we'll say pretty much we left off with the Gemara yesterday, but we did the sheet of Ula. So remember again, we're doing an interesting machot disorder about Shibuda D'Oraisa. How do we understand when, let's say again, Ruben lends Shimon money? So again, as you know, loan, halakhic loans 101 is that when you loan someone money, that creates a lien against their property. What is the nature of that lien? So Ula Paskin, Shibuda D'Oraisa. Mid D'Oraisa, whenever you lend money, whether you lend money in a shtar, whether you lend money verbally, any loan creates a shibud. Any loan creates a lien against property. The only reason why Chazal said that if you loan without a document, you loan verbally, that there is no shibud, is in order not to put purchasers at a disadvantage, right? Because if somebody goes ahead and purchases somebody, that was fine. So now we're up to Rabbah. Rabbah Amar, Torah, Echan Zohar B'Shas, wasn't learned Kupayim in a 175b, probably about 25 years ago. Rabbah says, Torah, Echan Zohar B'Shas, Echan Zohar B'Shas, Inukova element of Chassid Nichol. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says in reality, whenever you loan money, so really, you can only collect from unencumbered property. You cannot collect from encumbered property. One thing that might come up. Shibuda Lav D'Oraisa. Rabbi holds that a lien against property is not meet the D'Oraisa. Biblically, there is no lien against property. I not have only Mazel B'Shtar. So that's the case. He says, Rabbi, that biblically there is no lien against encumbered property. And why did the rabbi or against any property? Why did the rabbi say that if you look at property, that Allah can let you from encumbered property? In order not to close the door in front of borrowers. I want to say, remember, in general, when you're lending money from halakhic, so already you can't lend this for this cover Monday night, that's really fantastic. Right? So again, it's already as it is, you can't charge interest. So if I can't charge interest, and also there's no lien against property, it's a hard sell. You're going to close the door. You're going to stymie the loan market, as people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. See, at least if you loan with the document, you're not a bishar, and you get a lien against all property. So that's the case. That is, in order to encourage and to facilitate loans, then why not even say that a verbal loan should generate a lien against property? Some less late color. So because in that case, we'll say again, the halacha l'maisa is the verbal loan, there's no call. So because there's no call, ultimately, again, you can't do the rabbi really says. If I want to say, what we are left with is a fundamental approach between Ula and Rabba. Ula says, Shibuda Doraisa, the concept of a lien against property is a Doraisa concept. In reality, it should devolve upon all properties for all loans. The rabbis went ahead and only did it by Nova. Not like they lifted it by Nova Al. Fine. Rav, on the other hand, holds Shibuda Lab Doraisa. There is no concept of a lien against property. The only reason the rabbis made a lien when it's in a shtar is in order not to close the door to, or not to borrowers, I should say. So the Gemara says as follows: the rabbi says, so double karka, yesh lomos. So double karka. So let's say this is actually very interesting. If you look at the subject of she would have loved that. So the rabbi really hold that she would have said that. The heart knows of Schneider to know that. So let's remember again. Interestingly enough, one of the things we learned, remember we spent a lot of time on Yerusha, before our firstborn son gets a double portion. What does he get a double portion in? What does he get a double portion in? Muhsak, and not Roy. He gets double portion in property that is considered to be owned by the estate and not property that is what's the word? Due to the estate. Thank you. Right? It's only property that is owned by the estate, not property that is due to the estate. So the Gemara says over here something interesting. So let's say again, Yaakov dies, he leaves behind the two sons, Reuben and Shimon. Reuben is the car. So when that debt becomes collectible, if the debt is secured by property, then Reuben gets two times, double portion of that. If it's not secured by property, or when money that's repaid, he doesn't get each item. What do you see about that? What do you see? You see from here that it must be that the lien against property is a D'oraisa lien. And therefore, it turns out that because that lien existed even when Yaakov was alive, that lien makes the loan like stuff. And therefore, the car gets each item. So that would seem to indicate that she would the D'oraisa. Yet Rabbi just said before that she would the Rabbanon. Maybe you'll say, no problem, just switch around the positions. Maybe it's really Rabba who holds Shibuda Doraisa, and Ula who holds Shibuda Rabbanon. I, the Ha'amar Ula, the Torah, doubtful to know the Shibudis. But that's not true because Ula himself is on record as saying that Midja Oraisa, a Balchov, the creditor, is entitled to Shibudis. So let's say, so remember again, so now, as much as Ula is saying that a creditor only gets to talk from inferior grade property, what he is saying is that a creditor always has a lien against property, which would then indicate that halacha l'maisa shibuda doraisa. Elo Rabba Haimer did name Rabba Kamar the labels. Rabba was saying this piece over here before about the loans. Rabba was not espousing his own opinion. Rabba was espousing the opinion of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael, the Rabban of Eretz Yisrael, but he himself did not hold that. So Moses, therefore, we are left fundamental machlokas. And by the way, this is actually a tremendous machlokas. Tremendous machlokas. What is the nature of an encumbrance? is encumbrance d'oraisa, is encumbrance d'Rabbanon, Rabba d'Rabbanon, Ula d'oraisa. Okay, hold on, we're going to get to Allah d'oraisa. Rabbi Shmuel is Abai. So Rabbi Shmuel both say the following. Nova Alpad, in the Gova Lomina Yershav Lomina. If you make a verbal loan, right, which means again, Ruben lends Shimon money, and Halacha Lamaisa, but Balpad, not with the Shtar. What's the halacha? Either Gova Lomina Yershav Lomina. Ultimately, again, you cannot collect that debt from Yarshim, from Yisomim, right, from an estate. Whenever you see Yarshim, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means Yisomim, Wakitani. Right, so you can't collect on the estate until they reach the age of driving to litigate it out. Nor can you collect that debt from property that has been sold after the date of the loan. My time, what's the reason for that? Shibud alav d'oraisa. Rav and Shmuel hold like Rabba that shibud is not d'oraisa. Rabbi Yochanan and Reb Shimon and Lakish da'amit arbayu milva alpad gova